Welcome back, my friend. I'm here tonight to help you fall asleep. Please support me with a like, a comment, and a subscription. The channel is going through a tough time. Tell me from where you're watching and what time it is for you. It helps a lot. Let's try to reach 100 likes and 100 comments on this video, and feel free to share your thoughts freely. Thank you from the heart, and now, let's begin. I've always been drawn to abandoned places. There's something about that intoxicating mix of excitement and the creeping dread of the unknown that gets my heart racing. You know what I mean? That feeling of standing on the edge of something both thrilling and potentially dangerous. It's addictive. When I first heard about the old hospital outside of Grand Rapids, it seemed way too tempting to pass up. The locals had been whispering about it for years, spinning tales of hauntings and strange occurrences. But if you ask me if I were a ghost, I'd haunt a nice mansion or maybe a swanky hotel. Not some dusty old medical facility. Still, the stories piqued my curiosity. It was a crisp autumn evening when I decided to finally check the place out. I reached out to my usual partners in crime for these urban exploration adventures, Jamarian and Shamara. Now, I should probably give you some context here. Jamarian, he's my ex-boyfriend turned, well, I guess you'd call him a bro now. It's complicated. And Shyamara? She's Jamarian's new girlfriend. I know what you're thinking. Talk about a recipe for disaster, right? But here's the thing. They were the only ones I knew who were just as crazy as me when it came to seeking out these kinds of thrills. As I pulled up to Jamarian's place to pick them up, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Not about the hospital, no. I was more concerned about the potential awkwardness of our little trio. But as soon as Jamarian bounded out of the house with that goofy grin of his, followed by a slightly hesitant Shamara, I knew we'd be all right. You ready for this? I called out the window, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Jamarian practically vaulted into the passenger seat. Born ready, baby. Let's go find some ghosts. Shamara slid into the back, her eyes wide with a mix of excitement and apprehension. I can't believe I let you two talk me into this, she muttered. But there was a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. As we pulled away from the curb and headed out of the city, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was what I lived for. The open road, good company, albeit complicated, and the promise of adventure lurking just around the corner. The drive out to the hospital was interesting, to say the least. It quickly became apparent that this wasn't exactly Shamara's scene. The girl hated bugs with a passion that bordered on phobia, and don't even get me started on spiders. Every time a mosquito so much as looked at her through the car window, she'd start freaking out. Jamarian, being the perfect gentleman he is, and by that, I mean a complete ass, decided to have some fun with her nervousness. Every so often, he'd suddenly tense up and point behind her, pretending to see something huge and hairy. Without fail, Shamara would let out this ear-piercing screech that had me swerving all over the road. Jamarian, I swear to God, if you don't stop that right now, I'm turning this car around. I tried to sound stern, but I couldn't keep the laughter out of my voice. Tears were rolling down my face from trying to hold it in. Oh, come on, Jamarian protested, still chuckling. I'm just trying to get her in the mood for some ghost hunting. Shamara reached forward and smacked him on the back of the head, but even she was giggling now. You're such a jerk, she said, but there was no real heat in her words. As we continued down the winding country roads, the laughter in the car slowly died down, replaced by a growing sense of anticipation. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. It was beautiful, but it also meant that by the time we reached the hospital it would be dark. All right, I said, wiping away the last of my laughter tears. We're almost there. Shio, you can chill out. I promise we won't let any big hairy monsters get you. Shamara, or Shio as we'd taken to calling her, took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. I'm fine, she insisted, though her voice wavered slightly. Just no more pranks, okay? Jamarian turned in his seat to face her, his expression surprisingly serious. Hey, I'm sorry if I went too far. We've got your back, okay? Nothing bad is going to happen. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of something as I watched them in the rearview mirror. Jealousy? Nostalgia? Whatever it was, I pushed it aside. Tonight wasn't about old relationships or complicated feelings. It was about adventure. As we rounded a bend in the road, the hospital suddenly loomed before us, a massive silhouette against the darkening sky. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I pulled the car to a stop in what used to be the parking lot. now overgrown with weeds pushing up through cracked asphalt. We sat there for a moment just staring at the building. It was huge, all dark brick and broken windows that looked like empty eyes staring back at us. The fading light cast long shadows across the facade, making it look even more ominous. "Yo, so maybe those local yokels aren't totally off," Jamarian quipped, breaking the silence. "This place has major Bates Motel vibes." I reached over and slapped him on the arm, perhaps a bit harder than necessary. "Shut up, we're not bailing now." I turned to look at Shyamara in the back seat. "You ready, Shio?" Shyamara took a deep breath and nodded, her jaw set with determination. I had to give it to the girl, she had guts. As long as this is a spider-free zone, I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be. We climbed out of the car, the doors closing with a finality that seemed to echo in the empty lot. I popped the trunk and distributed our gear. Flashlights, a first aid kit, just in case, and some snacks because urban exploration makes you hungry. Okay. As we approached the entrance, each step crunching on gravel and dead leaves, I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. This was it. We were really doing this. Armed with flashlights and some courage we probably should have rationed better, we headed towards the main entrance. The door was hanging off its hinges, creating a yawning black maw that seemed to beckon us inside. I glanced at my companions. Jamarian looked excited, practically bouncing on his toes, while Shyamara was pale but determined. "Last chance to back out," I said, my hand on the door. Jamarian snorted. "Not a chance. Let's do this." Shyamara nodded, her grip tightening on her flashlight. I didn't come all this way to chicken out now. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open. It creaked ominously, the sound echoing through the empty building. We stepped inside, our flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. The interior was exactly how you'd expect an abandoned hospital to look. Peeling paint hung from the walls in long strips. Cobwebs festooned every corner, and that weird hospital smell, a mix of disinfectant and decay, still lingered in the air. Our footsteps echoed loudly in the empty corridors, each creak of the floorboards making Shyamara do a full-body jump. "I swear, if you poke me with a stick, Jamarian, you're so dead," she hissed at one point, whirling around to face him. Jamarian held up his hands in mock surrender, a mischievous grin on his face. What can I say? I bring out the best in a girl. I rolled my eyes at their banter, but I was grateful for it. It helped to break the tension that was slowly building as we wandered deeper into the building. I was on high alert, looking for anything cool, an old gurney, creepy medical equipment, anything that would make for a good story or photo op. We'd gone up a few floors, our flashlights sweeping across empty rooms and debris-strewn hallways when I saw it. Tucked into the shadows of a doorway was an old rusty wheelchair. I couldn't help but gasp. It was the perfect creepy detail, like something straight out of a horror movie. "Guys, check this out," I called, my voice a little too loud in the echoing silence. As Jamarian and Shyamara walked over, something thudded to the ground from the room the wheelchair faced. All three of us froze. Shyamara whimpered, pressing closer to Jamarian. He raised his flashlight beam a little higher, illuminating the object on the floor. My stomach clenched as the light revealed what it was, a bone. An arm bone, I think. It was white and old-looking, with dark marks all over it. "We should go," Shyamara whispered, the confidence from before completely gone. I hesitated. Part of me knew she was right, that we should turn tail and run. But another part of me, the part that had brought us here in the first place, was curious. "Nah, hold on a minute," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's probably just an animal bone a dog dragged in or something." As soon as the words left my mouth, a noise echoed behind us. A rustling sound, like something heavy being shifted. Before we could react, there was a loud crash and a pile of debris toppled over from a nearby doorway. What we saw behind it made me scream. It was... I don't even know how to describe it. A creature, but unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I can only remember patches of the thing, like my brain couldn't fully process what it was seeing. Its legs were too long, grotesquely so, and it was hunched over in a way that seemed painful. At first I thought it was covered in fur, but no, it was more like thick, greasy hair matted all over its body. But the worst part? Its face. Huge teeth jutted out from its jaw at impossible angles, and its eyes. Even in the dimness, they glowed a sickly, unnatural yellow. Shyamara's scream turned into a choked gurgle as she fainted dead away. Jamarian was yelling, his voice high with panic. "Run! Run!" We didn't need to be told twice. We ran like hell itself was chasing us, and for all I knew it was. I can still hear the thing skittering behind us, that wet clicking sound it made as it pursued us. We flew down the stairs, tripping and stumbling, with that monstrous thing getting closer every second. The front doors were just ahead when disaster struck. Jamarian slipped, his ankle twisting with a sickening crack. He let out a howl of pain and thrashed on the floor, clutching at his leg. "Jamarian, come on!" I yelled, my voice raw with fear. But he was shaking his head, tears in his eyes. "Go," he shouted. "I'm slowing you down, just go." The choice before me was horrible. Leave him behind for that thing, or stay and probably end up as matching piles of bones. But in that moment of terror and adrenaline, it wasn't really a choice at all. I turned and ran, Jamarian's screams echoing into the night as that creature closed in. I sprinted through the woods surrounding the hospital, crashing through bushes and low-hanging branches, desperate to get back to the car. My breath tore in my lungs, and I knew without a doubt that if that creature was still following me, I was as good as dead. Suddenly, my foot caught on an exposed tree root, and I tumbled headfirst down a slope. I slammed into a tree trunk, the world spinning around me. Groaning, I tried to get up, but my vision was swimming and the ground seemed to tilt beneath me. I lay there, the night sounds seeming distorted and far away. Movement flickered at the periphery of my vision and my heart hammered in my chest. Was that? No, it couldn't be. My vision began to fade, and all that remained was that wet, clicking sound, slowly getting closer. As the dizziness started to subside, I pulled myself to my feet, swaying slightly. Through the trees, I could see the edge of the woods, maybe 100 yards away. My heart hammered a desperate rhythm. Get to the car, get away. Then I saw it. A shadow, huge and bulky, detaching itself from the tree line. My brain screamed at me to move, but my legs wouldn't listen. My body felt like lead, rooted to the spot in terror. The creature moved, not with the frenzied speed from before, but with a steady, purposeful gait. It knew I was trapped. There was nowhere left to run. Suddenly, searchlights blazed on, illuminating the clearing. "Hey, get away from her!" Familiar voices filled with a panic that mirrored my own echoed through the trees. My focus snapped back to reality. There, behind the blinding lights, stood Shamara, her eyes wild and her hands shaking as she held up a spotlight. Beside her, I could see blurry shapes of other people, a whole group of them armed with— were those baseball bats? The creature reared up, snarling, a guttural noise that scraped along my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. It looked confused by the sudden illumination, momentarily disoriented. That moment of confusion bought me some time. I lurched forward, every inch a painful effort. My muscles screamed in protest, but I forced myself to move. A shout rang out from the group. "Incoming!" One of the figures swung a bat, connecting with the side of the creature's head. The impact echoed in the night air like a gunshot. The creature howled, whipping its head around to face its attacker. It lumbered forward, swiping at whoever had dared to strike it. Adrenaline cut through the haze of fear and exhaustion, and I broke into a run. I was so damn close to safety. Just a few more steps. A searing pain erupted in my shoulder. I screamed and fell, my vision going black around the edges. Somehow, impossibly, it had caught me. I felt its breath hot and foul as its claws dug into me, ripping through fabric and flesh. The world tilted crazily, and then there was only the all-consuming pain. Everything became a cacophony of yelling and chaos. I was being dragged, lifted, and someone was sobbing wildly nearby. Through the haze of pain, a stray thought drifted through my mind. Shamara had saved my life with a bunch of random strangers holding baseball bats. This made no sense. None of it made any sense. Blackness tried to swallow me again, but I fought it, clawing desperately for consciousness. When I managed to open my eyes, I found myself in the back of an SUV, a blanket thrown haphazardly over me. Shamara's face swam into view, pale and tear-streaked. "You're gonna be okay," she whispered, her voice cracking with emotion. "We called 911, they're on their way." She reached out and carefully placed something on the seat beside me. It took my pain-addled brain a moment to process what I was seeing. It was an arm bone, gnawed and weathered. The bone from the hospital. A jolt ran through me as realization dawned. "Jamarian?" I croaked, my throat raw from screaming. Shamara nodded, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. "They found him before that. That thing could get to him. He's hurt, broken, but he's alive." Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a wave of guilt. I had left him behind, and yet somehow miraculously he had survived. The rest of that night is a blur in my memory. Paramedics arrived, their sirens piercing the night. There were questions, so many questions, and a rush to the hospital. Not the abandoned one this time, but a real, functioning hospital with bright lights and the smell of antiseptic. I drifted in and out of consciousness, aware of stitches being put in, painkillers coursing through my system. Police officers seemed to materialize at my bedside, wanting my statement over and over again. Through it all, Shamara was a constant presence, a fierce protector against the chaos. It wasn't until days later, when the worst of the pain had subsided and my head had cleared somewhat, that I finally got the full story of what had happened after I ran from the hospital. Shamara, it turned out, had shown incredible presence of mind in the face of absolute terror. After I ran, she sprinted back towards the car, figuring we'd left it unlocked with the keys inside. In a wild bit of desperation, she hit the alarm button, hoping the noise would scare off the creature. That drawn-out, piercing car alarm echoing through the woods, it was like a beacon in the night. As luck would have it, a group of campers was just a short hike away. They heard the alarm and came running, armed with whatever they could grab, mostly flashlights and those baseball bats I'd seen. Shamara, breathless and terrified, managed to explain enough of the situation that they believed her, or at least they believed that someone was in danger. While some of the campers went to search for Jamarian, others followed Shyamara as she tried to retrace my path through the woods. That's how they found me, just in time. As for Jamarian, he'd managed to drag himself into a small supply closet near the entrance. The creature, distracted by the easier prey, me, had overlooked him. When the search party found him, he was in shock, his ankle swollen to twice its normal size, but alive. The police were skeptical at first, of course. Some monster in the woods? It sounded like the ramblings of kids hopped up on adrenaline and urban legends, but I had the marks on me, deep gashes that no normal animal could have made. And there was the bone, the one Shamara had grabbed in her panic. Eventually, a team of officers accompanied by local hunters went to investigate the hospital grounds. What they found, well, it was enough to make even the most hardened skeptic pause. There were tracks unlike any animal they'd ever encountered, some strange clumps of fur, or what looked like fur, a dark, greasy black that seemed to repel water. And strangest of all, deep gouges in a large tree trunk, like something huge and incredibly strong had raked its claws there. The official story became a bear attack. It was easier to accept than the horrifying truth. I've seen the looks people give me when I say what I really saw. Pity mostly, sometimes fear, like they think I've lost my mind. But I also know that Shamara believes me. The campers believe me, and those officers who saw the evidence, well, maybe they do too. It's been months now since that night. Sometimes I still wake up screaming, drenched in sweat and shaking. I jump at every shadow and the nightmares. Let's just say that creature still haunts me in those dark hours. Jamarian's recovery has been slow. Multiple surgeries to repair the damage to his ankle, months of physical therapy. He doesn't talk about what happened in those moments after I left him. Who could blame him? But sometimes I catch him looking at me and I wonder if he resents me for running. I know I resent myself. Shamara and I have grown closer through all of this. Shared trauma, I suppose. She's been my rock. Always there when the memories become too much. Her relationship with Jamarian, well, that's complicated. They're working through it day by day. My story made the news for a while. Bear attack survivor shares harrowing tale. That sort of thing. But like all news stories, it faded from memory. Life went on. I went back to work, tried to establish a new normal. But sometimes, when I look into the dark corners of my room at night, or when I'm walking alone and hear a twig snap behind me, the night seems to whisper back a question that chills me to my core. Did we really kill the creature? Or is it still out there, skulking in the shadows, waiting for another victim who stumbles across its path? I don't know if I'll ever have an answer. But I do know one thing. I'll never look at abandoned places the same way again. The thrill of exploration has been replaced by a bone-deep fear of what might be lurking in those forgotten corners of the world. So if you're ever driving outside of Grand Rapids and come across an old, abandoned hospital, keep driving. Some things are better left undisturbed, some doors are better left unopened, and some creatures should remain nothing more than urban legends. But if you do decide to explore, to seek out those dark and forgotten places, well, don't say I didn't warn you, and maybe just maybe, keep an eye out for something moving in the shadows. Something with legs too long, teeth too sharp, and eyes that glow an unnatural yellow in the dark. Because who knows? The next time you might not be as lucky as I was. You know those missing person flyers you see taped to store windows? The ones that make you pause for a moment? A fleeting thought for the lost soul before you continue on with your day? Well, let me tell you, it's a whole different ballgame when it's your town, your street, your own best friend staring back at you from that weathered piece of paper. My name is Alex, and this is the story of how my best friend Caden disappeared, and how our world turned upside down in ways I never thought possible. It all started on a muggy summer evening in Athens, Georgia, a town steeped in history and secrets. Caden and I had always been thrill seekers, but not in the way you might think. We weren't into drugs or petty crime. Our addiction was exploring forgotten places, abandoned factories, overgrown railway tracks, old buildings with just enough of a spooky vibe to get our hearts racing. We thought we were invincible, two college kids with nothing but time and curiosity on our hands. That fateful night I was sprawled on my bed, laptop balanced precariously on my stomach as I scrolled through some haunted Georgia forums. The fan in the corner of my cramped apartment whirred ineffectively, doing little to combat the oppressive heat. "Hey, check this out," I called to Caden, who was raiding my fridge for the last of the sodas. He flopped down beside me, peering at the screen. "Briarwood Asylum," he read aloud, a grin spreading across his face. "Dude, we've got to check this place out." I scanned the forum post, my excitement growing with each word. Apparently, Briarwood was a mental hospital built in the 1920s but shut down in the 60s, after a series of patient abuse scandals. The place had been sitting there, slowly rotting away ever since. "Says here it's about an hour outside of town," I mused, already mentally packing our gear. "We could head out tonight, be back before sunrise." Caden's eyes glinted with that familiar mix of excitement and mischief. "Let's do it." Within the hour, we had our usual gear packed. Flashlights, extra batteries, a basic first aid kit just in case, and enough snacks to fuel our adventure. As we piled into my trusty old Jeep, I couldn't shake the feeling that this night was going to be different somehow. If only I'd known just how different, maybe I would have turned back. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20. The GPS crackled through the speakers, guiding us deeper into the Georgia countryside. As the paved roads gave way to dirt trails, the shadows seemed to grow longer, the night pressing in around us. Caden fiddled with the radio, trying to find a station that wasn't pure static, but eventually gave up. "So, what's the story with this place again?" he asked, breaking the silence that had settled over us. I recounted what I'd read on the forum. Briarwood Asylum opened in 1924. It was supposed to be this state-of-the-art facility for mental health treatment, but things went south pretty quick. There were rumors of experimental treatments, patient abuse, that kind of thing. By the 1960s, it was a full-blown scandal. The place got shut down, and from what I read, it's been abandoned ever since. Caden whistled low. Man, imagine the stories those walls could tell. As we drove on, the trees seemed to close in around us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The moon, full and bright earlier, now played hide-and-seek behind gathering clouds. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach, but I chalked it up to pre-adventure jitters. Finally, after what felt like hours of driving, but was probably closer to 45 minutes, the GPS announced our arrival. We pulled off the dirt road onto an overgrown path, the Jeep's headlights cutting through the darkness to reveal our destination. Briarwood Asylum loomed before us, a massive Victorian-style building that seemed to swallow the moonlight. Even in the dark, we could see the broken windows, the peeling paint, the way nature had begun to reclaim the grounds. The place radiated an aura of abandonment and decay that made my skin crawl. For a moment, we just sat there, taking it all in. The silence was profound. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, as if even nature gave this place a wide berth. "This is going to be awesome," Caden whispered, breaking the spell. He hopped out of the Jeep, his excitement palpable. I followed suit, my boots crunching on the overgrown gravel of what must have once been a driveway. We circled the asylum, searching for an entrance. Most of the doorways were boarded up or reinforced with rusty chain-link fencing. Clear attempts to keep out vandals and thrill-seekers like ourselves. Then I spotted it, a window on the ground floor with a broken lock dangling loose. I nudged Caden and pointed. A grin spread across his face, mirroring my own. This was it. We were going in. The window swung open with a creak that seemed to echo through the still night air. I winced, half expecting alarms to start blaring or for some long-forgotten security guard to come running. But there was nothing, just the same eerie silence that had greeted us upon arrival. I hoisted myself through the window, Caden right behind me. The interior was pitch black, the air heavy with dust and decay. With a flick of our flashlights, the derelict reception area sprang to life. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say a kind of dead afterlife. Peeling wallpaper curled from the walls like withered plants seeking sunlight. A smashed typewriter lay splayed on the floor, its keys scattered like broken teeth. In one corner, an overturned wheelchair rested at an odd angle, a grim relic of the building's past. "Imagine the stuff they saw in here," Caden muttered, a slight tremor in his usually carefree voice. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The silence of the building felt thick, almost oppressive, broken only by the sound of our breathing and the occasional creak of settling wood. We moved deeper into the asylum, our flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. We explored empty wards, their beds long since stripped bare, leaving only rusted frames. Examination rooms still held ancient, intimidating equipment, whose purpose I didn't want to guess at. Long corridors stretched before us, lined with doors marked in faded numbers. It was exactly what you'd expect from a classic horror movie setting, and if I'm being honest, I was getting the prickles up my neck, but it was exhilarating too. This was what we lived for, the thrill of discovery, the adrenaline rush of being somewhere we shouldn't be. After what felt like hours but was probably only 45 minutes or so, we stumbled upon a heavy metal door. A peeling sign hung crookedly above it. Basement, staff only. Caden and I exchanged a look. This was it, the mother lode. If there were any real secrets to be found in Briarwood, they'd be down there. I jiggled the handle. Locked, of course, but Caden just grinned, crouching down to fish a set of lockpicks from his backpack. "I'm a man of many hidden talents," he quipped, flashing that boyish grin that always got him out of scrapes. I kept watch, my flashlight beam dancing nervously over the corridor as Caden worked on the lock. After a few tense minutes, there was a soft click. "Bingo," Caden whispered, standing up and brushing the dust from his knees. We exchanged another glance. This was it, the hidden heart of the asylum, the place with all the darkest secrets. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The basement was different from the rest of the asylum, narrower, damper. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and something else. Something I couldn't quite identify, but that made my nose wrinkle in disgust. There was an odd pulsing hum in the silence, like old machinery still chugging along beneath the surface. It was faint, barely perceptible, but it set my teeth on edge. Our flashlight seemed weaker down here, the beams flickering weakly against the oppressive darkness. We moved slowly, following a corridor that seemed to slope gently downward. "Alex," Caden whispered, his voice tight with tension, "maybe we should head back up." I was about to agree when something caught my eye. "Wait," I murmured. "Look at this." My flashlight beam had bounced off a series of metal lockers lining one wall. Unlike everything else we'd seen in the asylum, these looked newer, less decrepit, as if they'd been used more recently than the 1960s. Curiosity overcame caution, and I approached one of the lockers. It was locked, but the metal was cool to the touch, free of the layer of grime that coated everything else down here. "Caden, check this out," I called softly. But Caden wasn't listening. He had moved further down the corridor, his flashlight beam focused on something ahead. "Alex," he called, his voice odd. "There's a room up here. The door's open." I joined him, my heart hammering in my chest. The hum was louder here, a steady pulse that seemed to vibrate through the floor. We approached the partially open door slowly, our flashlight beams converging on the gap, and that's when we saw it. Or rather them. At first, all I caught were glimpses, pale, hairless skin, limbs that moved at unnatural angles, shadows skittering just out of reach. There was an unsettling clicking sound coming from within the room, accompanied by a wet, squelching noise that turned my stomach. And then I saw the eyes. So many eyes shining with a predatory feral light that was unmistakably intelligent. And they were looking right at us. A scream started to form in my throat, but Caden's hand clamped down over my mouth, stifling the sound. He dragged me back down the corridor, urgency crackling between us like electricity. We sprinted through the darkness, stumbling over debris, our flashlights cutting wildly at the shadows. I could hear them behind us, rustling, hissing, their clicks echoing through the asylum's hollow halls. The heavy door at the end of the corridor felt like it was a million miles away. Caden reached it first, fumbling with the lockpicks with trembling hands. I risked a glance back. The creatures were spilling out of the doorway, a horde of elongated, twitching bodies pushing their way into the corridor. My stomach lurched and my head spun. This was no longer an adventure. It was sheer survival. Caden swore, his fingers trembling against the lock. My own hands shook too hard to be of any help. We both knew time was running out. Leave it, I yelled over the rising cacophony of scrapes and clicks. We gotta go. We abandoned the lock and bolted back through the maze of rooms we'd explored earlier. Everything looked different in our panic, shadows leaping out at us, every corner potentially hiding one of those things. Caden crashed through the window we'd entered through, shouting for me to follow. As I hauled myself over the jagged edge, something thin and wiry snagged my ankle. I yelped and kicked out, tearing myself free and landing hard on the rough ground outside. Caden grabbed my arm and pulled me to my feet. "Run!" he gasped. We didn't stop running until we burst out of the undergrowth and into the relative safety of my Jeep. I slammed the door and locked it, fumbling with the keys in my shaking hands. Throwing the car into gear, I hit the gas pedal, tires spitting gravel. We shot away from the asylum, the sound of the engine drowning out whatever might have been pursuing us. My eyes flicked constantly to the rearview mirror. Through the dusty glass, I saw them swarming out of the building, spindly figures scrambling over one another in relentless pursuit. The creatures poured from the broken windows like a grotesque tide, their pale bodies forming a terrifying blur against the darkness. My breath hitched in my throat, and I pressed the accelerator harder, the engine roaring in response. We didn't stop until we were miles away, my foot slamming on the pedal like it was the only thing keeping the nightmare at bay. My heart pounded, my breath a ragged rasp in the silence of the car. Caden hadn't said a word since we escaped, his face pale and knuckles white as he gripped the dashboard. I broke the silence as we finally pulled back onto a paved road. "We gotta call someone, police, anyone. What do we say?" Caden's voice cracked. "We broke into an abandoned asylum and got chased by monsters." He let out a shaky laugh, but it was edged with hysteria. "They'll lock us up next." I knew he was right. It sounded insane even to my own ears, but I couldn't shake the image of those creatures, their grotesque limbs and their relentless pursuit. Something had changed at the Briarwood Asylum. Something dark and dangerous had awoken in that rotting building. "We have to go back," I said, the words hanging strangely in the air. Caden stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "Are you insane? We barely got out of there alive." But the urge to return was an unstoppable pull. Maybe it was shock, a desperate bid for control, or a sliver of hope that we could prove what we had seen wasn't just some fever dream. Whatever it was, Caden, surprisingly, didn't fight me on it for long. By the time we reached the asylum again, dawn was just beginning to break, casting an eerie twilight over the landscape. I kept the Jeep's headlights off as we parked at a distance, the silence thick with renewed terror. We gathered our flashlights and, after a moment of hesitation, crept back towards the building. As we neared, I heard it, the same unsettling hum from the basement, even louder now in the stillness of early morning. I exchanged a wide-eyed look with Caden. "Someone's down there," I whispered. We followed the sound back through the decaying interior to the heavy metal door. It stood ajar, a thin trickle of blood seeping from beneath it. My stomach clenched, but I forced myself to push the door open. What we saw inside was nothing short of a slaughterhouse. The room in the basement was bathed in a sickly red light from a bank of ancient-looking machines bolted to the walls. The pulsing hum came from these devices, and they seemed to be running on blood. The floor was slick with it, pooled around the bodies of several men in white coats. The creatures, those pale, elongated things we'd seen earlier, hunched over their prey, tearing at the flesh, their limbs moving in a grotesque parody of eating. They had dragged the bodies from a room at the back, leaving a crimson trail that ended at a steel vault door, twisted and ripped open. The full horror of the situation hit me with staggering force. Those pale things weren't some species we'd never seen before. They were patients warped and transformed by whatever the hell was inside that vault. And the scientists? They hadn't been running experiments. They were cattle. Caden vomited next to me, the sound echoing through the blood-soaked room. The creatures whirled, sensing our presence. "Run!" I shouted. Caden didn't need to be told twice. We ran, blinded by tears and terror. I followed Caden through the asylum, the creatures' clicks and scrapes close behind. I could almost feel their rancid breath on my neck, their wiry hands reaching out for me in the gloom. Somehow, we made it to the broken window. I vaulted through, shredding my arms on the jagged glass, landing painfully but not stopping. Caden followed, but as he scrambled out, he stumbled, a scream tearing from his throat. I watched in horror as one of the creatures sank its needle-like claws into his leg, hauling him back inside. "Caden," I screamed, reaching desperately through the window. But it was no use. He was gone, dragged back into the darkness. Grief and adrenaline fueled me as I ran for the Jeep, fumbled with the keys, and roared out of there without a backward glance. The asylum disappeared in the rearview mirror, but the image of Caden's terrified face would never leave me. I went to the police. I told them everything, the asylum, the creatures, Caden. At first they treated me like I was delusional, possibly high, but fear lent my story a ragged sort of authenticity. When I described the basement, the machinery, a flicker of recognition crossed the sergeant's face. "Wait, Briarwood Asylum," he said, an edge to his voice that wasn't there before. "There's a file." He disappeared into the back of the station and returned with a worn, bulging folder marked Briarwood Project, classified. Inside were yellowed documents, experiment logs, photos, and they confirmed my worst fears. Decades ago, Briarwood hadn't just been an asylum. It was a secret government research facility. They were working on a kind of regenerative serum, but the results had been unstable. The project and the patients had been buried. Until now. With the evidence backing my story, a full-scale operation descended on the asylum. The local force was joined by hazmat teams, military units, the works. I was both vindicated and sickened all at once. I told myself that Caden's disappearance wouldn't be in vain, that whatever evil had festered at Briarwood would finally be stopped. The news reports trickled out over the following weeks. They found the vault, the machinery, just like I had described. And the creatures? They eradicated them, put them down like the dangerous mutated animals they'd become. The whole site was quarantined, then burned to the ground with every scrap of evidence carted away into the shadowy world of government secrecy. In the years that followed, I tried to reclaim some semblance of a normal life, but normal felt hollow. Sleep was plagued by nightmares, and I saw the creatures' clicking forms in every flicker of shadow, heard their hisses in the wind. The price of our youthful adventure had been paid in full. Caden was never found. His parents put up those missing person flyers I mentioned at the beginning of this story. Every time I saw his face smiling out at me from a store window or a telephone pole, my gut twisted with guilt and grief. I've spent countless hours wondering what happened to him. Was he transformed into one of those things? Did he manage to escape somehow, only to be caught up in the government's cleanup operation? Or is he still down there, trapped in some hidden corner of the asylum's burnt-out shell? There's always that lingering thought in the back of my mind. What else is out there? Hidden behind crumbling asylum walls and government red tape, what other horrors lurk in the forgotten corners of the world, waiting for a curious kid with a sense of adventure and a lockpick to set them free? I don't go exploring abandoned places anymore. The thrill is gone, replaced by a bone-deep terror of what might be hiding in the shadows. But sometimes, on sleepless nights when the moon is full and the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself drawn to my computer, scrolling through those same paranormal forums that led us to Briarwood. I tell myself I'm looking for closure, for some hint of what really happened that night, but deep down I know the truth. I'm searching for Caden, and I'm terrified of what I might find. So the next time you see a missing person flyer, take a moment, really look at the face staring back at you, and remember that behind every one of those flyers is a story that might be far stranger and more terrifying than you could ever imagine. As for me, I'll keep searching, for Caden, for answers, for some way to make peace with the horrors we uncovered. But mostly I'll be watching, because now I know the truth. The monsters are real and they're closer than we think. This all went down in 2001 up in northern Maine near Baxter State Park. I'm Penobscot and I've spent most of my life up in these woods. My family runs a small guide service taking folks hunting and fishing, showing them the beauty of the place. These forests, they're like an old friend, one that'll help you survive as long as you respect it. This story didn't start with anything strange, just a job that sounded like it might put a good stack of cash in my pocket. The call came on a Tuesday evening in October, when the leaves were just starting to turn, and the air had that bite that warned of winter coming fast. The voice on the other end was smooth, educated, the kind of voice that belonged to someone who'd never worried about money a day in his life. "Mr. Greyhawk, I understand you offer specialized hunting expeditions. We're looking for something unique. Game that most people never get to see." I'd heard this before. City folks who watched too much Discovery Channel and thought they were ready for the real wilderness. But the man on the phone, Brad Morrison, he said his name was offering $3,000 for a 4-day expedition. That was more than I usually made in 2 months. "What kind of game you looking for?" I asked, already knowing I'd take the job regardless. "Well, we've done the usual. Deer, elk, even bear down in Pennsylvania. We want something that'll give us stories to tell. Something challenging. In my experience, people who talked like that usually had no idea what they were asking for. But $3,000 was $3,000 and winter was coming. My truck needed new tires, and my mother's medical bills weren't getting any smaller. Some rich folks from out of state wanted to go deep into the park for game they'd never seen before. Made me laugh. They probably expected to bag a trophy moose without getting their hands dirty. But hey, it was decent money, and I figured if they'd gotten this far, they could handle a couple days off the grid. The reality hit me when I met them at the parking area of the last gas station before the park entrance. There were 4 of them, and they looked like they'd stepped out of an outdoor gear catalog. Everything was brand new, from their hiking boots to their matching North Face jackets. The kind of gear that cost more than most people made in a month. Brad was exactly what I'd expected from his voice. Tall, well-groomed, with the kind of confidence that came from never having to doubt whether you belonged somewhere. He had the build of someone who spent time in expensive gyms, not splitting wood or hauling gear through rough terrain. His handshake was firm but soft, no calluses. Tess, his girlfriend, was busy taking pictures of everything with a camera that probably cost more than my monthly income. She had that polished look of someone who spent serious time on her appearance even for a wilderness trip. Her idea of roughing it was probably a hotel without room service. Then there were the brothers, Sam and Cole. They looked enough alike that I could tell they were related, but their personalities couldn't have been more different. Sam was quieter, thoughtful, the kind of guy who might actually listen when you explained something. Cole was pure energy and competition, already talking about what kind of trophy he was going to take home. "So what exactly are we hunting out there?" Cole asked, hefting his expensive day pack like it weighed nothing. "Depends on what we find," I said. "Moose, possibly bear if we're lucky. Maybe some good-sized deer." "Bear?" Tess looked up from her camera with sudden interest. "Is that safe?" I almost laughed. "Ma'am, nothing about being 20 miles from the nearest road is completely safe. That's why you hired me." What struck me most was when I asked about firearms. All 4 of them just looked at each other and shrugged. "That's what we're paying you for," Sam said, half laughing. "This kind of attitude, it spells trouble." I'd guided hunters who brought enough firepower to outfit a small militia, and I'd guided fishermen who were happy with whatever the lake decided to give them. But hunters who didn't bring their own weapons? That was a first. It meant they either had no idea what they were doing, or they expected me to do all the actual work while they posed for pictures. But I kept quiet, figuring I'd have enough work on my hands keeping them from getting lost. $3,000 bought a lot of patience. We spent the rest of that afternoon going over gear and basic safety protocols. I made them pack and repack their backpacks 3 times until they could do it without leaving essential items behind. I showed them how to use the GPS units I'd brought as backup, how to signal for help, and what to do if they got separated from the group. The most important thing, I told them as we stood around my truck in the parking lot, is to never, ever wander off alone. These woods are bigger than you think, and they're not forgiving to people who don't know them. Cole laughed. "Come on, how hard can it be? It's just trees and rocks." I looked at him for a long moment. "Mr. Morrison, I've been in these woods my whole life and they still surprise me. Respect them and they might let you go home with a good story. Don't and you might not go home at all." The humor drained from his face and I saw a flicker of something that might have been understanding, or fear. Either one was better than the cocky attitude. We drove as far as the access road would take us, about 15 miles into the park, where I had an arrangement with the rangers to leave vehicles for extended expeditions. From there, it would be boots and backpacks for the next 4 days. As I locked up the truck and shouldered my pack, I caught myself scanning the tree line out of habit. The forest was quiet in that way it gets in late afternoon, when the day animals have settled down and the night hunters haven't started moving yet. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. I had no way of knowing that in 3 days only one of us would make it back to this parking spot. We set out the next morning under a low gray sky that promised drizzle but held off for now. The forest was damp and smelled of pine and wet earth, the kind of smell that digs right into your bones and settles there. The first few hours went smoothly enough. My clients were in better shape than I'd expected, and they managed to keep pace without too much complaining. Tess kept stopping to take pictures, but at least she was quick about it. Sam asked good questions about tracking and animal behavior. Even Cole seemed to be taking things seriously now that we were actually in the wilderness. The trail we followed wasn't really a trail at all, just the path of least resistance through the trees. I'd been this way before years ago, but not recently. The forest changes, trees fall, streams shift course, and what looks like solid ground one year can be swamped the next. That's why you always have to pay attention. Always be reading the signs. About 3 hours in, we came to a small river, maybe 20 feet across and knee-deep at the crossing point I'd used before. The water was clear and cold, running fast enough to make a pleasant sound over the rocks. Perfect spot for a break. "This is beautiful," Tess said, immediately pulling out her camera. "The light on the water is perfect." While she composed her shots, I walked along the bank looking for the best crossing spot. The water level was lower than I remembered, probably because we hadn't had much rain in the past month. That was good, easier crossing, less chance of someone slipping and soaking their gear. That's when I noticed something strange. There were deep, wide prints in the mud on the bank, bigger than any moose or bear I'd ever seen. They looked like claw marks, but they were spaced too far apart for any animal I could think of. I knelt down to get a better look. The prints were fresh, maybe a day old at most. Each one was about the size of my outstretched hand, with 5 distinct claw marks that dug deep into the soft earth. The stride length was what really caught my attention. Whoever made these prints had been moving fast, covering ground in leaps rather than steps. Find something interesting? Sam had wandered over while I was examining the tracks. I kept my voice casual. Just some old bear sign. Nothing to worry about, but even as I said it, I knew these weren't bear tracks. Bears had 4 claws, not 5, and no bear I'd ever encountered had a stride this long. These prints belonged to something else entirely. I kept that observation to myself, though, not wanting to spook the crew on their first day. Part of being a good guide is knowing when to share information and when to keep your mouth shut. Panic doesn't help anyone in the wilderness, and these city folks were jumpy enough already. We crossed the river without incident, though Cole managed to slip on a wet rock and soak one boot. I made him change into dry socks immediately. Wet feet in cold weather could lead to frostbite or worse. By the time we found a good spot to set up camp that night, a light rain had started to fall, just enough to make everything slick. The campsite was a small clearing about 100 yards from the river, sheltered by tall pines that would provide some protection from the weather. I'd camped here before and knew it was defensible. Clear lines of sight in all directions, high ground that wouldn't flood if the rain got worse, and good access to water. I gave the group a crash course in basic survival. How to secure the food so it wouldn't attract animals, how to set up a tarp to stay dry, and what to do if they got separated from the group. Most important thing is not to panic, I told them as we sat around a small fire I'd built in a ring of stones. If you get lost, stay put and make noise. I'll find you, but if you start wandering around in the dark, you'll just get more lost. I didn't mention the prints by the river, but I kept my rifle loaded and within reach. Old habits from a lifetime in the woods. Better to be prepared for trouble you don't expect than caught off guard by something you should have seen coming. That first night was peaceful enough. Tess kept her phone out trying to get a signal to post some authentic camping content, while Sam and Cole argued over who could get the fire going faster. The sound of their voices and laughter should have been comforting, but something kept nagging at me. A feeling like we were being watched. I'd felt it before, that sensation of eyes on you when you're alone in the woods, Usually it was just a deer or a raccoon, curious about the strange smells and sounds humans brought with them. But this felt different, more focused, more intelligent. By the time we all turned in, I almost forgot about the tracks by the river. Almost. I woke up in the middle of the night, not to a noise, but to the sudden absence of sound. It was as if the forest had gone mute. No rustle of leaves in the wind, no call of night birds, no scurrying of small animals through the underbrush, just dead silence. The hairs on my neck stood up and I knew something was off. In 30 years of camping in these woods, I'd never experienced quiet this complete. Even in the deepest winter, there were always sounds. Branches creaking, snow settling, the distant call of an owl. This was different. This was the kind of silence that meant every living thing in the area had found somewhere else to be. I slipped out of my sleeping bag as quietly as I could and reached for my rifle. The metal was cold against my hands and I could feel my heartbeat picking up as I eased the tent zipper down inch by inch. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the air was thick with mist that made it hard to see more than a few feet in any direction. I slipped out of my tent, rifle in hand, and scanned the dark forest. The fire had burned down to glowing coals that provided just enough light to see the other tents. Everything looked normal, but that feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. A faint, sickly sweet smell drifted on the breeze like something rotting. It was subtle at first, just a hint of decay mixed with the clean scent of rain-washed pine. But as I stood there in the mist, it grew stronger, more distinct. It smelled like death. I'd smelled it before when I'd found deer that had been killed by coyotes or bears and left to rot in the summer heat. But this was different, fresher, but somehow more wrong. Like whatever had died hadn't died naturally. My gut told me to get everyone moving by sunrise. Whatever had made those tracks by the river was still in the area, and the silence told me it was close. Very close. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the dying fire, rifle across my knees, watching the tree line for any sign of movement. The mist made everything look like shadows, and more than once I caught myself aiming at what turned out to be a low-hanging branch or a rock formation. When dawn finally came, gray and cold, I was exhausted but alert. The others started stirring around 6, grumbling about the dampness and the cold. I started coffee and began breaking down my gear, eager to get moving. "Sleep well?" Sam asked as he emerged from his tent, hair sticking up in all directions. "Like a baby," I lied. "How about you folks? Ready for some serious hunting today?" But even as I tried to maintain a cheerful facade, that smell lingered in the air. And when I looked toward the tree line where it seemed strongest, I could swear I saw something move among the shadows, something that didn't belong in these woods. At dawn, as I packed up, Tess was gone. I noticed it when I went to wake everyone for coffee. 3 tents when there should have been 4. Tess's bright blue tent was empty, her sleeping bag cold to the touch. Her backpack was still there, her expensive camera sitting on top of her personal items, but she was nowhere to be seen. "Tess?" Brad called out when I told him. His voice echoed through the trees, but there was no answer. "Tess." The guys thought she'd wandered off to find a spot to take pictures, but I knew better. Nobody in their right mind wandered away from camp before dawn in unfamiliar woods. Not alone, not without telling anyone. She probably just went to find some privacy, Cole suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. You know, morning routine and all that. I was already checking the ground around her tent for tracks. The soft earth held footprints well, and I could see where her boots had headed toward the edge of the clearing. The prints were clear for about 20 feet, then they just stopped. Not like she'd stepped onto harder ground where tracks wouldn't show. They just ended, as if she'd vanished into thin air. But the ground around that last print was disturbed, scuffed up like there had been some kind of struggle. "We need to find her," Brad said, and I could hear the panic starting to creep into his voice. She could be hurt or lost or... "We'll find her," I said, trying to project more confidence than I felt. "But we do this smart. We stay together, we mark our path, and we search in a grid pattern." We split up into 2 groups, Brad and Cole heading north toward higher ground, Sam and me working our way south toward the river. I had the GPS and the radio, and we agreed to check in every 30 minutes. The forest seemed different in daylight, less threatening but somehow more alien. The mist was burning off, revealing the stark beauty of autumn in northern Maine. Maples blazed red and gold against the deep green of the pines, and normally I would have stopped to appreciate it. But today all I could think about was Tess and those tracks by the river and that sickly sweet smell that still seemed to linger in the air. "You think she's okay?" Sam asked as we worked our way through a stand of birch trees, their white bark stark against the colorful undergrowth. "I'm sure she's fine," I said, but the lie tasted bitter. I'd been guiding in these woods for 15 years, and I'd never had someone just disappear like this. People got lost, sure. They wandered off and got turned around. But they left tracks, they left signs. They didn't just vanish. We called her name every few minutes, stopping to listen for a response. The forest was alive with normal sounds now. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, the distant sound of water running over rocks. But no human voice answered our calls. An hour passed, then another. We met back up with Brad and Cole at the agreed-upon rendezvous point, a distinctive rock formation that was easy to spot from a distance. They hadn't found anything either, just more empty forest. "This is insane," Brad said, running his hands through his hair. "People don't just disappear. There has to be some explanation." That's when we found her backpack. It was near the edge of a steep ravine, about a quarter-mile from our campsite. The pack was sitting upright against a tree, as if someone had carefully placed it there. None of the contents had been disturbed. Her water bottle was still clipped to the side, her rain jacket still stuffed in the top compartment, but there was no sign of Tess herself. "She must have fallen," Cole said, peering over the edge of the ravine. It was maybe 30 feet deep, with loose rocks and scrub brush clinging to the sides. "Maybe she's down there, hurt, unable to call for help." I rappelled down using rope from my pack, but the bottom of the ravine was empty, except for some old fallen logs and a trickle of water. No body, no blood, no sign that anyone had ever been there. By the time I climbed back up, the guys were starting to panic. Brad was pacing back and forth, muttering about calling for help. Cole was checking his phone every few seconds, even though we both knew there was no signal this far into the wilderness. "We need to get back to civilization," I decided. "Report this to the rangers, get a proper search team out here." I decided it was time to break camp and head back. The fun was over and we all knew it. Whatever had happened to Tess, we weren't equipped to handle it on our own. As we trekked toward the main trail, Sam began to act strange. He kept looking around, muttering under his breath like he was seeing things that weren't there. At one point he stopped dead in his tracks and stared at something in the distance. "What is it?" I asked, following his gaze. I saw nothing but trees and shadows, the normal play of light and dark that filled any forest. "I thought I saw—" He shook his head. "Never mind. Just thought I saw something moving out there." His face was pale and he wouldn't tell us what he'd seen. But I noticed he kept his hand on the bear spray I'd given him, and he kept glancing over his shoulder as we walked. The trail back to civilization should have been straightforward, a 6-hour hike through familiar territory to the access road where we'd left my truck. But about an hour into our trek, we stumbled upon something that made all of us stop dead in our tracks. Not more than an hour from where we'd camped, we found a heap of something near the trail. It was the half-eaten carcass of a deer, its torso ripped open as if something had feasted on it and left the rest for later. But this wasn't the clean work of wolves or coyotes. The deer had been torn apart with brutal efficiency. Its rib cage cracked open like someone had used a can opener. The meat had been stripped from the bones in long, deliberate tears, and the organs were scattered in a rough circle around the carcass. Sam gagged and Cole swore, backing up into a tree. Even I had to fight down the urge to vomit. I'd seen animal kills before, but nothing like this. This looked less like feeding and more like experimentation. I scanned the ground looking for tracks, and sure enough, those same wide, deep claw marks were there, surrounding the carcass like the creature had circled its prey before attacking. But there were other marks too, long gouges in the earth that suggested the deer had been dragged here from somewhere else. The fear hit me then, sharp and clear. I'd hunted in these woods my whole life, but I'd never seen anything that could tear a deer apart like that and leave the leftovers lying around. Whatever it wasn't hunting to eat. It was hunting to kill. What could do something like that? Brad asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't answer because I didn't have an answer. Bears were powerful enough to kill a deer, but they didn't waste meat like this. Mountain lions were efficient killers, but they didn't have claws big enough to make those marks in the ground. And wolves hunted in packs, taking what they needed and leaving the rest for scavengers. This was something else entirely. "We need to keep moving," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Whatever did this might still be in the area. We moved quickly after that, but the forest felt like it was closing in on us. The trees seemed to huddle together, casting shadows that made the daylight feel thin and weak. Every snap of a twig or rustle of a branch made us jump, and I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder. The normal sounds of the forest, bird calls, rustling leaves, the distant chatter of squirrels, seemed muted now, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Even the wind felt different, carrying scents that didn't belong. That sweet rotting smell I'd noticed the night before, now stronger and more persistent. It was Cole who cracked first. We'd been walking for maybe 2 hours when he suddenly stopped, head cocked like he was listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice tight with stress. We all stopped, straining to listen. The forest was quiet except for the usual background noise, wind in the branches, the distant sound of running water. "I don't hear anything," Sam said. But Cole was already shaking his head. "No, listen. Someone's calling. It's Tess. She's calling for help." I listened harder, but all I heard was the wind. "Cole, there's nobody there," he said, pointing toward a thick stand of pines to our left. "She's over there. She's hurt." And before any of us could stop him, he was crashing through the underbrush, shouting Tess's name at the top of his lungs. "Cole, wait." I called after him, but he was already disappearing into the trees. Brad went after him, leaving Sam and me alone on the trail. I should have kept us all together, should have made them stay put, but the panic was contagious now. In the space of 24 hours, we'd gone from a simple hunting expedition to a search and rescue operation. It was only a few minutes before we heard them screaming. I ran toward the sound, rifle ready, and Sam stumbled behind me, breathing heavily. The screaming came from deeper in the woods, where the pine trees grew so thick that almost no sunlight reached the ground. It was the kind of place where sound got swallowed up and directions became meaningless. When we reached them, I froze. Brad was on his back, blood soaking his shirt, his face twisted in a frozen scream. His eyes were wide open, staring at nothing, and his mouth was locked in that final expression of terror. But it was the way he'd been killed that made my blood run cold. 3 parallel gashes ran from his collarbone to his stomach, too deep and too clean to have been made by any animal claw I knew. His chest had been opened up like he was being prepared for surgery, with surgical precision but savage brutality. There was too much blood, spread in patterns that suggested he'd been moved after the killing. Cole was nowhere to be seen, but the trees were smeared with something dark and wet, a path of broken branches leading deeper into the woods, like something large had dragged him away. The trail was easy to follow. Whatever had taken Cole wasn't trying to hide its tracks. Sam was already bolting back toward the trail before I could say anything. I didn't stop him. Cowardly or not, he had the right idea. We were out of our depth here, facing something that none of us understood. I followed him, keeping an eye on the trail behind us, rifle up, heart hammering in my chest. Every shadow looked like a threat now, every sound like an approaching predator. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find logical explanations. Maybe a bear, maybe wolves, maybe some kind of accident. But the evidence didn't support any of those theories. This was something else. Something that killed for reasons I couldn't understand. By the time we caught up to Sam, he was crouched over his backpack near where we'd found the deer carcass, talking to himself. His words didn't make sense. Something about shadows and eyes watching from the trees. Something about things that shouldn't exist. "Sam," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We need to keep moving. We need to get out of here." He looked up at me with wild eyes. "You saw it too, didn't you?" Back there in the trees, it was watching us. I hadn't seen anything, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. "I need you to pull it together," I told him, grabbing him by the shoulders. "We're getting out of here, but I need you to stay focused." He nodded, but I could see he was barely holding it together. The confident businessman who'd arrived yesterday was gone, replaced by someone who'd seen too much and understood too little. We heard a snap from the tree line. Something was moving. The steps were heavy and slow, deliberate, like whatever was making them wanted us to know it was there. Like it was daring us to look. I turned and caught a glimpse of it through the trees, a hulking, twisted shape, low to the ground, with limbs too long and thin for any animal I'd seen. It moved like a wolf, but its shoulders jutted up and down in a way that didn't make sense, as if they were hinged wrong. The proportions were all off, like someone had taken the parts of different animals and stuck them together without regard for how they were supposed to fit. And that smell, that sweet rot I'd been catching hints of since yesterday, hit us like a wave. It was the smell of death, but not just death. Decay, corruption. Something that had been dead for a long time but was still moving. I didn't wait to get a better look. I fired a shot, hoping to scare it off, the sound echoing through the trees like thunder. For a second the creature stopped, tilting its head as if sizing me up. In that moment I got a clear look at its face. It wasn't the face of any animal I'd ever seen. The eyes were too intelligent, too calculating. They held a kind of malevolent awareness that made my skin crawl. This thing knew exactly what it was doing, and it was enjoying it. Then it lunged forward, covering more ground in one leap than any bear or mountain lion could. I grabbed Sam by the arm and yanked him toward the river, hoping the water would give us some kind of barrier. "Run!" I shouted, but Sam was already moving, crashing through the underbrush with the kind of desperate energy that only comes from pure terror. We scrambled down the bank, slipping on the rocks, but the creature was faster. It hit Sam first, moving with liquid grace that shouldn't have been possible for something that size. Its jaws closed around his leg with a crunch that echoed over the river, the sound of bones breaking. Sam screamed, a sound I'll never forget. It was the sound of someone who knew they were about to die and couldn't do anything to stop it. I raised my rifle, but Sam and the creature were too close together. One wrong shot and I'd hit him instead of it. He screamed again, and I knew I couldn't save him, not without getting both of us killed. The creature was already dragging him back up the bank, moving with terrifying efficiency. I had maybe 5 seconds before it came back for me. I ran, hearing Sam's screams echo through the forest as I splashed through the shallows. The water felt cold, numbing, and every step felt like I was moving through quicksand. Behind me, the screaming stopped abruptly, cut off in a way that told me everything I needed to know about Sam's fate. When I dared to look back, the creature was dragging Sam's limp body back up the bank, its head swiveling toward me as if it knew I was next. Those intelligent eyes met mine across the water, and I saw something that chilled me to the bone. It was smiling. Not the way humans smile, but the way a predator smiles when it knows the hunt is almost over. Like it was savoring the moment, drawing out the experience for its own enjoyment. By some miracle, I reached the other side and scrambled up the bank. I didn't stop running until my lungs felt like they were going to burst and my legs were shaking with exhaustion. The trees thinned out ahead of me, and I could see the dirt road that led to the ranger station. I burst through the tree line like a man possessed, gasping for breath and barely able to stand. The road was empty, but I could see the ranger station about a mile away, a small brown building that looked like the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I didn't stop running until I hit the front door. I burst inside the ranger station panting, barely able to string together a coherent sentence. The ranger on duty, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and steady hands, took one look at me and knew something terrible had happened. "Sir, you need to sit down," she said, guiding me to a chair. "What's your name? Are you injured?" "Elias Greyhawk," I managed to gasp out. "Guide service. 4 clients. They're dead. Something in the woods. Something killed them." She handed me a cup of water and got on the radio immediately, calling for backup and a search team. Her questions were professional, methodical. How many people? Where did this happen? What kind of injuries? But how do you explain something you don't understand yourself? How do you tell trained professionals that you saw something that shouldn't exist? "It wasn't a bear," I kept saying. "It wasn't anything natural." They understood enough to send a team out. Within 2 hours, there were rangers, state police, and even a helicopter sweeping the area where we'd been camping. They found pieces of our camp, bits of torn fabric, shattered gear, and bloodstains that trailed into the woods like breadcrumbs. Brad's body was recovered first, exactly where I'd left him, his face still frozen in that final expression of terror. The medical examiner would later describe his wounds as inconsistent with known animal attack patterns. But that was as far as official reports were willing to go. Sam's body was never recovered, nor was Tessa's. The search teams found more blood, more tracks, more signs of violence, but no remains. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed them up. Cole's body was found 3 days later, about 2 miles from where I'd last seen him. What was left of him was buried under a pile of leaves not far from the river, but he was barely recognizable. The same surgical precision that had killed Brad, but with even more time taken, more care. Like whatever did it was learning, experimenting, getting better at its work. The authorities chalked it up to a bear attack, despite the evidence that pointed to something else entirely. Bears were a known quantity, something they could put in their reports and file away. What I'd seen didn't fit into their world, so they ignored it. But I knew better. What I saw that day wasn't any animal we knew about. I spent weeks trying to understand what had happened, reading everything I could find about animal attacks, about predator behavior, about anything that might explain those tracks and that smell and those 2 intelligent eyes. The official reports were useless, full of bureaucratic language that danced around the truth without ever acknowledging it. So I did some digging on my own. I talked to other guides, to old-timers who'd spent their whole lives in these woods. I visited tribal elders who remembered stories their grandparents had told them. I searched through historical records and newspaper archives, looking for any pattern, any explanation. That's when I found the other stories. Going back more than a century, there were reports of disappearances in the northern Maine woods. Hunters and trappers who went into the forest and never came out. Search parties that found evidence of violence but no bodies. Survivors who spoke of something in the woods that defied explanation. The stories were scattered across decades, filed away in different jurisdictions, written off as accidents or animal attacks or simply unsolved mysteries. But when you put them together, a pattern emerged. Every few years, something would come down from the deep woods and hunt humans for sport. The older Penobscot stories were even more specific. They had a name for it. Chenoo, a cannibalistic creature that had once been human but had lost its humanity through acts of violence and consumption of human flesh. But over time, the stories had changed, evolved, become more specific. The elders I talked to had a different name, one that made my blood run cold when I first heard it. Sele, the silent stalker. It's not an animal, old Joseph Panawa told me when I visited him at his home on the reservation. He was 93 years old, one of the last speakers of the old language, and his eyes held the weight of stories passed down through generations. My grandfather saw it once, during the winter of 1924. Tracked a hunting party for 3 days before it struck. Killed them one by one, but not for food, for sport, for the pleasure of the hunt. He leaned forward in his chair, his voice dropping to a whisper. It learns, you see. Each kill teaches it something new about how we think, how we react, how we fear. It's not just hunting our bodies, it's hunting our minds. What is it? I asked. Joseph was quiet for a long time, staring out the window at the forest that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Something that was human once, maybe. Something that crossed a line it shouldn't have crossed and can't find its way back. The old stories say it lives in the deepest parts of the forest where no human foot has ever stepped. But every few years it gets hungry. Not for meat, for the hunt itself. How do you stop something like that? He looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. You don't stop it. You survive it if you're lucky. You respect the forest, you listen to the warnings, and you never ever hunt alone in the deep woods. The official investigation was closed after 6 months. 3 deaths attributed to animal attack. 2 missing persons presumed dead. Case files stored away in bureaucratic filing cabinets, forgotten by everyone except the families of the victims. But I couldn't forget. Every time I went into the woods after that, and I did go back, because guiding was my livelihood and the forest was my home, I felt those eyes watching me. Not every time, not in every part of the woods, but in the deep places. The old places where human footprints were rare and the trees grew thick enough to block out the sun. I changed how I worked after that. No more deep wilderness expeditions, no more multi-day camping trips in remote areas. I stuck to day trips, established trails, places where cell phones worked and help was never more than a few hours away. Other guides thought I'd lost my nerve, and maybe I had. But I was alive, which was more than I could say for Brad and Tess and Sam and Cole. Sometimes, on still nights when the wind was just right, I could swear I heard something moving in the forest beyond my house. Something large and patient, watching and waiting. The old-timer said the sail never forgot a scent. never gave up on prey that had escaped. I kept my rifle loaded and my doors locked. But I knew that if it really wanted me, those precautions wouldn't matter. The only thing that kept me alive was distance, staying out of the deep woods, staying where human civilization was strong enough to hold the darkness at bay. The forest remembers everything. Every footstep, every death, every moment of terror. And somewhere in its deepest heart, in places where maps don't go and GPS signals don't reach, something waits with the patience of centuries and the hunger of the damned. The sail is still out there, still hunting, still learning, and still waiting for the next group of hunters who think they're the predators in these ancient woods. They're wrong. They always are. This happened to me on June 19, 2008, outside a little town called Willow Creek, nestled in the vast Trinity Alps of Northern California. I've been a deputy for Humboldt County Sheriff's Department for just over 5 years, mostly dealing with low-level stuff, bar brawls, traffic stops, that kind of thing. People around here like quiet lives. Some grow a little weed on the side, but it's mostly a live and let live situation. My name's Doug Carter. The morning started like any other in our sleepy corner of Northern California. The marine layer hung low over the redwoods, creating an almost ethereal mist that clung to the forest canopy, like something from a dream. I'd grown up here, knew these woods like the back of my hand, and had always found comfort in their ancient silence. That morning, I had no idea how dramatically that relationship would change. My shift started slow, as most did. I grabbed my usual coffee from Myrtle's Diner on Main Street, the ceramic mug warm against my palm as I settled into the familiar ritual of small-town morning gossip. Myrtle herself emerged from behind the counter, her gray hair pulled back in the same practical bun she'd worn for decades. She was a staple around these parts, been slinging pancakes and refilling coffee cups for as long as I could remember. "Morning, Doug," she said, already reaching for the coffee pot. "You hear about the Henderson boy getting into Berkeley?" His mama's beside herself with pride. This morning, like every other, she updated me on all the local gossip while I nursed my coffee and tried to wake up fully. Who's getting divorced? Who's having a baby? Standard small-town fare that usually went in one ear and out the other. But there was something comforting about the routine, the predictability of it all. The biggest excitement we usually saw was teenagers drinking beer at the old quarry or the occasional domestic dispute that required more talking than arresting. The radio on my belt crackled to life just after 11 o'clock, cutting through Myrtle's commentary about Mrs. Patterson's new rose garden. Dispatch's voice was crisp and professional, but I caught the underlying tension that came with something more serious than a noise complaint. Unit 47, we have a missing person report. Group of college students camping up near Horse Linto Creek Trail. One didn't return to camp last night. I felt my stomach tighten slightly. Missing persons in the wilderness were serious business, especially when the missing person was young and potentially inexperienced with the terrain. The Trinity Alps might look beautiful on postcards, but they could be deadly to those who underestimated them. "Copy that, dispatch. 8 to 20 minutes, I responded, already standing and leaving money on the counter for Myrtle. The drive up Highway 299 toward the trailhead gave me time to think about what we might be dealing with. Lost hikers weren't rare occurrences in our county. The area around Horse Linto Creek Trail was particularly challenging, with dense redwood forests, steep climbs, and enough unmarked paths to confuse even experienced hikers. Most of the time we found people within a few hours, dehydrated and embarrassed but otherwise fine. But something about this call felt different. Maybe it was the timing. Who goes missing at night in terrain like that? Or maybe it was the way dispatch had sounded, like there was more to the story than they were letting on over the radio. The trailhead parking area came into view as I rounded a bend in the mountain road. 2 other county vehicles were already there, and I felt a mixture of relief and apprehension. Backup was good, but their presence confirmed this wasn't going to be a simple matter of calling out until someone answered. I loaded up the cruiser with additional supplies. First aid kit, water bottles, emergency blankets, and some basic survival gear. The morning mist was starting to burn off, but the temperature in the deep forest would remain cool even as the day heated up. If we found our missing person injured or hypothermic, we'd need to be prepared. Jackson was waiting for me at the trail entrance, his seasoned frame leaning against his patrol car, while he studied a topographic map. He was a veteran with over 15 years on the force, distinguished by his bushy mustache and booming voice that could either comfort a victim or intimidate a suspect, depending on the situation. Beside him stood Morales, our newest addition to the department, fresh out of the academy with the eager energy of someone who still believed every call might be the one that mattered. "What do we know?" I asked, checking my gear one final time. Jackson's expression was grim as he folded the map. "College kids from UC Davis here for a long weekend camping trip. 4 of them total. The missing girl, Sarah Martinez, 21 years old, went off by herself yesterday evening around 6. Said she wanted to get some photos of the sunset from higher up the ridge. When did they realize she was gone? This morning around 8. They figured she'd come back after dark and was sleeping in, but when they went to wake her up..." Jackson shrugged. "Empty tent," Morales chimed in, consulting his notebook with the thoroughness of someone still proving himself. "No cell service up here, so they hiked back down to the road and flagged down a park ranger around 9:30. Ranger called us." I nodded, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. 21 years old. Someone's daughter, probably someone's girlfriend. The longer she was out there, the more dangerous the situation became. The 3 college students who remained were huddled around a smoldering campfire about a quarter-mile up the trail, their faces streaked with tears, exhaustion, and what looked like sleepless worry. They had the rumpled appearance of people who'd spent the night awake, probably calling their friend's name into the darkness and jumping at every sound the forest made in response. The one who seemed to be taking charge was a tall, lanky guy named Brian. His hands moved constantly as he talked, gesturing wildly while describing Sarah's disappearance for what was probably the 20th time. He was frantic, his voice cracking with guilt and fear. "She just wanted better light for her photography," he said, running his hands through his already disheveled hair. "Sarah's really into that stuff, you know? Always looking for the perfect shot. We were setting up camp and she said she'd be back before dark. His girlfriend, a petite blonde whose name I learned was Jennifer, sat clutching Sarah's abandoned backpack against her chest like a lifeline. Tears had carved clean tracks through the dirt on her cheeks, and she rocked slightly as she stared into the dying embers of their fire. "We should have gone with her," Jennifer whispered. "We should have made her wait until morning." The third member of their group, a quiet guy named Marcus, hadn't said much of anything. He sat apart from the others, staring up at the ridge where Sarah had disappeared as if he could will her to reappear through sheer concentration. I knelt down beside the group, keeping my voice calm and professional. "We're going to find her, but I need you to tell me exactly where she was headed. Did she mention any specific viewpoint or landmark?" Brian pointed toward the steep slope that rose above their campsite. "She went up that way, following what looked like a deer path. Said there was supposed to be a good overlook about half a mile up where you can see the whole valley." I followed his gesture with my eyes, taking in the terrain. The area where Sarah had vanished was challenging but not impossible. Trees grew close together, their massive trunks creating a maze of shadows even in daylight. Sunlight barely filtered through the dense canopy, creating an environment where it would be easy to become disoriented, especially as evening approached. "Has anyone heard from her at all since yesterday? Any sounds, calls for help, anything?" The 3 friends exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Jennifer spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. "We called for her all night. Took turns walking up the trail with flashlights, but..." She trailed off, clutching the backpack tighter. Jackson approached our group after conducting his own survey of the area. "I've radioed for additional units in search and rescue, but they won't be here for at least 2 hours. We need to get started now." I stood, checking my radio and adjusting my duty belt. "All right, here's what we're going to do. You 3 need to stay here at camp. If Sarah comes back on her own, someone needs to be here, and we need a central location for coordination. Jackson, Morales, and I will start a grid search up the slope." "I want to help," Brian said, standing quickly. "I know these trails, and I know Sarah. I can..." "The best way you can help is by staying put," I interrupted firmly but kindly. "We're trained for this, and the last thing we need is another missing person." Jackson was already spreading out the topographic map on a flat rock near the fire. "Standard search pattern," he announced, tracing lines with his finger. "We'll spread out about 50 yards apart and work our way up the slope. Stay in radio contact every 15 minutes, and if anybody finds anything at all, call it in immediately." I could see the logic in his approach, but something about the terrain made me uneasy. The forest was dense enough that 50 yards might as well be 50 miles once you lost sight of each other. And if Sarah had gotten into real trouble, injured, trapped, or worse, she might not be able to respond to our calls even if we passed close by. Morales looked nervous but determined as he checked his equipment one final time. This was probably the most serious call he'd responded to since joining the department, and I could see him running through his training in his head, trying to remember everything he'd learned about wilderness search and rescue. "Remember," Jackson added, "watch your footing. These slopes can be tricky and the ground's still damp from the marine layer. A twisted ankle won't help anybody." As we prepared to enter the forest, I took one last look at the 3 college students around their campfire. They looked so young, so vulnerable, sitting there in their outdoor gear that was probably bought specifically for this trip. This was supposed to be an adventure, a fun getaway before summer classes or internships. Instead, it had become a nightmare that would probably haunt them for the rest of their lives, regardless of how things turned out. The forest seemed to swallow us as soon as we left the established trail. The temperature dropped noticeably under the canopy, and the quality of light changed from the warm morning sun to something cooler and more diffuse. Our footsteps were muffled by layers of fallen needles and decomposing leaves, creating an almost unnatural quiet that made every snapped twig sound like a gunshot. I found myself thinking about Sarah as we began our ascent. What had she been thinking as she climbed this same slope yesterday evening? Had she been excited about getting the perfect photograph, or had she already begun to realize she was in over her head? At what point had adventure turned to fear, and fear to desperation? The questions followed me into the woods, unanswered and increasingly urgent with each step we took away from the safety of the established trail. Hours passed as we methodically worked our way up the steep terrain. My shirt began sticking to my skin, sweat mingling with the mosquito repellent I'd applied before entering the forest. The physical exertion of climbing while constantly scanning for any sign of Sarah was exhausting, but it was the mental strain that really wore me down. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every snapped twig, every play of shadow and light sent my heart racing, thinking it might be our missing hiker. The forest around Horselinto Creek was ancient and primeval, with redwoods that had stood for centuries creating a cathedral-like canopy high above our heads. Shafts of sunlight occasionally broke through, illuminating patches of ferns and undergrowth in an almost magical way. Under different circumstances, I might have appreciated the beauty of the place. Today, it felt oppressive and threatening, full of hidden dangers and dark possibilities. My radio crackled periodically with check-ins from Jackson and Morales. Sector 2, nothing yet. Sector 3 found an old fire ring but no recent activity. Each negative report added to my growing anxiety. Sarah had been missing for over 18 hours now. In wilderness survival situations, the first 24 hours were critical. After that, the chances of finding someone alive dropped dramatically. We found scattered evidence of human passage, a few footprints in softer soil, a broken branch at about shoulder height, some scuff marks on rocks where someone had pulled themselves up a particularly steep section. But nothing definitive, nothing that screamed Sarah was here in a way that would allow us to narrow our search. The undergrowth grew thicker as we climbed higher, forcing us to push through tangles of ferns, manzanita, and young redwood shoots. Thorns caught at my uniform, and more than once I had to stop to untangle myself from particularly aggressive vegetation. The forest seemed to be actively resisting our progress, as if it wanted to keep its secrets hidden. Around 2 o'clock, my radio squawked with Morales' voice, higher and more urgent than his previous check-ins. "I've got something over here. You guys need to see this." Jackson and I immediately changed direction, crashing through the underbrush toward Morales' last known position. I could hear him before I saw him, talking rapidly into his radio and giving landmarks to help us find him. When I finally spotted his olive-green uniform through the trees, he was standing perfectly still, staring down at something on the ground. "What is it?" Jackson called out as we approached. Morales looked up at us, his face pale beneath his tan. "Sarah's camera," he said simply. I felt my stomach drop as I looked down at what had caught Morales' attention. In a small clearing surrounded by towering redwoods, Sarah's digital camera lay in pieces. The lens was cracked, the body was dented, and the LCD screen was completely shattered. It looked like it had been deliberately destroyed rather than accidentally dropped. Jackson knelt down beside the broken equipment, careful not to disturb anything else in the immediate area. "This didn't happen from a fall," he said grimly, holding up a piece of the camera body. "Look at these impact marks. Something crushed this thing." I picked up another fragment, my fingers brushing over a dark, sticky substance that coated part of the camera's strap. The color was unmistakable, and the smell that rose from it made my mouth go dry with fear. "Blood," I said quietly, though all three of us had already reached the same conclusion. We exchanged uneasy glances, the implications of our discovery settling over us like a cold fog. Lost hikers were one thing, but this suggested something much more sinister had happened to Sarah. The camera hadn't just been dropped or damaged in a fall. It had been destroyed, violently and deliberately. Jackson stood up slowly, his hand instinctively moving to rest on the grip of his service weapon. "This changes things," he said, though we all knew that already. "We need to call for backup, get search and rescue out here immediately." But even as he reached for his radio, my eyes were already following a trail of crimson drops that led away from where the camera had been found. The blood wasn't pooled in one place like it would be from a single injury. Instead, it formed a scattered pattern leading deeper into the woods toward areas where the canopy grew so thick that even midday sun couldn't penetrate. "Look," I said, pointing toward the trail. She was moved. Or she was moving. The blood drops were small at first, just tiny specks on leaves and fallen logs. But as I followed the trail with my eyes, they grew larger and more frequent, painting a picture that made my chest tighten with dread. Whatever had happened to Sarah, it hadn't happened quickly or cleanly. Jackson was already talking into his radio, calling for additional units and medical support. His voice was calm and professional, but I could hear the underlying tension that came with knowing we were no longer dealing with a simple missing person case. This had become something else entirely, something that required more resources and expertise than 3 county deputies could provide. "Dispatch, we need search and rescue, medical support, and additional units at Horslender Creek Trail immediately. We have evidence of possible foul play involving our missing person." While Jackson coordinated with dispatch, I continued studying the blood trail. It led away from the clearing in a relatively straight line, suggesting either that Sarah had been moving under her own power, or that whatever had taken her was moving with purpose, rather than randomly. The drops were spaced about 2 to 3 feet apart, consistent with someone walking or being dragged at a normal pace. Morales had taken out his camera and was documenting the scene, photographing the destroyed equipment and the blood evidence from multiple angles. His hands were steady, but I could see the fear in his eyes. This was probably the first time he'd encountered anything like this in his brief career, and I remembered what it felt like to realize that the job you'd signed up for was more dangerous and unpredictable than any training could prepare you for. "What do you think we're dealing with here?" Morales asked quietly while Jackson continued his radio conversation. I wished I had an answer for him, but the truth was that nothing about this scene made sense. Wild animal attacks weren't unheard of in this area. We occasionally dealt with aggressive bears or mountain lions, but the destruction of the camera seemed too deliberate for an animal. At the same time, human violence in these remote areas was extremely rare. Most of the people who came up here were hikers, campers, and nature lovers, not predators looking for victims. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we need to find her, fast." Jackson finished his radio call and rejoined us, his expression grim. "Additional units are en route, but it'll be at least 45 minutes before they arrive. Search and rescue is mobilizing, but they're coming from the other side of the county." The implication was clear. If Sarah was still alive, 45 minutes might be too long to wait for help. But continuing to follow the blood trail without backup was dangerous, potentially putting more lives at risk. It was a decision that would haunt me regardless of which choice I made. I looked up at the canopy above us, noting how the light was already beginning to change as afternoon moved toward evening. In a few hours, the forest would be plunged into darkness, making any search exponentially more difficult and dangerous. If we were going to find Sarah, it had to be soon. "I'm going to follow the trail," I announced, surprising myself with the firmness in my voice. "You two wait for backup and coordinate from here." Jackson immediately shook his head. "Negative. We stick together. Whatever did this might still be out there. And if Sarah's still alive, every minute we wait could be the difference between finding her and finding a body," I countered. "Besides, the trail is fresh. If we lose it now, we might never pick it up again." The argument was sound, but I could see Jackson weighing the risks against the potential benefits. As the senior officer on scene, The decision ultimately rested with him. But I also knew him well enough to recognize the same sense of urgency I was feeling. We'd both been cops long enough to know that time was almost always the most critical factor in situations like this. Morales stepped forward, his young face set with determination. If Carter's going, I'm going with him. You can coordinate from here and guide the backup units when they arrive. Jackson looked between us for a long moment, then nodded reluctantly. All right, but you stay in radio contact every 10 minutes, and at the first sign of trouble, you call for help and get out of there. Understood? We both nodded, though I suspected Jackson knew as well as I did that radio contact might be impossible once we got deeper into the heavy forest. The terrain and vegetation could block signals, leaving us effectively on our own until we emerged or someone came looking for us. I checked my equipment one more time. Service weapon secure in its holster. Spare ammunition, first aid kit, water, and my radio. Morales did the same, though I noticed his hands were shaking slightly as he adjusted his gear. The kid was scared, which was probably the appropriate response to what we were walking into. The blood trail led away from the clearing in a generally northeast direction, toward some of the most remote and difficult terrain in the area. As we began following it, I found myself hoping that we'd find Sarah quickly, injured but alive, and that whatever had attacked her had moved on. But a growing sense of dread in my gut told me that we were walking toward something much worse than a simple rescue operation. The forest seemed to grow darker and more oppressive with each step we took away from the clearing. The blood drops became more frequent and larger, sometimes smeared across rocks or tree trunks in ways that suggested either extreme disorientation or something far more sinister. Every shadow looked like a potential threat. Every sound made me reach instinctively for my weapon. Behind me, Morales was breathing hard, not just from the physical exertion but from the stress of what we were pursuing. I found myself thinking about his family, wondering if he had a wife or girlfriend who would worry if he didn't come home that night. The thought made me more determined to keep us both safe, while still doing everything possible to find Sarah. The trail was leading us into terrain that few people ever visited, places where the forest was so dense and the terrain so difficult that even experienced hikers avoided them. It was the kind of wilderness where you could disappear completely, where search teams might never find you even if they knew exactly where to look. As the blood trail grew fresher and more pronounced, I began to realize that we were getting close to whatever we were tracking. The drops were no longer dried and brown but still red and wet, catching the filtered sunlight like tiny rubies scattered through the undergrowth. Somewhere ahead of us, in the deepest part of the forest, Sarah was waiting. Whether she was alive or dead, whether she was alone or with whatever had taken her, we were about to find out. The scent hit me first, a mixture of iron and something else. Something wild and musky that I couldn't immediately identify. It was a smell that didn't belong in these forests, at least not anything I'd encountered in my 5 years patrolling these mountains. The blood trail had grown heavier as we progressed. No longer just drops, but actual smears across tree trunks and rocks, as if someone or something had been supporting itself against them while moving. Morales was close behind me, his breathing audible in the oppressive quiet of the deep forest. We'd been following the trail for nearly an hour, moving deeper into terrain that felt increasingly alien despite my familiarity with the area. The trees here were older, larger, their massive trunks creating a maze of shadows that seemed to shift and move even when there was no wind. "Carter," Morales whispered, his voice tight with tension. "You smell that?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. The smell was getting stronger, and with it came a sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. A soft whimpering, barely audible above the natural sounds of the forest. It was distinctly human, distinctly female, and filled with a kind of desperation that made my chest tighten with urgency. "Sarah," I called out, keeping my voice low but hoping it would carry. "Sarah, if you can hear me, we're here to help." "We're police officers." The whimpering stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence so complete it felt unnatural. Even the normal forest sounds, bird calls, insect buzzing, the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth, seemed to have ceased. It was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I moved forward more cautiously, my hand instinctively moving to rest on the grip of my service weapon. Every instinct I'd developed over 5 years of police work was screaming that something was wrong, that we were walking into a situation that training hadn't prepared us for. But the knowledge that Sarah was somewhere nearby, possibly dying, pushed me forward despite my fears. The blood trail led to a natural depression in the forest floor, a small clearing surrounded by some of the largest redwoods I'd ever seen. These trees were ancient, probably standing when European settlers first arrived in California, their trunks so massive that it would take a dozen people holding hands to encircle them. The canopy they created blocked out almost all direct sunlight, leaving the clearing in a perpetual twilight that felt more like early evening than mid-afternoon. And there, slumped against the base of the largest redwood, was Sarah. She was alive but barely conscious, her face pale and streaked with dirt and tears. Her left leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, and blood had soaked through her jeans from what looked like deep gashes in her thigh. Her eyes were wide with terror, darting constantly between us and something beyond our line of sight, as if she was watching for a threat that we couldn't see. But what made my blood run cold wasn't Sarah's condition, as serious as it was. It was what was standing over her. The creature was massive, easily 7 feet tall even in its current crouched position. Its body was covered in coarse, dark fur that seemed to absorb what little light filtered into the clearing, making it appear more shadow than substance. Its build was humanoid but wrong, with arms that hung too long and muscles that bulged in proportions that shouldn't exist in nature. But it was the head that truly terrified me, vaguely canine but elongated and cruel, with a muzzle that was stained dark with what I knew had to be Sarah's blood. Its eyes were the worst part. They weren't the simple, instinct-driven eyes of an animal. There was intelligence there, a calculating awareness that studied me with the same intensity I was studying it. It knew I was a threat, knew what the weapon on my hip could do, and was deciding how to respond to my presence. Time seemed to stretch as we stared at each other across the small clearing. I was peripherally aware of Morales beside me, frozen in shock, his hand halfway to his weapon but unable to complete the motion. Sarah let out a soft, choked sob that seemed to break the spell, reminding all of us that this wasn't just a confrontation between predator and prey, but a rescue situation with an innocent life hanging in the balance. My training kicked in, overriding the fear that threatened to paralyze me. "Get away from her!" I shouted, finally drawing my weapon and leveling it at the creature's center mass. "Back off, now!" The creature tilted its head slightly, a gesture that was disturbingly human-like in its curiosity. It studied my weapon with those unnerving eyes, and I had the distinct impression it was calculating whether I represented a real threat or just another obstacle to be overcome. Its muscles tensed, and I could see it preparing to move, though whether toward me or away from Sarah I couldn't tell. "Carter," Morales whispered beside me, his voice barely audible. "What the hell is that thing?" I didn't have an answer for him. In 5 years of patrolling these mountains, I'd encountered bears, mountain lions, and every other predator native to Northern California. This was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist according to everything I knew about the natural world. But it was real. It was dangerous. And it was standing between us and a victim who desperately needed medical attention. Sarah's eyes focused on me for the first time since we'd entered the clearing. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "Please, it's been watching me for hours." The creature's head snapped toward Sarah at the sound of her voice, and I saw its muscles bunch as if preparing to strike. That movement broke my paralysis and triggered every protective instinct I possessed. This thing had hurt an innocent person, had terrorized her for hours, and was now deciding whether to finish what it had started. "Get down," I yelled to Morales and fired. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space of the clearing, echoing off the massive tree trunks and seeming to reverberate for several seconds. My first shot caught the creature in the shoulder, spinning it partially around but not dropping it. Instead of fleeing or collapsing, it turned back toward me with what I could only describe as rage, a low growl rumbling from deep in its chest. I fired again and again, each shot finding its target, but having less effect than they should have. The creature staggered but didn't fall, dark blood marking where my bullets had struck but not seeming to cause the kind of damage that should have stopped any living thing. It was as if the creature was operating on different rules than everything else I'd encountered. For a terrifying moment, I thought it was going to charge. It rose to its full height, towering over everything in the clearing, its eyes fixed on me with unmistakable hostility. I could see its muscles bunching, preparing for a leap that would cover the distance between us in seconds. My finger tightened on the trigger, preparing to empty my magazine into the thing, though I was beginning to doubt that even that would be enough to stop it. Then, Unexpectedly, it paused, its head tilted again, this time toward the forest beyond the clearing, as if it was hearing something that neither Morales nor I could detect. For several seconds it remained frozen in that listening posture, its entire body tense with concentration. Whatever it heard seemed to make a decision for it. With a final look at me that I interpreted as a promise that this wasn't over, the creature turned and bounded into the forest with shocking agility. One moment it was there, a massive and threatening presence that dominated the clearing, and the next it had vanished into the shadows between the trees as if it had never existed at all. The silence that followed was almost as unsettling as the encounter itself. My ears were ringing from the gunshots, and my hands were shaking as I kept my weapon trained on the spot where the creature had disappeared. Beside me, Morales was breathing hard, his own weapon finally drawn but pointed uselessly at empty air. "Did that really just happen?" he asked, his voice shaky. Instead of answering, I rushed to Sarah's side, holstering my weapon and dropping to my knees beside her. Up close, her injuries looked even worse than they had from a distance. The gashes in her leg were deep and ragged, clearly from claws rather than any kind of blade. She'd lost a significant amount of blood, and her skin had the clammy feel of someone going into shock. "Sarah, you're going to be okay," I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel while I fumbled with my first aid kit. "We're here to help. You're safe now." Her eyes struggled to focus on my face. "It's been here all night," she whispered, "just watching. Sometimes it would leave, but it always came back. I thought it was going to kill me. Why didn't it?" The question came out before I could stop myself, and I immediately regretted asking. Sarah didn't need to relive her ordeal right now. She needed medical attention and reassurance. But she answered anyway, her voice distant and filled with a kind of wonder that was almost as disturbing as her fear. "I don't know. It could have, easily, but it just watched like it was curious about me, like it was trying to figure out what I was." I applied pressure to the worst of her wounds while Morales radioed for urgent medical assistance. His voice was professional and calm as he described our location and Sarah's condition, though I could see his hands trembling as he held the radio. Neither of us mentioned what we'd encountered in the clearing. How could we? Who would believe it? As we waited for help to arrive, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line around us, watching for any sign that the creature might return. Part of me was convinced it was still out there, just beyond our sight, continuing its observation of us with those unnervingly intelligent eyes. The thought made my skin crawl and my hand drift repeatedly to my weapon. Sarah drifted in and out of consciousness as we worked to stabilize her. During her lucid moments, she would occasionally mention details about her ordeal that made my blood run cold. The creature had appeared shortly after she'd become lost, following her through the forest as darkness fell. When she'd finally collapsed from exhaustion and fear, it had approached and done nothing. It had simply watched her, sometimes from a distance, sometimes from mere feet away. "It's not like any animal I've ever seen," she murmured during one of her clearer moments. "It moves like a person sometimes, but then like something else entirely. And its eyes, God, its eyes looked almost human." 20 minutes later, we heard the distant sound of a helicopter approaching. The medical evacuation team had been called in, and they would be able to get Sarah to a hospital far faster than any ground-based ambulance. As the aircraft circled overhead looking for a place to land, I felt a profound sense of relief that we'd found her in time. But even as the rescue helicopter touched down in a nearby meadow, and the medical team rushed toward our position, I couldn't shake the feeling that our encounter in the clearing was far from over. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there in the forest, still watching, still waiting, and something told me that our paths would cross again before this was all over. The helicopter lifted off with Sarah aboard, its rotors whipping the forest canopy into a frenzy, before disappearing over the ridge toward the regional medical center. The sudden quiet that followed felt unnatural after the chaos of the rescue operation, leaving Morales and me standing in the clearing where everything had happened, trying to process what we'd experienced. Jackson arrived with the backup units just as the aircraft disappeared from sight. His face was grim as he approached us, taking in our disheveled appearance and the blood-stained first aid supplies scattered around the base of the massive redwood. "Status report," he said simply, though his eyes were already examining the scene with the thoroughness of an experienced investigator. I found myself struggling to find the right words. How do you explain an encounter that defies everything you know about the natural world? How do you write a report about something that shouldn't exist? We found Sarah approximately 2 hours ago, I began carefully. She was severely injured, appeared to have been attacked by an animal. Large claws, significant blood loss, possible shock. She's en route to Memorial Hospital now. Jackson nodded, making notes in his field book. What kind of animal? Bear? Mountain lion? The question hung in the air between us. Morales and I exchanged glances, and I could see the same uncertainty in his eyes that I was feeling. We both knew what we'd seen, but saying it out loud would change everything. It would make us the deputies who claimed to have encountered something impossible, something that would turn us into either local legends or local laughingstock. Unknown species, I said finally. Large, aggressive, definitely predatory. It fled when we arrived on scene. It wasn't exactly a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. Jackson's eyes narrowed slightly, picking up on something in my tone that suggested there was more to the story. But before he could press for details, his radio crackled with an update from dispatch. All units be advised that media outlets have picked up the missing hiker story. We have news vehicles en route to the area. Establish a perimeter and limit access to authorized personnel only. Jackson cursed under his breath. Media attention was the last thing we needed while trying to process what had happened. But news of a dramatic rescue in the remote wilderness would naturally attract reporters, especially if word leaked about the unusual circumstances surrounding Sarah's injuries. Carter, Morales, I need you both to head back to the station and write up your reports while everything's still fresh, Jackson instructed. Keep them factual but minimal. We'll sort out the details later. As we made our way back down the mountain toward our vehicles, I found myself thinking about Sarah's words in the clearing. The creature had watched her for hours without killing her, despite having numerous opportunities to do so. That suggested a level of restraint and calculation that went beyond simple predatory behavior. It had been curious about her, studying her like a scientist observing a subject. But why? What had it been trying to understand? The drive back to the sheriff's station gave me time to consider how to write a report that was both truthful and believable. I couldn't mention the creature's size or apparent intelligence without inviting questions I wasn't prepared to answer. But I also couldn't ignore the evidence of what had happened to Sarah, or the fact that whatever had attacked her might still be a threat to other hikers in the area. The station was buzzing with activity when we arrived. News of the rescue had spread quickly through the small law enforcement community, and several off-duty deputies had come in to offer assistance or simply to hear the details firsthand. The attention made me uncomfortable, especially since I knew that any description I gave would be incomplete at best. Sheriff Martinez was waiting for us in his office, a steaming cup of coffee in his hands and concern etched across his weathered face. He'd been running the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department for over 20 years, and very little surprised him anymore. But I could see that this situation had him worried. "How's the girl?" he asked as soon as we entered his office. "Alive, conscious when we loaded her into the helicopter," I reported. "Significant injuries to her left leg, possible internal bleeding, but the medics seemed optimistic about her chances." "Good. That's good." He leaned back in his chair, studying both of us carefully. "Now tell me what really happened up there." The directness of the question caught me off guard. Sheriff Martinez had a reputation for being able to read people, for sensing when his officers weren't telling him everything. I'd hoped to keep the full details of our encounter private until I could figure out how to handle them. But it was clear he wasn't going to let us walk out without a complete explanation. "We followed a blood trail from where we found her camera," I began slowly. "Led us to a clearing about 2 miles northeast of the campsite. Sarah was there, injured, and there was an animal standing over her." "What kind of animal?" The same question Jackson had asked, and one I still didn't know how to answer honestly. Sheriff Martinez was watching me intently, waiting for a response that would help him understand what kind of threat might still be lurking in his county's wilderness areas. "I'm not sure," I admitted. "It was larger than anything I've encountered before. Dark fur, powerful build, definitely aggressive."
"I fired several shots and it retreated into the forest." "Several shots?"
"Did you hit it?" "Yes, sir, multiple hits. But it didn't go down, just left." Sheriff Martinez frowned, making notes on a pad in front of him. "We'll need to organize a follow-up search, see if we can track this thing and determine if it's still a threat to public safety. I'll contact Fish and Game, see if they have any insights about large predators in the area." The mention of other agencies made my stomach tighten, Once Fish and Game got involved, there would be professional hunters and wildlife experts combing through the forest, looking for evidence of what we'd encountered. They would find blood trails, bullet impacts, and probably tracks that would raise even more questions about what was living in the remote areas of the Trinity Alps. "Sir," Morales spoke up for the first time since we'd entered the office, "there's something else you should know about the animal we encountered." I shot him a warning look, but he continued anyway. It wasn't behaving like any normal predator. It seemed aware, intelligent, like it was making decisions based on what it was seeing. Sheriff Martinez set down his coffee cup and leaned forward. "Explain." "When we arrived, it was standing over the victim but wasn't actively attacking her. When Carter drew his weapon, it studied the gun like it understood what it was. And when it left, it wasn't running in panic. It was making a calculated retreat." The sheriff's frown deepened. "You're describing behavior that sounds almost human." "That's what concerns us," I admitted. "This wasn't a typical animal attack. Whatever we're dealing with, it's something different." Before Sheriff Martinez could respond, his desk phone rang. He answered it with his usual brusque professionalism, but I could see his expression growing more serious as the conversation progressed. "That was the hospital," he said after hanging up. "Sarah Martinez is stable and conscious. She's asking to speak with the officers who found her. Says she has important information about what happened to her." An hour later, Morales and I were sitting beside Sarah's hospital bed, watching her struggle to find words for an experience that defied easy description. She was heavily sedated for pain, but her eyes were clear and focused as she recounted the details of her ordeal. "It appeared right after I realized I was lost," she began, her voice still weak but determined. "At first I thought it was just shadows moving between the trees, but then I saw it clearly. It was watching me from maybe 50 feet away, just standing there like it was curious about what I was doing." "How long did it watch you?" I asked gently. "Hours. Sometimes it would disappear for a while and I'd think it was gone, but then I'd see it again in a different location, always keeping its distance, always watching. I was too scared to move, too scared to make any noise that might provoke it." "Did it ever approach you directly?" Sarah nodded slowly. "Once, right before dawn. I must have dozed off, and when I woke up it was maybe 10 feet away, just staring at me. I thought that was it, that it was finally going to attack. But it just studied me for a few minutes, then moved back to its usual distance." "Sarah," Morales said carefully, "can you describe what you saw? We need to understand what we're dealing with." Her description matched what we'd witnessed in the clearing, the size, the dark fur, the unsettling intelligence in its eyes. But she added details that made the encounter even more disturbing. "It moved like it was thinking about each step," she explained. "Not like an animal following instincts, but like a person making conscious decisions about where to go and what to do. And the way it looked at me, it was like it was trying to figure out what I was, why I was there. Did it communicate in any way? Make any sounds?" "Just once. Right before you arrived, it made this low sound, almost like it was talking to itself. Not growling or snarling, but like it was considering something." As we left the hospital, I found myself thinking about the implications of Sarah's account. If her description was accurate, we weren't dealing with a simple predator that had wandered too close to human habitation. This was something that observed, analyzed, and made complex decisions about its behavior. Something that was intensely curious about human beings but restrained enough not to simply kill when it had the opportunity. The question that haunted me as we drove back to the station was simple but terrifying. If this creature was intelligent enough to study Sarah for hours without harming her, what was it trying to learn? And what would it do with that knowledge once it had gathered enough information? The story was already spreading through Willow Creek by the time we returned to town. Local residents gathered in small groups outside businesses, speaking in hushed tones about the college student who'd been attacked by something in the forest. The details varied with each telling, growing more dramatic and less accurate with each repetition. By evening, the first news van had arrived from Eureka, followed by reporters from San Francisco and Sacramento. The quiet little town that had always prided itself on being off the beaten path suddenly found itself at the center of a media circus that would only grow larger as more details emerged. Went home that night knowing that everything had changed. The forest that had always been a source of peace and solitude for me now felt threatening and unknown. Somewhere in those ancient woods, something was watching and waiting, studying the humans who wandered into its domain. and I had the growing certainty that our encounter in the clearing had been just the beginning. 3 days after the incident, Willow Creek was no longer the sleepy mountain town I'd grown up in. News vans lined Main Street, their satellite dishes pointing skyward like mechanical flowers seeking signal instead of sunlight. Reporters from as far away as Los Angeles had descended on us, drawn by a story that seemed to grow more sensational with each retelling. I watched the media circus unfold from the sheriff's station, fielding calls from journalists who wanted the inside story from the deputy who'd fought off a monster. The request for interviews had become so frequent that Sheriff Martinez had assigned someone else to handle media relations, but that didn't stop reporters from approaching me directly whenever I left the building. The official story we'd settled on was carefully sanitized. A large, aggressive animal had attacked a lost hiker, and responding officers had frightened it away with gunfire. We described it as possibly a large bear or mountain lion, though the size of Sarah's wound suggested something much more dangerous than either of those species typically were. But the official story wasn't the one spreading through town. Local residents had their own theories, whispered conversations that involved words like Bigfoot and cryptid. The fact that no one had found a body or clear tracks from our encounter only fueled more speculation. Every unclear photograph, every distant sighting, every strange sound in the forest became potential evidence of something extraordinary living in the Trinity Alps. Dr. Elizabeth Chen, a wildlife biologist from UC Davis, arrived on the 4th day to examine the evidence. She was thorough and professional, collecting blood samples from the scene and studying the damage to Sarah's camera with scientific precision. But when she finished her preliminary analysis, her conclusions only deepened the mystery. The blood samples showed DNA that doesn't match any known species in the database, she told Sheriff Martinez during a briefing I was allowed to attend. It's definitely mammalian, definitely a large predator, but the genetic markers are unusual. Unusual how? The sheriff asked. Dr. Chen hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with what she was about to say. There are similarities to both human and primate DNA, but also markers that suggest something else entirely. It's possible we're dealing with an unknown species or possibly a hybrid of some kind. The scientific explanation should have been reassuring, but instead it made everything more unsettling. An unknown species suggested that creatures like the one we'd encountered might be living throughout the remote areas of Northern California, hidden from human contact until circumstances brought them into conflict with hikers or campers. Sarah was released from the hospital after a week, her legs scarred but functional. The media tried to interview her, but she declined most requests, saying only that she was grateful to be alive and wanted to put the experience behind her. But I could see the change in her during the few times our paths crossed. The confident, adventurous college student had been replaced by someone who looked over her shoulder constantly, who flinched at unexpected sounds. Her friends had left town immediately after her rescue. Their camping trip turned a nightmare, cutting short what was supposed to be a fun weekend in the mountains. Brian, the lanky guy who'd blamed himself for not following Sarah, stopped by the station before they left. He looked haunted, aged beyond his 21 years by guilt and trauma. "Will you catch it?" he asked me, though we both knew the question was more complex than it sounded. "Will you make sure it can't hurt anyone else?" I wanted to give him a reassuring answer, but honesty won out. "We're doing everything we can to understand what we're dealing with," I said. "But these forests are vast, and whatever this thing is, it knows them better than we do." The search efforts continued for 2 weeks, involving fish and game officers, volunteer search and rescue teams, and even some professional hunters who'd been brought in to track large predators. They found traces, unusual footprints, scratches on trees that were too high for any known animal, and areas where something large had passed through dense vegetation. But the creature itself remained elusive, vanishing into the wilderness whenever search teams got close. I participated in several of these searches, though my heart wasn't really in them. Part of me hoped we wouldn't find the creature, wouldn't force another confrontation that might end with someone getting killed. There was something about our encounter in the clearing that suggested the creature had shown restraint, that it could have killed both Sarah and us if it had chosen to. That restraint implied a level of intelligence and decision-making that made me question whether we had the right to hunt it down. But the town was demanding action. Local businesses were reporting cancellations from tourists who were afraid to visit the area.
Hiking guides were refusing to take clients into the backcountry. Parents were keeping their children indoors after dark, and gun sales at the local sporting goods store had tripled. Fear was changing the fundamental character of a community that had always prided itself on its connection to the natural world. The media attention gradually faded after a month, the reporters moving on to newer stories and leaving us to deal with the aftermath in relative privacy. But the changes to Willow Creek were permanent. People looked at the forest differently now, seeing threat instead of beauty in the ancient redwoods that surrounded our town. Hiking trails that had been popular for decades were nearly deserted, and the local ranger station reported a dramatic decrease in camping permits. I found myself changing too, developing habits that would have seemed paranoid just weeks before. I checked locks twice before going to bed, kept my service weapon close even when off duty, and found myself scanning tree lines wherever I went outside of town. The creature had become a constant presence in my thoughts, a shadow that followed me through daily life even when I was far from the forest. 6 months after the incident, I made the decision to transfer to a different county. The official reason was career advancement. A detective position had opened up in a department closer to San Francisco, offering better pay and more diverse cases. But the real reason was that I could no longer do my job effectively in Humboldt County. Every call that took me into the backcountry was colored by memories of that confrontation in the clearing. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every shadow between the trees, made me reach for my weapon and wonder if I was about to face something that shouldn't exist. Sheriff Martinez understood my decision, though he was sorry to lose an experienced deputy. "This job changes you," he said during my exit interview. "Some experiences stick with you longer than others. Maybe some distance will help you process what happened." But distance didn't help as much as I'd hoped. Even in my new assignment, investigating burglaries and domestic disputes in suburban neighborhoods, I found myself thinking about the creature in the forest. Not just the terrifying physical presence of it, but the intelligence I'd seen in its eyes. The sense that it had been studying us as carefully as we'd been studying it. I kept in touch with developments in Humboldt County through informal channels, learning that sightings continued to be reported sporadically throughout the Trinity Alps. Most were dismissed as mistaken identity or hoaxes, but a few came from credible witnesses, experienced hikers, Forest Service employees, even other law enforcement officers. The pattern that emerged suggested that the creature, or others like it, were still active in the remote areas of the county. Dr. Chen published a paper about her analysis of the blood samples, carefully avoiding any sensational claims while documenting the unusual genetic markers she'd found. The scientific community largely ignored her findings, but cryptozoology enthusiasts seized on her work as evidence that unknown species might still be discovered in the unexplored regions of North America. Sarah Martinez graduated from UC Davis and became a high school biology teacher in a small city far from any major wilderness areas. According to mutual friends, she never went camping again, never ventured into forests that couldn't be navigated with clearly marked trails and cell phone coverage. The experience had fundamentally changed her relationship with the natural world, replacing wonder with wariness. 3 years after the incident, I received a call from Jackson, my former colleague who was now a sergeant with the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department. There had been another encounter, he told me. Different location, different circumstances, but similar evidence that something large and unknown was active in the forest. "Thought you should know," he said during our brief conversation. "Still think about what we dealt with up there. Still think we only saw part of something bigger." I thanked him for the call but didn't ask for details. I'd moved on, built a new life in a place where the most dangerous thing I encountered was the occasional armed robbery or domestic violence call. I didn't want to be pulled back into the mystery that had haunted my final years in Humboldt County. But late at night, when sleep wouldn't come and the city's constant noise couldn't quite drown out my thoughts, I still found myself wondering about the creature in the forest. Was it still out there? Still watching from the shadows between the ancient redwoods? Had it learned what it wanted to know about humans, or was it still studying us, gathering information for purposes I couldn't begin to understand? Sometimes I imagined that it was adapting, becoming more careful about when and where it revealed itself, learning from our encounter just as we had learned from it. The thought should have been terrifying, but instead it filled me with a strange sense of respect for something that had managed to remain hidden in a world where satellite imagery could map every square foot of Wilderness, the forest had always been full of mysteries, hidden valleys, unexplored caves, secret places where sunlight never reached the ground. I'd grown up believing that science and technology had eliminated most of the unknown from our world, that there were no longer any blank spaces on the map where dragons might dwell. But my encounter in that clearing had reminded me that the world was still vast and full of secrets, that intelligence could take forms we didn't recognize, and that some mysteries were better left unsolved. The creature in the forest had shown me the edge of a larger reality, one where the boundaries between known and unknown were more fluid than I'd ever imagined, and perhaps that was enough. Perhaps some questions were meant to remain unanswered, some shadows meant to stay dark. In a world increasingly defined by certainty and explanation, maybe there was value in preserving a few corners where mystery could still flourish. The forest kept its secrets, and after everything I'd experienced, I was content to let it. Back in 1987, I had the odd luck of being in the misty woods of Mount Revelstoke National Park, up in British Columbia. I'm from the Secwepemc people, and let me tell you, our land has stories, some that even our elders only half believe. But, as it turns out, some things you have to see or survive for yourself to really understand. That summer I'd taken a job with the Park Services, tracking moose and elk populations. Not exactly my first choice, but I'd been let go from a construction gig for, let's say, creative differences with my boss. The foreman had some very specific ideas about how things should be done, and those ideas didn't mesh well with my suggestion that maybe we shouldn't be cutting corners on foundation work. When you grow up learning that the land deserves respect, watching someone half-ass a job that could hurt people later doesn't sit right. So I spoke up, and speaking up got me a pink slip. I needed the cash, though, and working in the mountains didn't sound so bad. The air was clean, the tourists weren't too annoying, and frankly, most of the time it was just me, the animals, and a radio for company. Even if it was mostly crackling static half the time, I preferred it that way. There's something to be said for solitude when you've spent weeks listening to construction crews hollering over diesel engines. One of my main assignments was logging wildlife activity near a remote cabin, far enough from the main trails that only rangers and wildlife trackers like me bothered to go out there. It sat at the edge of a dense, twisted stretch of forest that locals called the Dark Run. Maybe not the most welcoming name, but it was supposedly just for the thick pines that blocked out the sunlight. At least that's what the park folks said when they handed me the assignment. The cabin itself was nothing special, a basic one-room structure with log walls and a metal roof that sang when the rain hit it. Inside there was a narrow cot, a small wood stove, a table made from split logs, and a chair that wobbled no matter how many times I tried to fix it. The windows were small and high, more like rifle ports than proper windows, which should have been my first clue that maybe this place wasn't meant for comfortable living. But it was the forest that really got to me. I'd spent my whole life in the woods around my home territory, and forests have their own language if you know how to listen. They tell you things, where the deer paths run, when a storm's coming, whether you're welcome or just tolerated. This forest, though, this one was different. It spoke in whispers I couldn't understand. Anyone I talked to who'd lived nearby for more than a few generations got real quiet when I mentioned I'd be spending my days out there. My supervisor, a gruff ex-logger named Bill Hendricks, just shrugged and said the work needed doing. But even he seemed relieved that he wasn't the one heading into the Dark Run every morning. Just stick to the job, he told me the day before I started. Count the animals, note their behavior, radio in your daily reports. Don't go looking for trouble. The way he said it made me think trouble might be looking for me instead. For the first couple of weeks it was fine, quiet. I'd catch sight of the occasional deer, or I'd spot tracks in the soil and make a note for the day. The work was methodical. Checking game trails, counting scat, measuring hoofprints, documenting feeding areas. Standard wildlife survey stuff. I'd done similar work for the band council back home, so I knew what to look for. But one thing that stood out was the utter lack of birds. I mean, forests like that usually buzz with chirping, cawing, something. The old-growth cedars and hemlocks should have been alive with woodpeckers, nuthatches, chickadees. Instead, there was just silence. thick, sticky silence that seemed to muffle even my own footsteps. I brushed it off as one of nature's quirks, kept my head down, and did the job. My grandmother used to say that sometimes the forest holds its breath, waiting for something to pass. Maybe that's all this was, the land holding its breath. Every morning I'd wake before dawn in the cabin, heat up coffee on the camp stove, and check my gear. Binoculars, camera, field notebook, measuring tape, sample bags. The routine was comforting, something normal to anchor me before heading into that unnatural quiet. I'd mark my route on the survey map, plan my day's circuit, and then step outside into the pre-dawn darkness. That's when the silence was worst. Not even the skitter of small animals in the underbrush, not even the whisper of wind through pine needles. Just my boots on the needle-thick forest floor and the sound of my own breathing. The beam of my flashlight would slice through the darkness between the massive tree trunks, creating strange shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. By the third week, I started talking to myself just to break that oppressive quiet. Nothing dramatic, just running commentary on what I was seeing. Deer browse here, maybe 2 days old. Elk track, big bull by the size of it. No scat though, they're not staying long. The sound of my own voice helped, but it also made me realize how wrong everything felt. In a normal forest, talking would bring responses. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, something. Here, my voice just disappeared into the green darkness like it had never existed at all. The work itself was revealing patterns that didn't make much sense. Game trails that started and stopped abruptly, as if the animals had suddenly changed their minds about where they were going. Feeding areas that showed recent activity but no animals anywhere near them. Most telling of all, every single trail seemed to circle around the central core of the dark run, as if there was some invisible barrier the animals wouldn't cross. I marked all of this in my reports, but when I radioed them into base, Bill just acknowledged with a grunt and moved on. Maybe they already knew. Maybe this was normal for this particular patch of forest. But my gut told me different. Animals don't abandon good territory without reason, and every instinct I'd inherited from generations of hunters and woodsmen was telling me that something was wrong here. Still, I needed the job, and the pay was better than anything else I was likely to find. So I kept going out there every day, kept documenting the absence of normal forest life, kept trying to ignore the feeling that I was being watched from the shadows between the ancient trees. That feeling was getting stronger every day. One afternoon, I was heading back to the cabin after a long trek through a soggy patch of the forest, mud sticking to my boots and slowing me down. The days were getting shorter as August faded toward September, and I'd pushed my luck staying out later than usual, trying to document some elk sign I'd found near what looked like an old stream bed. The atmosphere had been getting heavier over the past few days, if that was possible. The silence seemed to press in from all sides, and more than once I'd found myself spinning around, convinced I'd heard something following me. But there was never anything there, just the endless ranks of cedar and hemlock stretching away into the green-black depths. I was maybe half a mile from the cabin when the wind shifted, and that's when it hit me. This stench, something dead and rank, but not like anything I'd smelled before. I'd tracked enough scavengers to know the smell of decay, the sweet rot of a deer carcass in summer, the acrid funk of a dead bear, even the particular nastiness of a rotting elk. This was different. It was a sharp metallic rot that seemed to coat the back of my throat and make my eyes water. My first thought was that I'd found what had been driving the animals away. Maybe a diseased carcass, something that was poisoning this section of the forest. If I could document it, maybe Bill would understand why my wildlife counts were coming up empty. I followed the scent, curiosity pushing me forward, despite every instinct telling me to turn around and head back to the cabin. The smell got stronger as I pushed through a thick stand of young pines, their branches scratching at my jacket and gear. Finally, I broke through into a small clearing I'd never seen before. Despite weeks of surveying this area, what I found there made me stop dead in my tracks. It was the torn-up carcass of what looked like an elk, a big bull by the size of the antlers. But it hadn't just been scavenged by the usual predators. It had been torn apart like some monster had picked it up and shaken it like a rag doll. The rib cage was splayed open, but not the way a bear would do it. Bears are messy, but they're also methodical. This looked like the work of something with incredible strength and no patience at all. The elk's head was twisted at an impossible angle, still attached but facing completely backward. Its legs were scattered around the clearing like broken sticks. Most disturbing of all, large chunks of meat had been ripped away but left uneaten, just scattered around the base of the surrounding trees like offerings. I pulled out my camera and started documenting, trying to stay professional despite the churning in my stomach. Through the viewfinder, details became clearer and more unsettling. The claw marks in the elk's hide weren't like anything I'd seen before. Too big for a bear, too deep for a wolverine, and arranged in patterns that suggested a hand rather than a paw. 5 distinct gouges, each as long as my finger and deep enough to scrape bone. But it was the bite marks that really bothered me. They were massive, suggesting something with a jaw that could encompass the elk's entire shoulder. But the teeth patterns were all wrong. Not the neat punctures you'd expect from a big cat, not the crushing marks of a bear's molars. These looked almost human in their arrangement, just impossibly large. As I worked, that feeling of being watched grew stronger. I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, and more than once I thought I caught movement in my peripheral vision. The shadows between the trees seemed deeper than they should be, and there was a quality to the silence that made me think something was holding very still, very close by. I looked around the clearing more carefully, searching for tracks or other sign that might tell me what had done this. The ground was soft from recent rain, perfect for holding prints, but what I found didn't make any sense. There were marks that might have been footprints, but they were huge, maybe 18 inches long and nearly as wide. More disturbing, they seemed to show 5 distinct toe impressions, each ending in what looked like a claw mark. The stride length between prints suggested something that walked upright, but took steps longer than any human could manage. I measured them carefully, took photographs from multiple angles, tried to convince myself that I was misinterpreting what I was seeing. But the evidence was right there in the mud, clear as day. Whatever had killed this elk walked on 2 legs and had hands instead of paws. I was so focused on the prints that I almost missed the other details. Scratched into the bark of several surrounding trees were markings that looked deliberate, not the random scratches you'd get from claws, but careful gouges arranged in what might have been patterns. Some looked almost like symbols, rough but intentional. The feeling of being watched was becoming unbearable. My grandmother always said that when the forest goes quiet and your skin starts crawling, it's time to leave. I'd inherited enough of her sensitivity to know she was right. I packed up my camera, took a few final measurements, and got out of there as fast as I could without running outright. The trip back to the cabin felt like it took hours. Though my watch said it was only 20 minutes, every shadow seemed to hide something. Every snap of a twig under my feet sounded like a gunshot in the unnatural quiet. By the time I reached the cabin, my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cool mountain air. I locked the door as soon as I got inside, something I'd never bothered to do before. Then I sat at the rickety table and wrote up my report, trying to stay factual and professional while documenting something that defied everything I knew about the predators in this region. That night I barely slept, thinking about the elk. Whatever had done that wasn't anything I'd heard of. Bears don't attack like that, and wolves don't waste so much meat. Mountain lions are surgical in their kills, and wolverines, while vicious, aren't nearly big enough for that kind of damage. I kept coming back to those footprints, to the arrangement of the claw marks, to the way the killing had seemed almost ritualistic rather than predatory. Something was living in the heart of the dark run, something that didn't follow the normal rules of the forest. When I radioed in my report the next morning, Bill's voice came back crackling through the static. "You sure about those measurements, Nathan? 18-inch footprints?" "I'm sure. Took photographs, made plaster casts. Whatever did this is big and it walks upright." A long pause. "Could be a hoax. Hunters playing games, trying to start one of those Bigfoot stories." "With what? A dead elk?" "Those claw marks went bone deep, Bill. No human could do that kind of damage." Another pause, longer this time. "Just stick to the wildlife survey. Document what you see, but don't go looking for trouble." The same words he'd used when I started the job, but now they sounded more like a warning. 2 days later, around dusk, I was wrapping up for the day when I heard something outside the cabin. Heavy, slow footsteps moving around the perimeter, deliberate and patient. Not the quick scurry of a deer or the shambling gait of a bear. These were the measured steps of something that walked upright and knew exactly where it was going. I grabbed my flashlight and peered out the window. figuring it was maybe a lost hiker or another ranger checking up on me. The Park Service occasionally sent people out to make sure the remote positions were handling their assignments properly. But as I pressed my face against the glass, my breath fogging the small window, I realized the footsteps were too heavy, too spaced out for any human. The light swept over the empty clearing surrounding the cabin, landing on something that made my blood turn to ice water. It was crouched low at the edge of the tree line, a hulking, matted shape with broad shoulders hunched and shifting under dark, greasy fur. The creature was massive, easily 8 feet tall even in its crouch, with arms that hung almost to the ground. Its body was muscular but twisted in ways that looked unnatural, like someone had tried to build a bear out of nightmares and spare parts. The fur was patchy and oil-slick dark, hanging in matted ropes that swayed as it moved. I could make out claws the length of my fingers digging into the earth as it shifted its weight. And when it lifted its head, the flashlight beam caught eyes that reflected back like amber mirrors. But it was the intelligence in those eyes that stopped my heart. This wasn't some mindless beast driven by hunger or territorial instinct. It was studying me, calculating, taking my measure like a hunter evaluating prey. For maybe 30 seconds, we stared at each other across the clearing, predator and prey in perfect, terrible stillness. Then its head turned, and I caught a glimpse of its profile. The face was wrong in every possible way. Too long, with a muzzle full of teeth that caught the light like broken glass. But the bone structure underneath was almost human, as if someone had taken a person's skull and stretched it into something monstrous. Before I could process what I was seeing, it lumbered off into the trees with an odd, limping gait that suggested an old injury. The sound of its movement faded quickly, swallowed by the forest's unnatural quiet, leaving me frozen at the window with my flashlight beam stabbing uselessly into empty darkness. I stayed up with my rifle that night, flashlight in hand, jumping at every small sound. The night stretched on endlessly, each creak and rustle fraying my nerves further. My grandfather had taught me to shoot when I was 12, and I'd been hunting since I could carry a rifle safely. But I'd never faced anything like this, and I wasn't sure bullets would stop something that size. Every shadow seemed to hide movement. Every whisper of wind through the trees sounded like breathing. Around midnight, I thought I heard scratching at the cabin walls, but when I worked up the courage to look outside, there was nothing there, just the darkness and the suffocating silence. Finally, just before dawn, exhaustion overtook fear and I passed out slumped in the cabin's single chair, rifle across my lap and flashlight clutched in my hand like a talisman. I woke to sunlight streaming through the windows and birds chirping outside. For a moment, I thought I'd dreamed the whole thing. The forest was alive with normal sounds for the first time since I'd arrived. But when I stepped outside to check the perimeter, the evidence was undeniable. Deep gouges in the trees around the cabin, scratched at a height that would require something 8 feet tall. Scattered bones and shredded bark littered around the clearing like decorations. Most unsettling of all, massive footprints in the soft earth, circling the cabin in a perfect spiral that tightened as it approached the door. Whatever it was, it had spent hours out there, studying the cabin, learning about me. The prints showed it had approached from multiple angles, testing different routes, different approaches. It had stood directly outside each window, leaving clear impressions where it had pressed close to the glass. When I examined the gouges in the trees more carefully, I realized they weren't random scratches. They were too deliberate, too precise. Some looked almost like symbols, rough but intentional markings that suggested communication rather than simple destruction. It was marking its territory, and my cabin was right in the middle of it. I radioed the ranger station immediately, but the reception was terrible, more static than signal. What little got through was fragmented and unclear. Base, this is Nathan. Something out here. Not normal. Nathan, can you repeat? Breaking up. Large predator. Unknown species. Intelligent behavior. What's your status? Are you injured? Negative injury. But this thing is studying me. The radio went dead after that. Nothing but white noise no matter how I adjusted the frequency. I checked the antenna, cleaned the connections, even tried moving to different locations around the cabin. Nothing. The silence that had been oppressing the forest had apparently claimed my radio as well. I spent the day documenting everything I'd found, taking photographs and measurements, trying to build a case that would convince someone to take this seriously. But even as I worked, I could feel eyes on me from the forest. Every time I looked up from my notebook, I caught glimpses of movement in the shadows between the trees. Never clear enough to be certain, but always there, always watching. The psychological pressure was incredible. I've spent weeks alone in the wilderness before, but this was different. This was the feeling of being hunted by something that understood me better than I understood it. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to leave, to abandon the job and get back to civilization. But I couldn't. Not just because I needed the money, but because I knew nobody would believe me without proof. The photographs of the elk carcass might be dismissed as bear predation. The footprint casts could be explained away as hoaxes. But if I could document this creature directly, if I could bring back evidence that couldn't be ignored, maybe I could warn others about what was living in the heart of the dark run. That evening, I prepared for another encounter. I moved the table against the door as a barricade, checked my rifle ammunition, arranged emergency supplies near the windows in case I needed to escape quickly. I even wrote a letter explaining what I'd found, sealed it in a plastic bag and hid it under the floorboards. If something happened to me, maybe someone would eventually find it and understand. As darkness fell, the forest went silent again. But this time the silence felt different, not empty but full of potential. Something was coming and I was as ready as I could be. I didn't have to wait long. Chapter 4. The siege around midnight. I heard the soft, deliberate snapping of branches outside. This time I was ready. My heart was hammering. But I forced myself to stay calm, peeking out the window just in time to see something massive moving at the edge of the clearing. The creature was bigger than I'd remembered, more solid and real in the darkness. As it moved closer to the cabin, I could see details that the previous night's encounter had hidden. The matted fur was shot through with what looked like crude ornaments, pieces of bone and antler woven into the thick pelt like some primitive jewelry. Around its neck hung what appeared to be a necklace made from vertebrae, and wrapped around its massive forearms were what looked like strips of hide decorated with small skulls. But it was the intelligence in its movements that really terrified me. This wasn't some mindless beast stumbling around in the dark. It approached the cabin systematically, testing the windows, examining the door, learning the layout with the patience of a predator that had hunted thinking prey before. The creature ignored the traps like it knew they were there. Every snare I'd set, every noisemaker I'd rigged, it stepped around them or over them with casual ease. It had been watching me set them up, learning my defensive patterns as carefully as I'd been documenting its territory. When it reached the cabin door, it stopped and sniffed the air. Even through the thick log walls I could hear its breathing, deep, measured inhalations that seemed to go on forever. It was reading me through scent, learning things about my fear and stress that I couldn't hide. Then it began to test the door itself, not with the crude battery of a mindless animal, but with the careful pressure of something that understood leverage and structural weakness. The heavy wooden door creaked and flexed under its touch, and I realized my barricade might not be enough. I gripped my rifle, steadying my aim through the window, but I hesitated to shoot. Some part of me, the part that had grown up listening to my grandmother's stories about the spirits that guard the deep woods, whispered that this might not be something bullets could stop. And even if they could, what if I only wounded it? What if I made it angry? The creature seemed to sense my hesitation. It stepped back from the door and moved to the window where I was watching. We were separated by maybe 3 feet and a pane of glass, close enough that I could see every detail of its impossible face. It looked like someone had taken human features and stretched them over the skull of something much larger and more primitive. The eyes were definitely human in their intelligence, but they were set in a face that belonged in nightmares. The mouth was too wide, filled with teeth that were too sharp, and when it opened slightly I could see that its tongue was black and seemed to go back too far into its throat. But what really stopped my heart was the moment when our eyes met directly. There was recognition there, not just of me as prey, but of me as kin. This thing knew what I was, knew my heritage, and in that moment of contact I understood with terrible clarity that it knew exactly why I was here. It raised one massive hand and placed it against the glass. The fingers were too long, ending in claws like black daggers, but the arrangement was unmistakably human. 5 fingers, an opposable thumb, the basic architecture of a hand that could use tools and make art and weave meaning into fur. For a moment that stretched like hours, We stared at each other through the glass. Then it spoke. Not words exactly, but a sound that carried meaning directly into my mind. It was a low rumble that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than its throat. A vibration that I felt in my bones as much as I heard with my ears, and somehow impossibly I understood what it was saying. "Why are you here, little brother?" I tried to answer, tried to think back at it that I was just doing a job, just counting animals and writing reports. But the thoughts that came out of me were more honest than I wanted them to be. I'm lost. I don't know what this place is. I don't know what you are. This place is sacred ground. I am its guardian. You are trespassing. The communication wasn't in words. It was deeper than that, more primal. Images and emotions and concepts flowing directly from one mind to another. I saw flashes of the forest as it had been centuries ago, thick with game and songbirds, watched over by something that was both spirit and flesh. I saw the gradual encroachment of roads and cabins and survey markers, the slow death of the old connections between the land and its people. I'm Sekwepemk, I thought back. This is my ancestral territory too. The creature's expression shifted, becoming more complex. I sensed surprise, consideration, perhaps even approval. Then you should understand. The spirits of this place are angry. They sent me to drive away those who would measure and catalog and reduce the sacred to numbers on papers. I understood then why the forest had gone silent, why the animals had fled. This creature wasn't just a predator. It was an enforcer, something sent by forces older than the Park Service to protect what remained of the old ways. I'll leave, I promised. I'll tell them the survey is impossible, that there's nothing here worth cataloging. The creature considered this, tilting its massive head like a person weighing options. Then it pointed one clawed finger at the camera equipment on my table. Destroy the images. Burn the records. Leave no trace of what you have seen. And if I do that, you'll let me go? If you do that, little brother, you may live to carry the warning to others. Tell them that some places must remain unmeasured, unmanaged, untouched. Tell them the old guardians still watch. I nodded, not trusting my voice. The creature watched as I gathered my photographs, my field notes, my survey maps. Everything that documented my time in the dark run went into the wood stove, flames consuming weeks of careful observation and measurement. When the last paper had turned to ash, the creature stepped back from the window. But before it turned to leave, it spoke once more. And this time the meaning came through with perfect clarity. You have seen the Makwith, guardian of the sacred places. Remember this night and remember your promise. There are others watching, others waiting. Not all of them will be as patient as I have been. Then it was gone, moving into the forest with that peculiar limping gait, swallowed by shadows that seemed deeper than the darkness around them. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the chair, rifle across my lap, listening to the forest slowly come back to life. By dawn, birds were singing again, and when I stepped outside, the oppressive atmosphere that had blanketed the dark run for weeks was gone. But the message was clear. My time here was over. I packed up what little I had at first light, leaving behind anything that wasn't essential. The survey equipment, the measuring tools, even the detailed topographic maps. Everything stayed in the cabin like offerings to whatever spirit still moved in the deep woods. I kept only my personal gear and one item I couldn't bring myself to abandon. The plaster cast of the creature's footprint, wrapped carefully in my spare clothes at the bottom of my pack. The walkout felt different than any of my previous trips through the dark run. The forest was alive again, birds calling from the canopy, squirrels chattering in the understory, the normal sounds of a healthy woodland ecosystem. But underneath the natural activity, I could feel eyes on me, watching my progress, ensuring I kept my word. I made good time despite my heavy pack, driven by a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Every mile I put between myself and the cabin felt like a small victory, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being escorted, rather than simply leaving. Shadows moved in my peripheral vision, and more than once I caught glimpses of something large keeping pace with me through the trees. When I finally reached the ranger station, Bill Hendricks looked up from his paperwork with surprise. I was 3 days early, and I probably looked like I'd been through hell. "Nathan, what are you doing back so soon? Everything all right out there?" I had my story ready. Radio's been dead for days. Couldn't reach base, figured something was wrong with the equipment. And the wildlife survey's coming up empty anyway. Whatever was driving the animals away seems to have cleared out the whole area. Bill frowned. Dead radio? That's the second one this month. We'll have to send a tech out to check the relay station. He looked at my field notebook, which was suspiciously thin. No usable data at all. Some initial observations, but nothing worth reporting. The area's been disturbed recently. Maybe logging activity or heavy hunting pressure. Give it a season to settle down and the animals will probably return. It wasn't entirely a lie. The area had been disturbed, just not by anything Bill would believe. And the animals probably would return, now that the Guardian had made its point about unwelcome visitors. Bill seemed to accept my explanation, probably relieved to have one less problem to deal with. Well, we've got other survey areas that need attention. Take a few days to rest up and we'll discuss your next assignment. I nodded and left quickly before he could ask too many questions. But I had no intention of taking another assignment, at least not in this park. Some promises are too important to break, and I'd given my word to something that could enforce it in ways I didn't want to think about. A few days later, out of sheer curiosity, I did some digging in the university library, asking around local elders and consulting old texts. I needed to understand what I'd encountered, to put it in context with the traditional knowledge my grandmother had tried to teach me before she died. What I found confirmed my deepest fears. The Maquith wasn't just a legend, it was a specific type of guardian spirit, one of the old protectors that our people believed watched over sacred places. According to the stories, they appeared when the balance between the human and natural worlds was threatened, when ancient agreements were being broken. The description matched what I'd seen perfectly. Massive, partially human, intelligent, and utterly implacable, when defending territory it considered sacred. The stories also mentioned that the Maquith could communicate with those who had the heritage to understand them, but that such communication came with obligations. Once you'd been contacted directly, you became responsible for carrying the warning to others. I also learned that the Dark Run had another name among the older people of the region. They called it Skelep to Sequepmkule, which roughly translated to place where spirits watch. It had been considered off-limits for generations, a place where the old powers still held sway and modern people weren't welcome. The Park Service, of course, had never been told about this. To them, it was just another section of wilderness to be managed and surveyed. They had no way of knowing they'd been sending people into a place that had been sacred and guarded for centuries. I spent weeks wrestling with what to do with this knowledge. Part of me wanted to warn Bill to tell him that no one else should be sent into the Dark Run. But another part of me, the part that had felt the Maquith's presence in my mind, knew that such a warning would only bring more attention to the area. Scientists would want to investigate. Cryptozoologists would come hunting for evidence, and the sacred space would be trampled by people who couldn't possibly understand what they were dealing with. In the end, I kept my promise. I never filed a complete report about what I'd found in the Dark Run. I took a job with a different agency, in a different province, and I tried to put the experience behind me. But I kept the plaster cast of the footprint, hidden in my closet like a talisman, a reminder that there are still places in this world where the old powers hold sway. Years later, I heard that the Dark Run survey program had been quietly discontinued. Officially, it was due to budget cuts and shifting priorities. But I also heard rumors, stories about equipment failures, communication blackouts, and survey teams that came back early with incomplete data and haunted expressions. I never asked for details. Some things are better left unexamined, but sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling through the trees, I remember the weight of that massive hand against the glass and the feeling of an intelligence far older than civilization taking my measure. I remember the promise I made and the warning I was asked to carry. Some places belong to forces older and darker than us, and they don't take kindly to trespassers. The Maquith still prowls the forest to punish those who disrespect its land, and there are others watching, others waiting. Not all of them are as patient as the Guardian I encountered. The survey stopped, but the tourists keep coming. Hikers and campers who don't know the old stories, who see the wilderness as their playground rather than someone else's home. Most of them come back with nothing more than photos and memories, but every year a few don't come back at all. And every year I wonder if I should have broken my promise, should have found a way to warn them without betraying the trust of something that could have killed me as easily as breathing. The weight of that decision gets heavier as time passes, But the memory of those amber eyes and the feeling of vast patient intelligence keeps me silent. Some promises once made can never be unmade. Some warnings can only be carried by those who've earned the right to speak them, and some guardians are best left undisturbed, watching over the sacred places where the old powers still hold sway. The forest remembers what we've forgotten, and sometimes when we venture too far into places we don't belong, it sends reminders. I was lucky enough to receive my reminder and live to understand it. Others haven't been so fortunate. The dark run is quiet now, but it's not empty. It's never been empty, and it never will be. You ever get that feeling like you're being watched even when you're alone? I never used to, not until that day in Shenandoah National Park. My name's Harper Larson, and I've been working as a park ranger here for the past 5 years. It's not the kind of job that makes for exciting dinner conversation, but it suits me just fine. Most days I deal with lost hikers, bear sightings, and the occasional poacher. My life wasn't exactly thrilling, but it had its moments. I liked the solitude, the rhythm of the forest, and the sense of purpose I got from protecting this slice of wild America. Before I tell you about the day everything changed, let me paint you a picture of my world. Shenandoah National Park stretches over 200,000 acres of Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. It's a tapestry of dense forests, cascading waterfalls, and rolling hills that seem to go on forever. The park is home to black bears, white-tailed deer, and over 200 species of birds. It's a place where you can lose yourself in nature, where the outside world feels a million miles away. I started my career here fresh out of college, armed with a degree in environmental science and a passion for the great outdoors. At first, it was just a job, a way to pay the bills while doing something I enjoyed. But over time, the park became more than that. It became my home, my purpose. My day usually starts before dawn. I wake up in my small cabin on the outskirts of the park, brew a strong pot of coffee, and watch the sun rise over the mountains. There's something magical about those early morning hours when the world is still quiet, and the mist clings to the trees like a gossamer veil. On this particular day, the day that would change everything, I started with my usual rounds. I grabbed my thermos of coffee, clipped my radio to my belt, and headed out into the crisp morning air. My to-do list was mostly mundane tasks: check the trails for debris, ensure the campsites were clean, and keep an eye out for any wildlife that might pose a danger to visitors. As I made my way along the well-worn paths, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just a subtle wrongness that set my nerves on edge. The birds seemed quieter than usual, the air a little too still. I tried to brush it off as just my imagination, but the feeling persisted like a splinter in my mind that I couldn't quite dig out. By mid-morning, I found myself deep in the forest near an area we call Bear Hollow. It's an ironic name, really, because despite what you might think, we rarely see bears there. It's usually a quiet, peaceful spot, the kind of place where you can hear your own heartbeat if you stand still long enough. As I walked, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as I got closer, I realized what I was seeing was all too real. There, on the trunk of a massive oak tree, were a series of deep scratches. They ran parallel to each other, too high up to be from any animal I knew. And there was something else, a smell. It was faint but unmistakable. Like copper and rot, it hung in the air, making my stomach turn. I stood there for a long moment, staring at those scratches, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe it was some animal we hadn't cataloged yet, or some kids playing pranks. But deep down in that primal part of my brain that's wired for survival, alarm bells were ringing. I snapped a few photos with my phone, made a note in my logbook, and tried to push the unease to the back of my mind. I had work to do, after all, and I couldn't let myself get spooked by a few scratches on a tree. But as I continued my rounds, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in my forest. Something was watching, waiting, and I had no idea what it might be. Little did I know, those scratches were just the beginning. The horror that was about to unfold in Shenandoah National Park would test not only my skills as a ranger, but my very sanity. And when it was all over, nothing would ever be the same again. As the day wore on, the strange scratches and the unsettling smell faded to the back of my mind, replaced by the usual rhythm of my daily tasks. It wasn't until early afternoon that I met up with Jenkins. another ranger who'd been with the Park Service longer than I'd been alive. Jenkins was a solid guy, the kind of person you'd want by your side in a tough situation. He had a gruff voice that sounded like he gargled with gravel every morning, and a no-nonsense attitude that could make even the rowdiest campers fall in line. But beneath that tough exterior was a wealth of knowledge about the park, and a deep love for the land we were sworn to protect. "Harper," he called out as I approached, his voice carrying easily through the quiet forest. "You hear about Proctor?" I shook my head, a frown creasing my brow. Alistair Proctor was a name I knew well, a local hiker who fancied himself an expert on the park. He was the kind of guy who thought rules were for other people, often wandering off the designated trails in search of what he called the real Shenandoah experience. Jenkins sighed, his weathered face etched with concern. "He hasn't returned from his hike. Was due back yesterday afternoon." My frown deepened. Proctor was known to be a bit reckless, often pushing the limits of safety in his adventures. It wasn't the first time he'd been late getting back, but something in Jenkins's tone told me this was different. "Any idea where he might have gone?" I asked, already mentally mapping out the areas Proctor was known to frequent. Jenkins pulled out a map, pointing to a series of trails that snaked through some of the more remote areas of the park. "He filed a permit for this route, but you know Proctor. No telling if he actually stuck to it." I nodded, studying the map. The route Proctor had planned would take him through some rugged terrain, including a stretch near Bear Hollow where I'd seen those strange scratches earlier. "I think we should check it out," I said, meeting Jenkins's gaze. "Even if he's just lost track of time, it's better to be safe than sorry." Jenkins agreed, and we set off towards the trailhead where Proctor was last seen. As we walked, I filled Jenkins in on what I'd seen earlier. The scratches on the tree, the odd smell. To his credit, he didn't dismiss my concerns outright, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. "Could be anything," he grunted as we made our way along the trail. "Bear marking its territory, maybe. Or some kids messing around." I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. Something wrong. The first few miles of our search were uneventful. The forest around us was dense and vibrant, alive with the sounds of birds and small animals going about their day. We called out Proctor's name every so often, our voices echoing through the trees before being swallowed up by the vastness of the wilderness. As we walked, I found myself growing more and more uneasy. The scratches I'd seen earlier weren't isolated. Here and there I spotted similar marks on trees, always high up, always in sets of parallel lines. I pointed them out to Jenkins, who examined them with a furrowed brow. "Never seen anything like it," he admitted, running his fingers over one set of marks. "Too high for a bear unless it was standing on its hind legs. And the spacing, it's not right." We pressed on, the unease growing with each step. Jenkins radioed into the station, letting them know our position and that we were starting to worry. The response crackled back, telling us that no one had heard from Proctor and that we should continue our search. It wasn't until we reached a clearing that things started to get truly strange. The clearing was a known spot for campers, a little oasis in the midst of the dense forest. But today it was deserted, or almost deserted. In the center of the clearing stood a lone tent, or what was left of one. It was torn to shreds, its contents scattered across the ground like the aftermath of some frenzied search. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood that we could see, but the eerie silence that hung in the air was unnerving. Jenkins crouched down, examining the ground around the tent. His face paled as he held up a boot, Proctor's boot, with what looked horribly like dried blood caked on the sole. The coppery smell I'd noticed earlier was stronger here, mixed with something else, a musky animal odor that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We spread out, moving carefully through the clearing, our eyes scanning for any sign of Proctor or whatever had destroyed his camp. That's when we found him, or what was left of him. Proctor's body lay at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by a fallen log. It was a mess, torn apart by something savage. It wasn't like any animal attack I'd ever seen. No bear, no cougar. Nothing we had in these woods could have done this. Jenkins swore under his breath, his face ashen as he called in for backup and to report the death. I felt a chill run through me, something I hadn't felt in years on the job. This was wrong. All wrong. As we waited for the others to arrive, we stayed close to the body, not wanting to disturb the scene, but also feeling an unspoken need to stick together. There was an odd sound like a low rustling just beyond the clearing. Jenkins and I exchanged glances, both of us gripping our radios a bit tighter. When the other rangers arrived, they cordoned off the area, and we started to backtrack, looking for any clues about what could have done this. The scratches on the trees were more frequent here, deeper. We followed them, moving slowly, eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. The deeper we went, the more we felt the forest closing in around us. It was as if the trees themselves were watching, waiting. We reached a stream where the tracks seemed to vanish. As we paused to regroup, one of the rangers, Sasha, let out a scream that sent birds scattering from the trees. We turned to see her pointing to the water, her face a mask of horror. There, half submerged in the mud, was another body. This one was older, more decomposed. It looked like it had been there for weeks, maybe months. The realization hit us hard. Proctor wasn't the first. Whatever was out there, it had been hunting in our park for who knows how long. By now, the mood among us was tense, every noise making us jumpy. We decided to head back to the station, regroup, and plan our next steps. On the way, Jenkins kept muttering about the scratches, how they didn't make sense. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared too. For the first time in my career as a ranger, I felt like prey in my own forest. That night, as I lay in my bed trying to sleep, I couldn't shake the images from my mind. The torn tent, Proctor's mangled body, the scratches on the trees, and beneath it all, a growing certainty that whatever had done this was still out there, watching and waiting. Little did I know my encounter with the true horror of Shenandoah was just beginning. Sleep eluded me that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of the crime scene, the shredded tent, Proctor's lifeless body, the strange marks on the trees. The rational part of my mind tried to make sense of it all, to fit the pieces into a puzzle that had a logical solution. But deep down, I knew we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. As the clock ticked past midnight, I made a decision that in hindsight was either incredibly brave or monumentally stupid. I decided to go back out to Bear Hollow, alone. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to worry them, and I wasn't even sure what I was looking for myself. Maybe I thought I'd find some clue we'd missed in the daylight, or maybe I was just driven by a morbid curiosity to confront whatever was out there. I grabbed my flashlight, my radio, and my sidearm, a precaution I rarely felt the need to take in the park. As an afterthought, I picked up my camera. If I did find anything, I wanted proof. The forest at night was a different world. Every sound was amplified, every shadow seemed to move. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, creating eerie shapes that danced at the edge of my vision. I tried to move quietly, but every snapping twig under my feet sounded like a gunshot in the stillness of the night. As I neared Bear Hollow, that feeling of being watched intensified. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. I reached the clearing where we'd found Proctor's body and paused, my flashlight sweeping across the scene. The tent was still there, a grotesque monument to the horror that had unfolded. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see the investigators' markers scattered around, little yellow flags that seemed absurdly cheerful in the grim setting. I moved towards the stream where we'd found the second body, my steps careful, ears straining for any sign of movement. The water gurgled softly, a constant background noise that somehow made the silence of the forest even more oppressive. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a shape, a darker patch of shadow at the edge of my flashlight's beam, but as I swung the light towards it, I felt a wave of cold wash over me. This wasn't any animal I'd ever seen. It wasn't human either. The creature was hunched and twisted, its body a mass of matted fur and what looked like scales. Its eyes reflected the light in a way that no animal should, glowing an eerie yellowish green. But it was the face that truly chilled me to my core. It was almost human, but distorted, with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth and a nose that was little more than 2 slits. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the creature and I, locked in a tableau of mutual shock and horror. Then it let out a sound. Not a growl, but something between a scream and a wail, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I ran. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I tore through the forest. Branches whipped at my face, roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps heavy and fast, gaining on me with each passing second. I stumbled, falling hard, my flashlight skittering away into the underbrush. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing a fallen branch for support. As I turned, I saw the creature lunging at me, its claws extended, mouth open in that terrible scream. Without thinking, I swung the branch with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud, and the creature recoiled, letting out that horrific sound again. I didn't stop to see if it was hurt. I ran, not stopping until I reached the ranger station. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, trying to explain what I'd seen. The other rangers on night duty looked at me like I was crazy, and maybe I was. But Jenkins, who had come in when he heard the commotion, believed me. He'd seen the scratches, the bodies. He knew something was out there. We geared up, more rangers joining us, armed this time with tranquilizer guns and spotlights. We headed back to Bear Hollow, ready for, well, I'm not sure what we were ready for. But when we arrived, it was gone. The clearing was empty, save for the tattered remains of Proctor's tent. We searched for hours, combing every inch of the area, but there was nothing. No tracks, no fur, no sign of the creature I'd seen. In the harsh light of day, as we trudged back to the station empty-handed, I began to doubt myself. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or was it just my mind playing tricks on me, fueled by the stress and horror of the past day? The next few days were a blur of activity. The park was closed to visitors, ostensibly for a wildlife management operation. In reality, we were conducting a full-scale search for whatever had killed Proctor and the other victim we'd found. Teams of rangers combed every inch of the park, armed with tranquilizer guns and cameras. We brought in experts from the Fish and Wildlife Service, even a cryptozoologist who'd heard about the incident through the grapevine. But despite our best efforts, we found nothing conclusive. There were more scratches on trees, a few tufts of unidentifiable fur, and some tracks that didn't match any known animal. But of the creature itself, there was no sign. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. The bodies were another matter entirely. The autopsies were inconclusive, to say the least. The coroner's report was filled with phrases like unknown animal attack and unprecedented tissue damage. The teeth marks didn't match any known predator, and there were traces of a venom that defied analysis. As the days turned into weeks, the lack of any further incidents or evidence began to cast doubt on my story. I could see it in the eyes of my fellow rangers, hear it in the whispers that stopped when I entered a room. Even Jenkins, who had initially believed me, started to look at me with a mixture of concern and skepticism. I threw myself into my work, patrolling longer hours, volunteering for the most remote assignments. Part of it was a desperate hope to find some proof of what I'd seen. But if I'm honest, part of it was also to escape the looks and whispers. It was during one of these extended patrols, about a month after the incident, that I found something that reignited the investigation. I was deep in a part of the park we rarely visited, an area of dense forest and steep ravines that was off limits to the public. As I made my way along a narrow game trail, I caught a whiff of that same coppery, rotting smell I'd encountered in Bear Hollow, my heart racing. I followed the scent, moving as quietly as I could through the underbrush. It led me to the mouth of a cave, half hidden behind a curtain of vines. The smell was stronger here, mixed with a musky animal odor that made my nose wrinkle. I radioed for backup, giving my coordinates and a brief description of what I'd found. Then, against my better judgment, I decided to take a closer look. The cave entrance was low, forcing me to stoop as I entered. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a tunnel that sloped downward into the earth. The walls were damp, covered in a slimy moss that glistened in the light. As I moved deeper into the cave, the smell grew stronger. I could hear something too, a low rhythmic sound that might have been breathing. Or maybe it was just the wind echoing through the cavern. I told myself it was the wind, but my hand tightened on my flashlight all the same. I rounded a bend in the tunnel and found myself in a larger chamber. My flashlight beam swept across the space, revealing piles of bones scattered across the floor. Some were clearly animal, deer, maybe, or bear. But others were unmistakably human, and there in the center of it all was a nest. A massive, stinking pile of leaves, fur, and what looked horribly like shredded clothing. It was empty, but it was clear that something had been living here. Something big. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding so loud I was sure it would wake whatever creature called this place home. I had just turned to leave when I heard it. That same unearthly wail I'd heard in Bear Hollow. I ran. I ran like I've never run before. Scrambling through the tunnel, scraping my hands and knees on the rocky floor, I burst out of the cave into the fading daylight, gasping for breath. The backup team found me there, slumped against a tree, my clothes torn and dirty. I babbled out my story as they helped me to my feet, pointing frantically at the cave entrance. We went back in, of course. A whole team of us armed and ready for anything, but the chamber was empty. The bones and the nest were there, just as I'd described, but of the creature there was no sign. The discovery of the cave changed everything. It was proof that something was out there, something that didn't fit into our understanding of the natural world. The park remained closed as the investigation intensified. More experts were brought in, the cave was mapped and studied, and we began a systematic search of every similar geological formation in the park. Weeks turned into months. The story got out, of course. You can't keep something like this quiet for long. The press descended on the park, cameras and microphones at the ready. There were interviews, press conferences, endless speculation on late-night radio shows and internet forums. Through it all, I kept searching. Every day, I'd go out into the park, following up on reported sightings, checking and rechecking areas where we'd found signs of the creature. Most of the other rangers thought I was obsessed, and maybe I was, but I couldn't let it go. I had seen that thing face to face, and I knew the danger it posed. It was nearly a year after the initial incident when it all came to a head. It was a crisp autumn day, the kind where the air feels sharp in your lungs and the leaves crunch underfoot. I was on my usual patrol, checking some of the more remote campsites that we were preparing to reopen to the public. As I approached one of the sites, I noticed something odd. The fire pit, which should have been cold and empty, had the remains of a recent fire in it. The ashes were still warm. I radioed it in, reporting a possible unauthorized campsite. As I waited for a response, I began to search the area, looking for any other signs of the campers. That's when I saw it. A flash of movement in the trees, too big to be a deer, too fast to be a bear. My radio crackled to life, but I ignored it, my eyes fixed on the spot where I'd seen the movement. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then slowly a figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. It was the creature, the same twisted, horrifying thing I'd seen in Bear Hollow. But in the clear light of day, I could see it even more clearly. Its body was a patchwork of fur and scales, its limbs too long and jointed in all the wrong places. The face was just as I remembered, almost human but warped and feral with those terrible glowing eyes. We stared at each other, neither moving. I could hear my radio squawking, the voices of my fellow rangers tinny and distant, but all I could focus on was the creature in front of me. Slowly, carefully, I reached for my tranquilizer gun. The creature's eyes followed my movement, a low growl rumbling from its throat. "Easy," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "Easy now." The creature tilted its head almost as if it was listening. For a wild, crazy moment, I wondered if it could understand me. That's when I noticed something clutched in its clawed hand. It was a backpack, a hiker's backpack, torn and bloodied. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. It had struck again. Somewhere out there was another victim, another life taken by this thing. I raised the tranquilizer gun, my finger tightening on the trigger. The creature tensed, its muscles coiling like springs. What happened next was a blur. The creature lunged impossibly fast. I fired, the dart whistling through the air. There was a roar of pain and fury, the sound of breaking branches, and then silence. I found myself on the ground, my back against a tree. The tranquilizer gun knocked from my hand. The creature was gone, disappeared into the forest as quickly as it had appeared. But it had left something behind. There, impaled on a broken branch, was a tuft of its fur, coarse and matted like nothing I'd ever seen before. The following weeks were a whirlwind of activity. The fur sample was analyzed, revealing a DNA structure that baffled the scientists. It was part mammal, part reptile, with other elements that defied classification. The search for the creature intensified, but it was never seen again. We found more bodies. Hikers who had gone missing over the years, their remains hidden in remote corners of the park. Each one bore the same terrible wounds as Proctor. As for me, I stayed on as a ranger. How could I leave? This park, this forest, it was my home. And now it was my responsibility in a way it had never been before. The official report chalked it all up to an unidentified predator species. The park reopened, with new warnings posted about wildlife danger. Life, as they say, went on. But I know the truth. I know what's out there, hiding in the shadows of Shenandoah. And every time I walk those trails, every time I hear a rustle in the underbrush or catch a whiff of that coppery smell, I remember. So if you ever find yourself in Shenandoah National Park, stick to the trails. Keep your eyes open and your wits about you. And if you ever get that feeling like you're being watched even when you're alone, well, maybe you are. Because there are things out there we don't understand. Things that lurk in the dark places of the world waiting. And sometimes, just sometimes, they find us. They say the first sign of a problem is when you start feeling the hair on the back of your neck stand up. For me, it started with a whiff of something foul, like rotten meat drifting on the breeze. My name is Owen Harkins, and I've been a park ranger for the better part of a decade. I've seen it all: bear maulings, lost hikers, forest fires, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered at Ansel Peak National Park. Ansel Peak is your typical national park. Towering pines, crystal clear lakes, and miles upon miles of trails that snake through the backcountry. It's the kind of place that seems like a postcard come to life. Tourists flock here year-round, eager to snap selfies with the local wildlife and pretend they're roughing it in the great outdoors. Little do they know how quickly their Instagram-worthy vacation can turn into a nightmare. I remember the day it all began like it was yesterday. It was a crisp autumn morning, the kind that makes you grateful to be alive and working outdoors. The air was tinged with the scent of pine and decaying leaves, a reminder that winter wasn't far off. I had just started my shift, climbing into my Forest Service truck with a thermos of coffee and a packed lunch. My wife Sarah had insisted on making me a hearty meal, knowing I'd be out on the trails all day. "Be careful out there, Owen," she'd said as I kissed her goodbye. I've got a weird feeling about today. I'd laughed it off, chalking it up to her overactive imagination. Sarah had always been the worrier in our relationship, constantly fretting about the dangers of my job. But after years of routine patrols and minor incidents, I'd grown complacent. The forest held no fears for me, or so I thought. As I drove along the winding park roads, I mentally reviewed my tasks for the day. Check trail markers, pick up any litter left behind by careless visitors, make sure no one was trying to feed or get too close to the wildlife. Standard stuff, really. I parked at the Red Pine trailhead, grabbed my pack, and set out on foot. The trail was busy that day, teeming with hikers of all ages and skill levels. I nodded and smiled as I passed them, reminding a few to stay on the marked path or to properly dispose of their trash. Most were friendly, eager to chat about wildlife sightings or ask for directions. A few, however, gave me the cold shoulder, as if my presence was somehow ruining their wilderness experience. I'd been hiking for about an hour when I encountered a group of college students gathered around a young buck. They were far too close, smartphones out, trying to capture the perfect shot for social media. "Folks," I called out, keeping my voice calm but authoritative, "I'm going to need you to back up slowly. That's a wild animal, not a prop for your photos." The students grumbled but complied, shooting me dirty looks as they retreated. The buck, sensing the tension, bolted into the underbrush. I sighed, knowing I'd probably just ruined their day, but it was part of the job. Better a ruined photo op than a goring. As the day wore on, I found myself venturing further into the backcountry. The crowds thinned out, replaced by more serious hikers and backpackers. I checked in with a few of them, making sure they had proper permits and were aware of the park regulations. Everything seemed normal, just another day in paradise. It wasn't until late afternoon that I got my first inkling that something was off. I was about 5 miles into the Red Pine Trail, in an area that didn't see much foot traffic. The forest had grown quieter, the usual chatter of birds and small animals noticeably absent. And then I smelled it, that faint odor of decay carried on the wind. At first I dismissed it, probably just a dead animal somewhere off the trail. Nature can be brutal, and it wasn't uncommon to stumble across the remains of a deer or smaller creature that had fallen prey to one of the park's predators. But as I continued on, the smell grew stronger, more pungent. It was then that I noticed the unnatural silence of the forest around me. My hand instinctively went to the radio at my belt, fingers brushing against the butt of my service pistol. Something wasn't right, and years of experience had taught me to trust my instincts. I keyed the mic, intending to check in with dispatch, but hesitated. What exactly would I report? A bad smell in a quiet forest? They'd think I was losing it. I decided to investigate further before calling it in. No sense in raising alarms over what could turn out to be nothing. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A campsite, but not the usual tidy setup you'd expect from seasoned hikers. This one was a mess. Tents lay in shreds as if they'd been torn apart by some massive force. Food and supplies were strewn everywhere, crushed and scattered. The fire pit looked like it had been kicked apart, still smoldering embers casting an eerie glow in the fading daylight. But it was the blood that truly chilled me to the bone. There was so much of it. Dark stains spattered the ground, soaked into the torn fabric of the tents, even splashed across the trunks of nearby trees. It looked like a scene from a horror movie, except this was all too real. I drew my weapon, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I scanned the area for any sign of movement. "Hello?" I called out, hoping against hope that I'd find survivors. "This is Park Ranger Harkins. Is anyone there?" Silence was my only answer. With shaking hands, I unclipped my radio and called it in. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Harkins. I've got a situation on Red Pine Trail about 5 miles in. Possible animal attack, multiple injured. Send backup and medical assistance ASAP." The response came almost immediately, the dispatcher's voice tense. "Copy that, Ranger Harkins. Help is on the way. Stay safe, over, stay safe." Easier said than done when you're standing in the middle of what looks like a massacre site, with no idea what caused it, or if the threat is still present. I kept my Sig Sauer P226 at the ready as I began to survey the area more closely, looking for any clues as to what had happened here. The campsite told a story of violence and terror. Sleeping bags were shredded, their stuffing scattered like snow across the blood-stained ground. A cooler lay on its side, its contents spilled out and trampled. I found a smartphone with a cracked screen, its last unsent message a frantic plea for help. As I was examining the torn remains of a backpack, I heard a rustle in the bushes off to my left. I spun around, weapon raised, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "This is Park Ranger Harkins," I shouted, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Come out slowly with your hands where I can see them." What emerged from the underbrush was something out of a nightmare. At first I thought it was a bear attack victim, but as the figure stumbled into the clearing I realized it was, or had been, a man. His clothes hung in tatters, barely clinging to a body covered in deep, vicious gashes. Blood oozed from wounds that looked more like claw marks than anything an ordinary predator could inflict. But it was his face that truly horrified me. Pale as death, with eyes wide and unfocused, he bore an expression of pure, unadulterated terror. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but all that came out was a wet, gurgling sound. Before I could reach him, his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. I rushed to his side, holstering my weapon and dropping to my knees beside him. "Sir, can you hear me?" I asked, frantically checking for a pulse. "Help is on the way. Just hold on." But it was too late. As I watched, the light faded from his eyes, leaving behind that same horrified expression frozen on his face. He was gone, and I was alone once more in the growing darkness of the forest. As I knelt there trying to process what I'd just witnessed, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was out there in the shadows observing my every move. Something that didn't belong in this world. Something far more dangerous than any natural predator. The sound of approaching sirens snapped me out of my daze. Backup was arriving, but as I stood to flag them down, I cast one last glance at the ruined campsite and the body of the unknown man. Whatever had done this was still out there, and I had a sinking feeling that this was only the beginning of something far worse than anything I'd ever encountered in my years as a ranger. Little did I know, as I walked towards the flashing lights and the promise of safety, that my life and the lives of everyone in Ansel Peak National Park was about to change forever. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. Park police, local law enforcement, and even a few FBI agents swarmed the area, transforming the once peaceful trail into a bustling crime scene. Yellow tape cordoned off the campsite, and floodlights cast harsh shadows across the forest floor, revealing details I'd missed in the fading daylight. I found myself recounting my story over and over, first to my supervisor, then to a grim-faced detective, and finally to a pair of FBI agents who seemed more interested in the surrounding terrain than in my account of events. Each time I told it, the story seemed to grow more surreal, as if by repeating it I was somehow distancing myself from the horror of what I'd witnessed. "And you're certain it was just one victim?" The lead FBI agent, a stern-faced woman named Abigail Carter, asked for what felt like the 100th time. I nodded, rubbing my tired eyes. Yes, just the one man who came out of the bushes. But given the state of the campsite and the amount of blood, I'd be surprised if there weren't more victims out there. Agent Carter made a non-committal noise, jotting something down in her notebook. Her partner, a younger agent whose name I couldn't remember, was examining the torn tents with a puzzled expression. "What kind of animal could do this kind of damage?" he asked, gesturing at the shredded fabric and bent metal poles. I shook my head. In all my years as a ranger, I've never seen anything like it. A bear could certainly cause some damage, but this is something else entirely. As if on cue, a shout went up from the edge of the clearing. One of the search teams had found something. We all rushed over to see what it was. In the beam of a powerful flashlight, partially obscured by fallen leaves and forest debris, lay a severed human hand. I felt my stomach lurch, and for a moment I thought I might be sick. The hand was pale, almost bluish in the harsh light. Its fingers curled as if clinging to life even in death. But what struck me most were the marks around the wrist. Not the clean cut of a blade, but jagged tears that spoke of immense inhuman strength. "Jesus," the younger FBI agent muttered, turning away. Even Agent Carter looked shaken, her usual composure cracking for just a moment before she barked orders for the hand to be bagged and tagged as evidence. As the night wore on, more grisly discoveries were made. Scraps of clothing, a blood-soaked shoe, even a few teeth scattered among the underbrush. But no more bodies, at least not whole ones. It was as if whatever had attacked the campsite had quite literally torn its victims apart and spirited away the remains. By the time the sun began to rise, casting a pale, sickly light over the scene, we were no closer to understanding what had happened. The official stance, as relayed to me by my supervisor, was that this had been a particularly vicious bear attack. But I knew better. I had seen the look in that dying man's eyes, had felt the unnatural stillness of the forest. This was something else, something worse. As I finally made my way back to my truck, exhausted and shell-shocked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The forest, which had always been a source of comfort and wonder for me, now felt alien and threatening. Every shadow seemed to hide some lurking menace, every rustle of leaves a potential harbinger of death. I arrived home just as Sarah was waking up. One look at my face told her something was terribly wrong. "Owen," she said, her voice laced with concern. "What happened out there?" I opened my mouth to tell her, to unburden myself of the horrors I'd witnessed, but found I couldn't form the words. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? How could I tell her that the safe, familiar world we thought we knew had suddenly become a place of unspeakable danger? Instead, I simply pulled her into a tight embrace, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo, trying to ground myself in the normalcy of home. "It's been a long night," I finally managed to say. "I'll tell you everything, but first I need to sleep." As I lay in bed, Sarah's warm presence beside me, I stared at the ceiling, unable to close my eyes. Every time I did, I saw that man's face twisted in terror, his last moments replaying in my mind like a macabre film reel, and beneath it all, a gnawing certainty that this was only the beginning. Whatever had descended upon Ansel Peak National Park, whatever monstrous force had shattered the peace of our little corner of wilderness, I knew in my bones that it wasn't finished, and somehow, whether I wanted it or not, I was now at the center of a mystery that threatened everything and everyone I held dear. As exhaustion finally overtook me, dragging me into a fitful sleep, one thought echoed through my mind: nothing would ever be the same again. The next few days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and tense meetings. The park remained open, but with increased security measures in place. Warning signs were posted at trailheads, cautioning hikers about aggressive wildlife and urging them to stay in groups and make noise while on the trails. It felt like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, but it was the best we could do without causing widespread panic. I threw myself into work, volunteering for extra patrols and spending long hours combing through the area surrounding the attack site. Part of it was a desperate need to feel useful. to convince myself that I was doing something to protect the people who visited the park. But if I'm being honest, there was another darker motivation. I needed to know what was out there. My colleagues noticed the change in me. Gone was the easygoing ranger who always had a joke or a friendly word for everyone. In his place was a man haunted by shadows, jumping at every unexpected sound, his hand never far from his sidearm. A few of them tried to talk to me about it, to offer support or at least a sympathetic ear, but I brushed them off. How could I explain the nameless dread that had taken root in my heart? It was on one of these extended patrols, about a week after the initial incident, that I had my second encounter with the unknown. I was deep in the backcountry, miles from any marked trail, following what I told myself was a hunch, but felt more like an invisible thread pulling me forward. The day was overcast, a heavy mist clinging to the trees and muffling all sound. It was the kind of weather that plays tricks on your senses, turning familiar landscapes into alien terrain. I had just crested a small rise when I saw it. A cave entrance partially hidden by a curtain of vines and overgrown foliage. Something about the cave set my nerves on edge. Maybe it was the unnatural symmetry of the opening, too perfect to be the work of natural erosion, or perhaps it was the way the mist seemed to curl away from it, as if even the air itself was reluctant to venture inside. As I stood there, debating whether to call it in or investigate further, a sound reached my ears that made my blood run cold. It was faint, barely audible over the soft patter of drizzle on leaves, but unmistakable, a low rumbling growl that seemed to emanate from the depths. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to radio for backup, to do anything but approach that yawning darkness. But I knew that if I left now, I might never find this place again. Whatever answers lay within, this might be my only chance to uncover them. With trembling hands, I unholstered my sidearm and flicked on my flashlight. The beam seemed pitiful against the oppressive gloom of the cave entrance. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, pushing aside the curtain of vegetation. The smell hit me first. That same rotten meat stench from the campsite, only now it was almost unbearable. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, fighting the urge to gag as I ventured deeper into the cave. The walls were slick with some kind of viscous fluid, and my flashlight beam revealed deep gouges in the rock, as if something with enormous claws had been sharpening them against the stone. The floor was littered with bones, some recognizably animal, others disturbingly human-like. As I moved further in, the cave opened up into a larger chamber. My flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, but what I could see turned my blood to ice. Strewn about the floor were tattered remnants of clothing, backpacks, and camping gear, clear evidence that whatever laired here was responsible for the attacks. But it was what lay at the center of the chamber that truly horrified me. A massive heap of something. In the dim light, it looked like a mound of fur and flesh, rising and falling with slow, rhythmic movements. It was sleeping. I stood frozen, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the creature. Slowly, carefully, I began to back away, praying that I could make it out without alerting the beast. That's when my foot came down on something that cracked loudly in the silence of the cave. The mound stirred. I didn't wait to see what would emerge from that hideous pile. I turned and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I scrambled back the way I had come. Behind me, I heard a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, followed by the sound of something massive giving chase. I burst out of the cave into the misty daylight, not daring to look back. I ran as I'd never run before, leaping over fallen logs and crashing through underbrush, my lungs burning and muscles screaming in protest. All the while I could hear it behind me, branches snapping, the earth shaking with each of its strides. It wasn't until I reached my truck, parked miles away at a remote trailhead, that I finally allowed myself to stop. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I peeled out onto the dirt road, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror. A dark shape at the edge of the trees, watching me go. I drove straight to the ranger station, my mind reeling from what I'd seen. I knew I had to report it, to organize a search party, to do something. But as I sat in the parking lot trying to calm my racing heart, doubt began to creep in. What exactly had I seen? In the darkness of the cave, with adrenaline coursing through my veins, could I trust my own perceptions? And even if what I saw was real, who would believe me? The official stance was still that we were dealing with an unusually aggressive bear. How could I convince them that it was something far worse? In the end, I said nothing. I logged my patrol as uneventful and went home, carrying the weight of my secret like a stone in my chest. That night, as I lay awake next to Sarah, I made a decision. I would go back. I had to know for sure. Had to find concrete evidence of what was lurking in our forests. Only then could I hope to convince others of the danger we were facing. Little did I know, my silence that day would have consequences far beyond anything I could have imagined. The next few weeks were a study in mounting tension. While I wrestled with the knowledge of what I'd seen in that cave, life in Ansel Peak National Park took on a surreal quality. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Tourists still flocked to the scenic viewpoints. Hikers still traversed the well-worn trails, and my fellow rangers went about their duties with professional detachment. But underneath it all, there was a current of unease. The number of reported wildlife sightings had dropped dramatically, as if the animals themselves were avoiding certain areas of the park. Experienced hikers who had been coming to Ansel Peak for years commented on the unnatural quiet that seemed to have descended on the backcountry. And then there were the disappearances. It started small, a lone hiker here, a couple of campers there. At first, we treated them as we would any missing persons case in the wilderness. Search parties were organized, helicopters were called in to scan the more remote areas. But as the numbers grew, it became harder to dismiss them as simple accidents or unprepared tourists getting lost. I threw myself into these search efforts with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Every time we headed out into the forest, I hoped and feared in equal measure that we would stumble across that cave again. But whether by chance or some malevolent design, I could never quite retrace my steps to that hidden entrance. The strain was starting to show, not just on me, but on the entire park staff. Tempers flared more easily, and the usual camaraderie gave way to tense silences and suspicious glances. Everyone could sense that something was wrong, but no one wanted to be the first to voice the impossible thoughts that lurked in the backs of our minds. It was Sarah who finally confronted me about it. I had come home late again, exhausted and frustrated after another fruitless search. She was waiting up for me, sitting at the kitchen table with 2 mugs of tea and a determined look in her eye. "Owen," she said, as I slumped into the chair across from her. "We need to talk." I nodded, too tired to argue. She pushed one of the mugs towards me and I wrapped my hands around it, grateful for its warmth. "You're not sleeping," she continued. "You barely eat, and don't think I haven't noticed the way you stare out into the woods like you're expecting something to come charging out at any moment." She reached across the table, laying her hand over mine. "Please tell me what's going on. What really happened that night?" For a moment I was tempted to unburden myself, to share the terrifying truth of what I'd seen, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I drag her into this nightmare? How could I shatter her sense of safety in the home and the life we'd built here? "It's just been tough," I said finally, hating myself for the lie. "All these missing people. I feel responsible, like I should be doing more to find them." Sarah's eyes softened with sympathy, but I could see that she didn't fully believe me. "Oh, and you can't carry the weight of the entire park on your shoulders. You're doing everything you can." If only she knew how far that was from the truth. Our conversation was interrupted by the shrill ring of my work phone. I answered it, a sense of dread settling over me as I listened to the voice on the other end. "There's been another incident," I told Sarah as I hung up, already reaching for my jacket. "A group of campers. They're not responding to radio calls. I have to go." Sarah stood, her face a mask of worry. "Be careful out there," she said, pulling me into a tight embrace. "Come back to me." As I drove through the darkness towards the ranger station, her words echoed in my mind. Come back to me. I made a silent promise that I would, no matter what horrors awaited me in the depths of the forest. The scene that greeted me at the station was one of barely contained chaos. Rangers and local law enforcement milled about, checking equipment and poring over maps. The air was thick with tension and unspoken fear. With trembling hands, I unholstered my sidearm and flicked on my flashlight. The beam seemed pitiful against the oppressive gloom of the cave entrance. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, pushing aside the curtain of vegetation. The smell hit me first. That same rotten meat stench from the campsite, only now it was almost unbearable. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, fighting the urge to gag as I ventured deeper into the cave. The walls were slick with some kind of viscous fluid, and my flashlight beam revealed deep gouges in the rock as if something with enormous claws had been sharpening them against the stone. The floor was littered with bones, some recognizably animal, others disturbingly human-like. As I moved further in, the cave opened up into a larger chamber. My flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, but what I could see turned my blood to ice. Strewn about the floor were tattered remnants of clothing, backpacks, and camping gear, clear evidence that whatever laired here was responsible for the attacks. But it was what lay at the center of the chamber that truly horrified me. A massive heap of something. In the dim light, it looked like a mound of fur and flesh, rising and falling with slow, rhythmic movements. It was sleeping. I stood frozen, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the creature. Slowly, carefully, I began to back away, praying that I could make it out without alerting the beast. That's when my foot came down on something that cracked loudly in the silence of the cave. The mound stirred. I didn't wait to see what would emerge from that hideous pile. I turned and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I scrambled back the way I had come. Behind me, I heard a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, followed by the sound of something massive giving chase. I burst out of the cave into the misty daylight, not daring to look back. I ran as I'd never run before, leaping over fallen logs and crashing through underbrush, my lungs burning and muscles screaming in protest. All the while I could hear it behind me, branches snapping, the earth shaking with each of its strides. It wasn't until I reached my truck, parked miles away at a remote trailhead, that I finally allowed myself to stop. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I peel. With trembling hands, I unholstered my sidearm and flicked on my flashlight. The beam seemed pitiful against the oppressive gloom of the cave entrance. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, pushing aside the curtain of vegetation. The smell hit me first, that same rotten meat stench from the campsite, only now it was almost unbearable. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, fighting the urge to gag as I ventured deeper into the cave. The walls were slick with some kind of viscous fluid, and my flashlight beam revealed deep gouges in the rock, as if something with enormous claws had been sharpening them against the stone. The floor was littered with bones, some recognizably animal, others disturbingly human-like. As I moved further in, the cave opened up into a larger chamber. My flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, but what I could see turned my blood to ice. Strewn about the floor were tattered remnants of clothing, backpacks, and camping gear, clear evidence that whatever laired here was responsible for the attacks. But it was what lay at the center of the chamber that truly horrified me. A massive heap of something. In the dim light, it looked like a mound of fur and flesh, rising and falling with slow, rhythmic movements. It was sleeping. I stood frozen, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the creature. Slowly, carefully, I began to back away, praying that I could make it out without alerting the beast. That's when my foot came down on something that cracked loudly in the silence of the cave. The mound stirred. I didn't wait to see what would emerge from that hideous pile. I turned and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I scrambled back the way I had come. Behind me, I heard a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, followed by the sound of something massive giving chase. I burst out of the cave into the misty daylight, not daring to look back. I ran as I'd never run before, leaping over fallen logs and crashing through underbrush, my lungs burning and muscles screaming in protest. All the while I could hear it behind me, branches snapping, the earth shaking with each of its strides. It wasn't until I reached my truck, parked miles away at a remote trailhead, that I finally allowed myself to stop. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I peeled out onto the dirt road, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a dark shape at the edge of the trees, watching me go. I drove straight to the ranger station, my mind reeling from what I'd seen. I knew I had to report it, to organize a search party, to do something. But as I sat in the parking lot trying to calm my racing heart, doubt began to creep in. What exactly had I seen? In the darkness of the cave, with adrenaline coursing through my veins, could I trust my own perceptions? And even if what I saw was real, who would believe me? The official stance was still that we were dealing with an unusually aggressive bear. How could I convince them that it was something far worse? In the end, I said nothing. I logged my patrol as uneventful and went home, carrying the weight of my secret like a stone in my chest. That night, as I lay awake next to Sarah, I made a decision. I would go back. I had to know for sure. Had to find concrete evidence of what was lurking in our forests. Only then could I hope to convince others of the danger we were facing. Little did I know, my silence that day would have consequences far beyond anything I could have imagined. The next few weeks were a study in mounting tension. While I wrestled with the knowledge of what I'd seen in that cave, life in Ansel Peak National Park took on a surreal quality. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Tourists still flocked to the scenic viewpoints. Hikers still traversed the well-worn trails. And my fellow rangers went about their duties with professional detachment. But underneath it all, there was a current of unease. The number of reported wildlife sightings had dropped dramatically, as if the animals themselves were avoiding certain areas of the park. Experienced hikers who had been coming to Ansel Peak for years commented on the unnatural quiet that seemed to have descended on the backcountry, and then there were the disappearances. It started small, a lone hiker here, a couple of campers there. At first, we treated them as we would any missing persons case in the wilderness. Search parties were organized. Helicopters were called in to scan the more remote areas. But as the numbers grew, it became harder to dismiss them as simple accidents or unprepared tourists getting lost. I threw myself into these search efforts with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Every time we headed out into the forest, I hoped and feared in equal measure that we would stumble across that cave again. But whether by chance or some malevolent design, I could never quite retrace my steps to that hidden entrance. The strain was starting to show, not just on me, but on the entire park staff. Tempers flared more easily, and the usual camaraderie gave way to tense silences and suspicious glances. Everyone could sense that something was wrong, but no one wanted to be the first to voice the impossible thoughts that lurked in the backs of our minds. It was Sarah who finally confronted me about it. I had come home late again, exhausted and frustrated after another fruitless search. She was waiting up for me, sitting at the kitchen table with 2 mugs of tea and a determined look in her eye. "Owen," she said as I slumped into the chair across from her. "We need to talk." I nodded, too tired to argue. She pushed one of the mugs towards me and I wrapped my hands around it, grateful for its warmth. "You're not sleeping," she continued. "You barely eat. And don't think I haven't noticed the way you stare out into the woods like you're expecting something to come charging out at any moment." She reached across the table, laying her hand over mine. "Please tell me what's going on. What really happened that night?" For a moment I was tempted to unburden myself, to share the terrifying truth of what I'd seen, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I drag her into this nightmare? How could I shatter her sense of safety in the home and the life we'd built here? "It's just been tough," I said finally, hating myself for the lie. "All these missing people. I feel responsible, like I should be doing more to find them." Sarah's eyes softened with sympathy, but I could see that she didn't fully believe me. "Oh, and you can't carry the weight of the entire park on your shoulders. You're doing everything you can." If only she knew how far that was from the truth. Our conversation was interrupted by the shrill ring of my work phone. I answered it, a sense of dread settling over me as I listened to the voice on the other end. "There's been another incident," I told Sarah as I hung up, already reaching for my jacket. "A group of campers. They're not responding to radio calls." "I have to go." Sarah stood, her face a mask of worry. "Be careful out there," she said, pulling me into a tight embrace. "Come back to me." As I drove through the darkness towards the ranger station, her words echoed in my mind. "Come back to me." I made a silent promise that I would, no matter what horrors awaited me in the depths of the forest. The scene that greeted me at the station was one of barely contained chaos. Rangers and local law enforcement milled about, checking equipment and poring over maps. The air was thick with tension and unspoken fear. My supervisor, a grizzled veteran named Frank Delaney, pulled me aside as soon as I arrived. "Harkins," he said, his voice low and urgent, "I need you to lead one of the search teams. You know these woods better than anyone." I nodded, trying to ignore the twisting in my gut. "What's the situation?" Frank's face was grim. "Family of 4, up near Blackwater Ridge. They missed their scheduled check-in, and when we tried to raise them on the radio, well, what we heard wasn't good." "What do you mean?" I asked, a chill running down my spine. "Screaming," Frank said, his eyes haunted. And then something else. Something that didn't sound human at all. My mind flashed back to that roar I'd heard in the cave, a sound that had haunted my nightmares for weeks. When do we head out? As soon as the teams are assembled. Owen, he added, gripping my shoulder. Be careful out there. Something's not right in these woods, and I can't shake the feeling that we're in over our heads. If only he knew how right he was. Within the hour, we were on our way, a convoy of vehicles winding up the narrow mountain roads towards Blackwater Ridge. As we drove, I briefed my team, 2 other rangers and a local sheriff's deputy, on what to expect. I stuck to the facts, describing the terrain and the last known location of the missing family. But in the back of my mind, I was preparing them for something else entirely. We reached the trailhead just as the first light of dawn was breaking over the mountains. The air was crisp and clean, belying the horrors that I knew lurked in the shadows of the forest. As we geared up, checking our weapons and supplies, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were preparing for war rather than a simple search and rescue operation. Stay close, I instructed my team as we set off down the trail. Keep your eyes and ears open. If you see or hear anything unusual, anything at all, you call it out immediately. Understood? They nodded, their faces serious. They might not have known exactly what we were up against, but they could sense the gravity of the situation. As we pushed deeper into the wilderness, the forest seemed to close in around us. The usual sounds of birds and small animals were noticeably absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that set my nerves on edge. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through. With trembling hands, I unholstered my sidearm and flicked on my flashlight. The beam seemed pitiful against the oppressive gloom of the cave entrance. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, pushing aside the curtain of vegetation. The smell hit me first, that same rotten meat stench from the campsite, only now it was almost unbearable. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, fighting the urge to gag as I ventured deeper into the cave. The walls were slick with some kind of viscous fluid, and my flashlight beam revealed deep gouges in the rock, as if something with enormous claws had been sharpening them against the stone. The floor was littered with bones, some recognizably animal, others disturbingly human-like. As I moved further in, the cave opened up into a larger chamber. My flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, but what I could see turned my blood to ice. Strewn about the floor were tattered remnants of clothing, backpacks, and camping gear, clear evidence that whatever laired here was responsible for the attacks. But it was what lay at the center of the chamber that truly horrified me. A massive heap of something. In the dim light, it looked like a mound of fur and flesh, rising and falling with slow, rhythmic movements. It was sleeping. I stood frozen, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the creature. Slowly, carefully, I began to back away, praying that I could make it out without alerting the beast. That's when my foot came down on something that cracked loudly in the silence of the cave. The mound stirred. I didn't wait to see what would emerge from that hideous pile. I turned and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I scrambled back the way I had come. Behind me, I heard a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, followed by the sound of something massive giving chase. I burst out of the cave into the misty daylight, not daring to look back. I ran as I'd never run before, leaping over fallen logs and crashing through underbrush, my lungs burning and muscles screaming in protest. All the while I could hear it behind me, branches snapping, the earth shaking with each of its strides. It wasn't until I reached my truck, parked miles away at a remote trailhead, that I finally allowed myself to stop. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I peeled out onto the dirt road, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror. A dark shape at the edge of the trees, watching me go. I drove straight to the ranger station, my mind reeling from what I'd seen. I knew I had to report it, to organize a search party, to do something. But as I sat in the parking lot trying to calm my racing heart, doubt began to creep in. What exactly had I seen? In the darkness of the cave, with adrenaline coursing through my veins, could I trust my own perceptions? And even if what I saw was real, who would believe me? The official stance was still that we were dealing with an unusually aggressive bear. How could I convince them that it was something far worse? In the end, I said nothing. I logged my patrol as uneventful and went home, carrying the weight of my secret like a stone in my chest. That night, as I lay awake next to Sarah, I made a decision. I would go back. I had to know for sure. Had to find concrete evidence of what was lurking in our forests. Only then could I hope to convince others of the danger we were facing. Little did I know, my silence that day would have consequences far beyond anything I could have imagined. The next few weeks were a study in mounting tension. While I wrestled with the knowledge of what I'd seen in that cave, life in Ansel Peak National Park took on a surreal quality. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Tourists still flocked to the scenic viewpoints. Hikers still traversed the well-worn trails, and my fellow rangers went about their duties with professional detachment. But underneath it all, there was a current of unease. The number of reported wildlife sightings had dropped dramatically, as if the animals themselves were avoiding certain areas of the park. Experienced hikers who had been coming to Ansel Peak for years commented on the unnatural quiet that seemed to have descended on the backcountry. And then there were the disappearances. It started small, a lone hiker here, a couple of campers there. At first, we treated them as we would any missing persons case in the wilderness. Search parties were organized. Helicopters were called in to scan the more remote areas. But as the numbers grew, it became harder to dismiss them as simple accidents or unprepared tourists getting lost. I threw myself into these search efforts with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Every time we headed out into the forest, I hoped and feared in equal measure that we would stumble across that cave again. But whether by chance or some malevolent design, I could never quite retrace my steps to that hidden entrance. The strain was starting to show, not just on me, but on the entire park staff. Tempers flared more easily, and the usual camaraderie gave way to tense silences and suspicious glances. Everyone could sense that something was wrong, but no one wanted to be the first to voice the impossible thoughts that lurked in the backs of our minds. It was Sarah who finally confronted me about it. I had come home late again, exhausted and frustrated after another fruitless search. She was waiting up for me, sitting at the kitchen table with 2 mugs of tea and a determined look in her eye. "Owen," she said as I slumped into the chair across from her, "we need to talk." I nodded, too tired to argue. She pushed one of the mugs towards me and I wrapped my hands around it, grateful for its warmth. "You're not sleeping," she continued. "You barely eat? And don't think I haven't noticed the way you stare out into the woods like you're expecting something to come charging out at any moment." She reached across the table, laying her hand over mine. "Please tell me what's going on. What really happened that night?" For a moment I was tempted to unburden myself, to share the terrifying truth of what I'd seen. But the words stuck in my throat. How could I drag her into this nightmare? How could I shatter her sense of safety in the home and the life we'd built here? "It's just been tough," I said finally, hating myself for the lie. "All these missing people. I feel responsible, like I should be doing more to find them." Sarah's eyes softened with sympathy, but I could see that she didn't fully believe me. "Owen, you can't carry the weight of the entire park on your shoulders. You're doing everything you can." If only she knew how far that was from the truth. Our conversation was interrupted by the shrill ring of my work phone. I answered it, a sense of dread settling over me as I listened to the voice on the other end. "There's been another incident," I told Sarah as I hung up, already reaching for my jacket. "A group of campers. They're not responding to radio calls." "I have to go." Sarah stood, her face a mask of worry. "Be careful out there," she said, pulling me into a tight embrace. "Come back to me." As I drove through the darkness towards the ranger station, her words echoed in my mind. "Come back to me." I made a silent promise that I would, no matter what horrors awaited me in the depths of the forest. The scene that greeted me at the station was one of barely contained chaos. Rangers and local law enforcement milled about, checking equipment and poring over maps. The air was thick with tension and unspoken fear. The momentum carried me forward and I tumbled down the slope outside the cave, coming to rest in a tangle of undergrowth. Through a haze of pain, I saw the beast emerge into the sunlight. For a brief moment, it seemed disoriented by the brightness, giving us a precious few seconds to regroup. "Spread out," I yelled to my team, who stood rooted to the spot in terror. "Don't let it corner us." The air was filled with the sound of gunfire as we unloaded our weapons into the monster. Bullets tore into its hide, eliciting earth-shaking roars of pain and fury. But still it came, shrugging off wounds that would have dropped any normal animal. In the chaos of the fight, I lost track of the others. My world narrowed to the rhythm of aim, fire, reload. But with each shot, a sinking realization grew in the pit of my stomach. We were outmatched. Our weapons, so lethal against human threats, were little more than an annoyance to this prehistoric horror. As if sensing our desperation, the creature seemed to focus its attention on me. Perhaps it recognized me from our previous encounter, or maybe it simply saw me as the greatest threat. Whatever the reason, I found myself staring into those baleful eyes as it charged straight for me. Time slowed to a crawl. I could see every detail of the beast's approach, the flexing of its massive muscles, the spray of saliva from its gaping maw, the intelligence and malice burning in its gaze. In that moment, I knew with terrible certainty that I was about to die. But then, just as the creature was about to reach me, a deafening explosion rocked the forest. The beast stumbled, roaring in pain and confusion. I looked up to see the deputy standing atop a nearby boulder, his shotgun still smoking. "Run, Harkins!" he shouted, already reloading. "Get to the vehicles!" I didn't need to be told twice. Ignoring the burning pain in my back, I scrambled to my feet and ran. Behind me, I could hear the continued report of the shotgun, punctuated by the beast's roars of fury. I burst through the tree line onto the trail, my lungs burning as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. The rest of my team was ahead of me, and I could see our vehicles in the distance. We were going to make it. We were going to survive. That's when I heard it. A scream of pure agony cut short. I turned, knowing what I would see, but unable to stop myself. Ugh. With trembling hands, I unholstered my sidearm and flicked on my flashlight. The beam seemed pitiful against the oppressive gloom of the cave entrance. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, pushing aside the curtain of vegetation. The smell hit me first. That same rotten meat stench from the campsite. Only now, it was almost unbearable. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, fighting the urge to gag as I ventured deeper into the cave. The walls were slick with some kind of viscous fluid, and my flashlight beam revealed deep gouges in the rock, as if something with enormous claws had been sharpening them against the stone. The floor was littered with bones, some recognizably animal, others disturbingly human-like. As I moved further in, the cave opened up into a larger chamber. My flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, but what I could see turned my blood to ice. Strewn about the floor were tattered remnants of clothing, backpacks, and camping gear. Clear evidence that whatever laired here was responsible for the attacks. But it was what lay at the center of the chamber that truly horrified me. A massive heap of something. In the dim light, it looked like a mound of fur and flesh, rising and falling with slow, rhythmic movements. It was sleeping. I stood frozen, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake the creature. Slowly, carefully, I began to back away, praying that I could make it out without alerting the beast. That's when my foot came down on something that cracked loudly in the silence of the cave. The mound stirred. I didn't wait to see what would emerge from that hideous pile. I turned and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I scrambled back the way I had come. Behind me, I heard a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, followed by the sound of something massive giving chase. I burst out of the cave into the misty daylight, not daring to look back. I ran as I'd never run before, leaping over fallen logs and crashing through underbrush, my lungs burning and muscles screaming in protest. All the while I could hear it behind me, branches snapping, the earth shaking with each of its strides. It wasn't until I reached my truck, parked miles away at a remote trailhead, that I finally allowed myself to stop. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I peeled out onto the dirt road, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a dark shape at the edge of the trees, watching me go. I drove straight to the ranger station, my mind reeling from what I'd seen. I knew I had to report it, to organize a search party, to do something. But as I sat in the parking lot trying to calm my racing heart, doubt began to creep in. What exactly had I seen? In the darkness of the cave, with adrenaline coursing through my veins, could I trust my own perceptions? And even if what I saw was real, who would believe me? The official stance was still that we were dealing with an unusually aggressive bear. How could I convince them that it was something far worse? In the end, I said nothing. I logged my patrol as uneventful and went home, carrying the weight of my secret like a stone in my chest. That night, as I lay awake next to Sarah, I made a decision. I would go back. I had to know for sure. had to find concrete evidence of what was lurking in our forests. Only then could I hope to convince others of the danger we were facing. Little did I know, my silence that day would have consequences far beyond anything I could have imagined. The next few weeks were a study in mounting tension. While I wrestled with the knowledge of what I'd seen in that cave, life in Ansel Peak National Park took on a surreal quality. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Tourists still flocked to the scenic viewpoints. Hikers still traversed the well-worn trails, and my fellow rangers went about their duties with professional detachment. But underneath it all, there was a current of unease. The number of reported wildlife sightings had dropped dramatically, as if the animals themselves were avoiding certain areas of the park. Experienced hikers who had been coming to Ansel Peak for years commented on the unnatural quiet that seemed to have descended on the backcountry, and then there were the disappearances. It started small, a lone hiker here, a couple of campers there. At first we treated them as we would any missing persons case in the wilderness. Search parties were organized, helicopters were called in to scan the more remote areas. But as the numbers grew, it became harder to dismiss them as simple accidents or unprepared tourists getting lost. I threw myself into these search efforts with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Every time we headed out into the forest, I hoped and feared in equal measure that we would stumble across that cave again. But whether by chance or some malevolent design, I could never quite retrace my steps to that hidden entrance. The strain was starting to show, not just on me, but on the entire park staff. Tempers flared more easily, and the usual camaraderie gave way to tense silences and suspicious glances. Everyone could sense that something was wrong, but no one wanted to be the first to voice the impossible thoughts that lurked in the backs of our minds. It was Sarah who finally confronted me about it. I had come home late again, exhausted and frustrated after another fruitless search. She was waiting up for me, sitting at the kitchen table with 2 mugs of tea and a determined look in her eye. "Owen," she said as I slumped into the chair across from her. "We need to talk." I nodded, too tired to argue. She pushed one of the mugs towards me and I wrapped my hands around it, grateful for its warmth. "You're not sleeping," she continued. "You barely eat. And don't think I haven't noticed the way you stare out into the woods like you're expecting something to come charging out at any moment." She reached across the table, laying her hand over mine. "Please tell me what's going on. What really happened that night?" For a moment I was tempted to unburden myself, to share the terrifying truth of what I'd seen, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I drag her into this nightmare? How could I shatter her sense of safety in the home and the life we'd built here? "It's just been tough," I said finally, hating myself for the lie. "All these missing people. I feel responsible, like I should be doing more to find them." Sarah's eyes softened with sympathy, but I could see that she didn't fully believe me. "Owen, you can't carry the weight of the entire park on your shoulders. You're doing everything you can." If only she knew how far that was from the truth. Our conversation was interrupted by the shrill ring of my work phone. I answered it, a sense of dread settling over me as I listened to the voice on the other end. "There's been another incident," I told Sarah as I hung up, already reaching for my jacket. "A group of campers. They're not responding to radio calls. I have to go." Sarah stood, her face a mask of worry. "Be careful out there," she said, pulling me into a tight embrace. "Come back to me." As I drove through the darkness towards the ranger station, her words echoed in my mind. "Come back to me." I made a silent promise that I would, no matter what horrors awaited me in the depths of the forest. The scene that greeted me at the station was one of barely contained chaos. Rangers and local law enforcement milled about, checking equipment and poring over maps. The air was thick with tension and unspoken fear. The only response was another peal of laughter, fainter this time, as if moving away from us. Without a word, my partner and I plunged into the underbrush following the sound. As we pushed deeper into the forest, an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. Something wasn't right. The laughter led us to a small clearing where we found a child's backpack leaning against a tree. It looked new, barely used, with a bright cartoon character smiling up at us from its front pocket. But there was no sign of its owner. "I don't like this, Harkins," my partner muttered, scanning the tree line. "We should call for backup." I nodded, reaching for my radio. But before I could key the mic, a twig snapped somewhere behind us. We spun around, weapons drawn, to find ourselves face to face with a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, with pigtails and a pink dress that seemed impossibly clean given our surroundings. She smiled up at us, but there was something off about her expression. It was too wide, too fixed, like a doll's painted-on grin. "Are you lost, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm despite the alarm bells ringing in my head. "Where are your parents?" The girl's smile widened even further, stretching to impossible proportions. And then, in a voice that was most definitely not that of a child, she spoke. "They're waiting for you, Ranger Harkins. In the dark places. In the deep places. They're so hungry." Before we could react, the girl's form seemed to shimmer and distort. Her limbs elongated, her skin darkening and sprouting coarse hair. In a matter of seconds, where the child had stood, there was now a smaller version of the creature from the cave. We opened fire immediately, the sound of gunshots shattering the evening quiet. But the beast was fast, impossibly fast. It darted between the trees, always just ahead of our bullets, and all the while that terrible childlike laughter echoed through the forest. We ran, crashing through the underbrush with no thought for stealth or direction. All that mattered was putting distance between us and that abomination. I could hear it behind us, toying with us, letting us think we might escape before crashing through the foliage uncomfortably close. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, we burst out onto one of the park's service roads. Our patrol vehicle sat T. It was on the 8th day after the evacuation that everything changed. I was out on patrol with a small military escort checking some of the more remote camera traps when my radio crackled to life. "Base to Harkins, come in." The voice was tense, urgent. I keyed my mic. "Harkins here. What's the situation?" There was a moment of static then. "We've got movement on the northwestern perimeter. Multiple contacts. And Harkins. They're big." My blood ran cold. "We're on our way. Don't engage until we get there." We piled into our vehicle and sped towards the northwestern sector of the park. As we drove, I briefed the soldiers with me, emphasizing the creature's speed, strength, and apparent invulnerability to small arms fire. We were about halfway to our destination when we heard it, a sound that cut through the engine noise and sent shivers down my spine. It was a roar, but not like anything I'd ever heard before. It was deeper, more primal, filled with a rage and hunger that seemed to shake the very air around us, and it wasn't alone. From different directions came answering calls, a chorus of prehistoric fury that told me our worst fears had been realized. We weren't dealing with a single creature. There was a whole pack of them. As we crested a hill, we saw the chaos unfolding before us. The perimeter defenses were in shambles, Humvees overturned and barricades shattered. And there, amidst the destruction, were the creatures, at least half a dozen of them, each as massive and terrifying as the one I'd encountered in the cave. They moved with a speed that belied their size, tearing through the military's defenses like they were made of paper. Gunfire erupted from all directions, but it seemed to have little effect on the beasts. They shrugged off bullets like raindrops, their hides tough as armor. "My God," one of the soldiers with me whispered, his face pale with shock. I keyed my radio. "Colonel Hendricks, are you seeing this?" "Affirmative, Harkins," came the terse reply. "Fall back to base camp. We're initiating Protocol Omega." Protocol Omega. The words sent a chill down my spine. It was our last resort, a scorched earth policy that I had hoped we'd never have to use. As we retreated, I watched in horror as the creature systematically dismantled our defenses. They moved with an eerie intelligence, targeting communications equipment and vehicle fuel tanks. This wasn't just an attack. It was a coordinated assault. We barely made it back to base camp, the roars of the creatures echoing behind us. The scene that greeted us was one of controlled chaos. Soldiers were frantically loading equipment into transport vehicles, while others set up a last line of defense. Colonel Hendricks met us at the command center, his face grim. "Harkins, I need you to lead the evacuation. Get everyone out through the emergency access road. We'll hold them here as long as we can." I wanted to argue, to insist on staying and fighting, but I knew he was right. Someone needed to make sure the civilians, the remaining park staff and research team, got out safely. As I began organizing the evacuation, I caught snippets of radio chatter that painted a dire picture. The creatures were advancing on multiple fronts, somehow anticipating our tactics and countering them. It was as if they had done this before, had experience in fighting organized human resistance. The thought chilled me to the bone. We were nearly finished loading the last of the civilian vehicles when a deafening explosion rocked the camp. I turned to see a fireball rising from the direction of our main defensive line. The creatures had broken through. Go! Now! I shouted, urging the convoy forward. As the last vehicle pulled away, I made a split-second decision. I couldn't leave, not yet. I had to know what was happening. I sprinted back towards the command center, the sounds of combat growing louder with each step. What I saw when I rounded the corner would stay with me for the rest of my life. The creatures had breached the perimeter and were engaged in close quarters combat with the remaining soldiers. But it was Colonel Hendricks who caught my attention. He stood atop an overturned Humvee, firing a mounted machine gun at the largest of the beasts, a monster easily twice the size of the others. As I watched, the creature charged, shrugging off the hail of bullets as if they were nothing more than an annoyance. It reached the vehicle in 2 bounds, its massive claws tearing through metal like it was tissue paper. Hendricks never stopped firing, even as the beast's jaws closed around him. In his final moment, he locked eyes with me, and I saw in them not fear but a grim satisfaction. He had bought us the time we needed. I turned and ran, my legs pumping furiously as I sprinted for the last remaining vehicle, my own Ranger truck. Behind me, I could hear the creatures giving chase, their roars growing louder with each passing second. I threw myself into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys as adrenaline made my hands shake. The engine roared to life just as the first of the creatures burst from the tree line. I floored the accelerator, tires spinning on the gravel before finding purchase. In my rearview mirror, I saw the beasts pause at the edge of the camp, watching me go. Their eyes seemed to glow in the growing darkness, filled with an ancient, alien intelligence. As I sped down the mountain road, leaving behind the only home I'd known for years, a sense of crushing failure washed over me. We had brought the full might of the military against these creatures, and they had swatted us aside like insects. How could we possibly hope to stop them? The answer came to me as I rounded a bend and saw the convoy of evacuees ahead. We couldn't fight these things with guns and bombs. We needed to understand them, to uncover the secret of their origins and their apparent immortality. I pulled alongside the lead vehicle, signaling for them to stop. As the convoy ground to a halt, I gathered the remaining park staff and researchers. "Listen to me," I said, my voice hoarse with exhaustion and emotion. "What we've seen here, what we've experienced, it goes beyond anything in modern science. But those pictographs I saw, they prove that our ancestors knew about these creatures. They must have found a way to contain them, to drive them into hibernation or hiding." Dr. Elena Rossi, our lead anthropologist, nodded slowly. "The pictographs you described, they sound similar to some I've studied in other parts of the world, always in remote mountainous regions, always depicting creatures that blend animal and human characteristics." A spark of hope ignited in my chest. "Then this isn't just an Ansel Peak problem. These things, or others like them, have been encountered before. But how do we fight them?" One of the junior rangers asked, his voice trembling. "You saw what they did to the military." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew had to be done. "We go back to the beginning. We find every scrap of information, every ancient text or tribal legend that might give us a clue, and then we come back with knowledge as our weapon." There were murmurs of dissent, of fear, but I saw determination in some eyes, a resolve to face this threat head-on. "I can't ask any of you to join me," I continued, "but I'm going to see this through. These creatures are a threat not just to Ansel Peak, but to the entire world, and we might be the only ones who can stop them." In the end, a core group decided to stay. Dr. Rossi, a few of my fellow rangers, and a handful of the braver research assistants. The rest we sent on to alert the authorities and begin the monumental task of researching our foe. As we watched the convoy disappear around a bend in the road, I felt a weight settle onto my shoulders. We were choosing to walk back into hell, to face monsters that seemed unstoppable, but we were also humanity's best hope. I turned to look back up the mountain, towards the park that had once been my sanctuary and was now a battleground. Somewhere up there, ancient eyes were watching, waiting. But this time we wouldn't be caught unprepared. "Let's get to work," I said, climbing back into my truck. "We've got a long road ahead of us." As we drove off into the night, leaving behind the world we knew and heading towards an uncertain future, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. We had survived the first encounter with these prehistoric horrors. We had witnessed their power, their cunning, and their ruthlessness. But we had also seen their patterns, their behaviors, and hints of their origins. Knowledge would be our weapon, wisdom our shield, and someday, somehow, we would return to Ansel Peak. Not as helpless prey, but as worthy adversaries to the ancient evil that lurked in its shadows. The beast of Ansel Peak might have won the battle, but the war was far from over. And I, Owen Harkins, once a simple park ranger, now found myself on the front lines of a conflict as old as humanity itself. The road ahead would be long and fraught with danger, but I was ready to face whatever horrors awaited us. For Ansel Peak, for Deputy Collins, for Colonel Hendricks, for all those who had fallen, and for a world that slept peacefully, unaware of the nightmares that walked in the wild places of the earth. I've always considered myself an avid outdoorsman. There's something about the crisp air, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and the raw beauty of nature that speaks to my soul. So when my buddies Jermaine and Kellen invited me to join their backpacking trip to Redwood National Park in California, I jumped at the chance. The Redwoods have always held a special place in my heart. There's an aura about them, a sense of ancient wisdom and primordial power that's hard to put into words. Standing among those towering giants, some of the tallest trees on the planet, you can't help but feel humbled and awe-inspired. Normally, I'm the practical one in our little group. I'm the guy with the compass, the fully stocked first aid kit, the offline maps. You name it, I've got it packed. But this trip, something was different. Maybe it was the excitement of being back in the wild after so long. Or perhaps it was some unseen force working its influence. Whatever the reason, I left half my usual gear behind, including my satellite phone. It was a decision I would come to regret deeply. We started our trek on a sunny Tuesday morning in late spring. The weather was perfect, warm enough to be comfortable but cool enough under the canopy of the redwoods to keep us from overheating as we hiked. The first couple of days were uneventful, filled with the kind of camaraderie and natural beauty that make these trips so worthwhile. By day 3, we were feeling adventurous. Jermaine had found an online trail guide that promised a loop back to a different part of our campsite, in half the time of our planned route. Looking back, that should have been our first red flag. But caught up in the thrill of exploration and feeling a bit reckless, we decided to give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Kellen had said with a grin. We get to spend an extra day in paradise. If only we had known. We set out early that morning, spirits high and packs light. The new trail started easily enough, winding through groves of redwoods so dense they seemed to block out the sky. But as the day wore on, things began to change. The trail markers became less frequent, then disappeared entirely. The familiar sounds of birds and small animals faded away, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the whisper of wind through the towering trees. By noon, it was clear we were lost. The redwoods, once awe-inspiring, now felt oppressive. Their massive trunks seemed to crowd in on us, creating a natural maze that turned us around at every turn. Kellen, ever the optimist, swore he recognized a fallen redwood from the photos in the trail guide. "Hang tight, guys," he said, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness despite his confident words. "I'll scout ahead and see if I can find the path." Before I could protest, he vanished into the greenery, leaving Jermaine and me alone in the increasingly oppressive forest. Now, Jermaine's a good guy, but he's a city slicker at heart. The kind of person who gets antsy if his Wi-Fi signal drops below 4 bars. Being stuck out in the middle of nowhere without cell service was clearly getting to him. His eyes darted nervously from tree to tree, and I could see beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the cool air. Trying to lighten the mood, I launched into my repertoire of outdoorsman entertainment. I did my worst grizzly bear impression, told some cheesy, spooky campfire stories, anything to keep Jermaine's mind off our predicament. But if I'm being honest, it was as much for my own benefit as his. There was a gnawing feeling in my gut, a primal instinct warning me that something wasn't right. Time seemed to crawl by. The shadows lengthened, and still there was no sign of Kellen. The sun was dipping low on the horizon when Jermaine suddenly grabbed my arm, his eyes wide with fear. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. At first I didn't hear anything beyond the usual forest sounds, the rustle of leaves, the occasional crack of a branch. But as I strained my ears, I began to notice something else. It was subtle at first, barely perceptible, but growing stronger by the second. It wasn't an animal sound, at least not any animal I'd ever encountered in my years of hiking and camping. This was different. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a whispering rustling that filled the air around us. It was as if the forest itself had come alive, closing in on us from all sides. The sound triggered something primal in me, a deep-seated fear that bypassed all rational thought. My heart began to race, and I could feel adrenaline flooding my system. "Jermaine," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "we need to move. Now." I didn't wait for a response. Abandoning my pack, I grabbed Jermaine's arm and started running. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces and arms as we stumbled over roots and rocks. Behind us, the rustling grew louder, more insistent. It was no longer just the sound of leaves and branches. Now there were other noises mixed in, clicking sounds and deep, guttural chitters that made my skin crawl. We ran blindly, with no idea where we were going or what we were running from. All I knew was that we needed to get away from that sound, away from whatever was pursuing us through the darkening forest. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, we stumbled out onto a dirt road. Jermaine and I looked at each other, both of us panting heavily, covered in scratches and bits of leaves and bark. For a moment, relief washed over me at the sight of this sign of civilization. But that relief was short-lived. As my brain caught up with my body, I realized something wasn't right. This road wasn't on any of our maps, and it was far too well-maintained for a backwoods trail. The surface smooth and even without so much as a pothole or patch of gravel. There was something else, too. A smell. It hit me suddenly, making my stomach churn. It was the scent of rotting meat, tinged with something sickly sweet that I couldn't identify, and it was getting stronger. Whatever had been chasing us through the woods, I had a feeling it wasn't far behind. We needed to keep moving. "Come on," I said to Jermaine, who was still doubled over trying to catch his breath. "We can't stay here." We started down the road at a brisk pace, Jermaine muttering under his breath about how we were dead, how we should go back, how this was all a big mistake. I was about ready to tell him to shut up when I saw something up ahead that made the words die in my throat. At first, it was hard to make out in the fading light, just a dark, hulking shape in the middle of the road. But as we got closer, details began to emerge, and I felt the blood drain from my face. It was massive, easily blocking the entire width of the road. Its body was vaguely humanoid, but grotesquely elongated and misshapen. But it was the head that truly horrified me. Too big, too long, definitely not human. It had no hair, just weird, leathery-looking gray skin that seemed to pulse and shift in the twilight. As we approached, frozen in shock and terror, the thing twitched. Its enormous head began to rotate towards us, nostrils flaring as if scenting the air. And then I saw its eyes. They were too wide set, sunken deep into its misshapen skull. But what struck me most was the way they gleamed with an inhuman, reflective yellow light as they fixed on us. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that we were looking at something that should not exist in our world. Beside me, Jermaine made a whimpering noise, snapping me out of my paralysis. The rustling from the woods behind us was getting closer, almost on top of us now. Whatever those things were, I had a feeling they were even worse than this roadblock monster. Survival instinct kicked in hard. My vision narrowed. All my attention focused on the abomination in front of us. We couldn't go back, and we couldn't stay here. "We had to get past this thing. Jermaine!" I yelled, my voice sounding strange and distant in my own ears. "Snap out of it. Grab a rock, a big one. Aim for the head." He just stared at me, eyes wide and uncomprehending. There was no time to wait for him to come around. I snatched up the biggest rock I could find and hurled it at the creature with all my might. The rock struck true, hitting the side of its massive head with a sickening crack. A weird greenish ooze began to seep from the wound. The creature let out a screeching roar that made my ears ring, and suddenly it was on its feet, towering over us like some nightmarish giant. I reached for another rock, but before I could throw, the woods behind us erupted with movement. The first thing to break through was a scream, piercing, guttural, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I didn't know if it was human, animal, or something else entirely, but it sent a shiver down my spine. Then they came pouring out of the forest. Dozens of them. They were smaller than the roadblock monster, but just as horrifying. Hairless, hunched creatures that looked like a twisted cross between oversized monkeys and those creepy deep-sea fish with huge mouths and beady eyes. Jermaine was screaming now, a high-pitched, panicked sound that cut through my own terror. The smaller creatures swarmed towards us, their razor-sharp teeth bared and gleaming in the fading light. "The rocks!" I shouted, remembering our last desperate line of defense. We grabbed stones and started fighting like cornered animals. The creatures were surprisingly strong, their skin tough and leathery. I smashed one in the face, feeling bones splinter under the impact. It screeched and staggered back, giving me a moment to scan the chaos around us. There were too many of them, way too many. We weren't going to last long like this. I fell back a few steps, eyes darting around for any sign of an escape route. That's when I saw it. The roadblock creature was distracted by a cluster of the smaller monkey things tearing at its legs. Behind it, the road curved into a sharp blind turn. My brain kicked into overdrive, pushing past the animalistic fear. We had to run for it. It was our only chance. Jermaine, I yelled over the cacophony of shrieks and growls. I pointed at the turn. We go for it now. He nodded, eyes wide and wild. It was now or never. We bolted, dodging and weaving through the swarm of creatures. Stones flew past us, flung by those freakish little hands. I felt a sharp sting on my cheek, a hot trickle of blood running down my face. The big monster finally noticed our escape attempt, letting out an enraged bellow that shook the ground beneath our feet. It charged, brushing aside the smaller creatures like rag dolls. Every muscle in my body burned as we sprinted towards the turn. We were almost there, my fingers practically grazing the rough asphalt of the curve. Jermaine was a step behind me, his labored breathing loud in my ears. I could feel the monster's hot, fetid breath on the back of my neck, and then Jermaine tripped. He stumbled, arms flailing, and fell flat on his face. My heart dropped into my stomach. There was no time at all. Get up, I shouted, skidding to a stop and nearly crashing into him. But it was too late. The creature was already upon us, its massive form blotting out what little light remained in the sky. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the impact, which never came. When I opened my eyes again, I was greeted by a scene of carnage. The monster was on the ground, thrashing weakly. Its once gray skin was now streaked with a sickening shade of yellow. The smaller creatures were scattered, some lying motionless on the ground, others shrieking as they retreated back into the darkness of the woods. And standing over the fallen monster was Kellen, holding what looked like a tree branch. Except it wasn't a branch. It was dripping with the same green ooze that had leaked from the big creature's head when I'd hit it with the rock. Nice stick. Kellen? I gasped, still trying to wrap my mind around what had just happened. Kellen gave a sheepish grin, found it snagged on a bush. Lucky break, huh? We approached cautiously. Up close, it was clear that whatever Kellen had used, it had pierced straight through the thing's skull. That wasn't a branch. Jermaine stuttered from beside me, his voice trembling. Kellen just shrugged. Whatever, man. This whole place, it ain't right. We gotta get out of here. We didn't argue with that. Jermaine was in shock, still covered in scratches and spattered with blood. I was running on pure adrenaline, and Kellen, while outwardly calm, had a grim set to his jaw that I'd never seen before. We stumbled down that road, leaving the freakish carcass behind us. It was a long time before any of us spoke. As we walked, we began to find signs of civilization, discarded cans, candy wrappers, the garbage of some secret community hidden deep in the redwoods. Finally, after what felt like hours, we reached the main highway. Hitching a ride was surprisingly easy. I guess there's something about three guys who look like they just fought their way through hell that makes people want to help. At the next town, we found a ranger station. Our story spilled out in a panicked jumble of words. We told them everything, the road, the creatures, the whole terrifying ordeal. And you know what? They believed us. They found the road. They found the bodies of the smaller creatures. But the big one? Gone without a trace. And as for what exactly those things were, well, that remains a mystery. But the locals, they had stories. Stories that sounded a lot like ours. Tales of other disappearances, other sightings, all hushed up and swept under the rug. Some even swore that the trees themselves, those mighty redwoods, had a malevolent streak, a hunger. We never went back to Redwood National Park after that. We barely talk about what happened, even among ourselves. Sometimes when I'm out hiking or enjoying the solitude of nature, I feel a tremor run through me, a shadow of that primal fear I felt in those woods. Did anyone believe the locals' old tales before our experience? Were we lucky or just not chosen that time? I don't know. All I know is that out there, under those ancient trees, something lurks and waits and watches, and it's not friendly. The redwoods still stand, majestic and awe-inspiring to those who visit. But for me, and for Jermaine and Kellen, they'll always be a reminder of the nightmare we survived, and the mysteries that still lurk in the deepest, darkest parts of our world.